Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Stella Cadona. This is Wednesday, December 10th, and this is the second day of Redefining the Future Horizons, designing sustainable strategies for the future of the second international conference of the Fund of Engineers, Contractors of Public Works. We just saw a short video that through images shows the very serious challenges that the planet is facing. Some of you, or most of you, have already seen that. You had the opportunity to listen members of the government, institutions, representatives of academia and the business world to share their opinions and their suggestions for a sustainable society of the future. And today, this is the second day, a full day of interesting discussions, panels, with people that contribute in achieving those goals. You can watch the conference in 5 different languages. You can scan this QR on the screen, and you can find it on the table and on the website. You can use the QR code so that you can listen to the interpretation in different languages. And without further ado, we will present the first speech of the second day, called The Greek Economy in a Day That Changes, from Mr. Kyriakos Pierakakis, the Minister of National Economy and Finances, who will talk about the challenges and the opportunities that our country has in front of her for the few years to come. This intervention is coming in an age where all energy transitions, green transition, geopolitics, and political tribulations reshape the economic landscape. Let's wish him good luck also, because today the Greek Minister of Finances is a candidate for the presidency of the Eurogroup, which is really important. So we'd like to wish him good luck regardless of the result. It is an excellent chance for our country. Good morning. It is a great pleasure to be here with you today. And let me start by saying that I really like the title of this conference, Redefining the Future. This is a good opportunity for all of us to rebuild the future. It is an art, a science, an innovation, faith and passion. And politics also, I would add, because not only the parliament is responsible for the democracy of the country, but also all of us. You invited me here to talk about the Greek economy, what we have achieved, what are the changes that we are going through. I will try to be succinct by mentioning the following. In the last few years in Greece, we have achieved great financial change, a financial transformation. We talked about the European institutions, and let me tell you that 10 years ago, we were about to exit the Eurozone due to the financial crisis. Right now, we have one of the best fiscal positions in Europe. We managed to reverse the narrative from 10 years ago. Right now, our debt is being de-escalated quite quickly. Post-COVID, we were about 210 of the GDP. And right now, we think that until the end of the decade, we will be below 120% of the GDP. The budget for 2026 is 183%. And our goal is to eliminate the debts, which is completely achievable because it is also a social goal, not only a political goal. We should not pass the bill to the next generation as it was happening with every previous government in the past. At the same time, Greece can produce. We have a rate of development which is higher than the European average, for about 2.4% in the budget. and the European average is about 1%. So the growth rate is very good. We have achieved a fiscal balance. And right now, we also have achieved a great digital change. When we talk about tax evasion, a big part of that had to do with the creation of the Independent Authority of Public Revenue and also the means that we use to pay and collect taxes. Technology plays a very important role here. But I would also add that we are going through a huge transformational phase, which is like a triangle. This triangle includes, on one corner, this fiscal balance, on the other hand, the banking system, which is becoming better and better. We remember the loans and how they were not paid, non-performed in the years in the past years. And on the third corner, we have the digital transformation. In reality, this is the source of the development so that you can help the country stand back on its feet, whether we talk about education, the health system, or infrastructure. Because infrastructure plays a very important role when it comes to the performance of economy. So we are down a good road. I remember the newspapers before the financial crisis who were talking about the failed economic model of Greece. Okay, the debt was a huge part in that, but how did we produce this debt? The basic studies of the time, of the economic crisis years, were saying that we have a very introvert economy. We do not export. This was about 2008, 2009. And this is changing as well. It's not a complete change. It has not been completed yet, but it is happening. Let me give you a couple of examples. The one term is investments towards the GDP. In 1914, it was 14%. Right now, it's 17.7%. The European average is 21%. So we are on our way there. We're on our way to change, which has not yet been fully achieved. Also, exports. We were in 21% before the financial crisis. Right now, we're in 42%. This has doubled. And the European average is 51%. So we still have a way to go. This is our goal, actually. The goal is to bring more and more investments in the country. A lot of projects took place when it comes to infrastructure. Things that were being discussed for years and years, and they were always delayed, such as the metro in Thessaloniki. All those things happened due to the money sent by the European Union. And right now, what are we going to do after the Resilience Fund is over? Because if we take a look at the numbers, the Resilience Fund played a very helpful role so that we could overcome the COVID pandemic. And also we managed to fund all those projects that we wanted to fund for years and years, whether digital or physical, but we didn't have the money. When I was a Minister of Digital Transformation in 2019, on my first term, we were drafting a strategy called the Digital Bible. We had to write down all the projects that we needed to do, and when we wrote everything down before the Resilience Fund, we concluded that we have money to cover only 20% of all those projects in our strategic plan. We didn't have the money to complete the entire list of projects that we ourselves have drafted. After the Resilience Fund, we managed to do what we had to do. And right now, the Resilience Fund is almost complete. So we're asking ourselves how we're going to continue to evolve without it. Let me say the following. Money does not exist. Money is being born through your politics, through your development, through proper strategies, through multipliers, and also by leveraging the European image in general. The projects from the Resilience Fund are not just money that came to the economy for once and then over, but for every euro spent, for every euro invested in the country, it had to be connected to a transformation. It had to be connected to a future plan. Every euro had to be accounted for and explained their piece in the puzzle. So this result, the result of all those projects, will be lasting and will last for more than 26, 27. And also the plan of the government, the architecture of each government plays a very important role. Let me give you an example. All the measures about Thessaloniki that has to do with the tax system transformation. Very big tax reductions to specific citizens, specific groups of citizens. So before we do that, before those measures, we were 2.6% less in the budget than after the measures. The Minister of Education said that there is a strategy about the internationalization of Greek universities and also the opening, the funding of private university in Greece. This will give us plus 1% in our GDP on an annual basis. So this is how we can produce money and make even more international exports and imports. Right now in Europe, a huge discussion has to do about the Draghi report, that we have not leveraged everything that we can do in Europe. Now, we discussed about tariffs with the US, and Mario Draghi says, by utilizing some numbers of the IMF, the member states of the European Union are just exchanging tariffs. This is why a Greek business cannot go to Italy, for example, to make their life easier. 110% is the tariffs and for businesses, and 44% in different types of businesses. So we should create a European economy that can compete with the economies of the world. What did we do about that? Euronext, for example, suggested to purchase the Stock Exchange of Athens. And it has presence in Paris, Oslo, Amsterdam. I mean, Euronext has a lot of trading companies. So our stock exchange will be part of a network along with all those other countries. This is the extroversion. So that we can give birth to more money through a bigger market. Have international investments in our banks. We have already done that, and we have accepted investors in the Greek banks. And also our own banks are investing in banks abroad. These are all things that generate development. Our goal is to continue to change our productive model in the country with extroversion and with a change in our mindset. That's very important. To continue to leverage every euro that we have through the reasoning of the Resilience Fund, to connect every euro with a transformation that will leave the best imprint in the economy, not only just for now, but for the future, and also create a boom in our investments. And the more obstacles that we remove from our country, investors will be much more likely to come here through political stability. This is a full model of development than anything else that we had in the past. This differentiation from the past is that now we are proving to ourselves and to others that we can do that. And I'm saying that I don't want to make things look better than they are. Of course, we have a lot of problems. There are people that are living a difficult life. There are businesses that need support. There are people that need support. But also the change is better than how we were 5-6 years ago. We need to continue building this course, walking this path, and I believe that we will achieve many things and great things. Thank you.
So before we move on with our agenda, I'd like to mention our sponsors. Without their support, we couldn't have organized this conference. Actor, Group of Companies, Credia Bank, Eurox, Securities SA, Interbeton, Iolcus, Jolti, Mesogeios SA, Alumil, Architon SA, ASB, Cosmos EV, EFG Eurobank, Eldon LASEP, ETVA, Euroland, Grant Thornton, Green Edge, Premium Properties, LTEP, EAF, EIDAP, Kokkinis Technology, Constructions SA, Michael Τσόντος, Namalf SA, Lethron Construction, Πολυτεχνική Αναδόμηση, Αϊβαζίδης, Stasid, Tekal. Also, our communication sponsors, ERT, Αθηναϊκό Πρακτορείο Ειδήσεων, Μακεδονικό Πρακτορείο Ειδήσεων. Now, it is a great pleasure to introduce our first panel entitled Climate Crisis, Resilience and Urbanization Challenges. We will be discussing how the climate crisis affects the dynamic of a city and what are the resilience strategies required for modern infrastructure to respond to those climate challenges. Our participants are some of our great guests from the architectural community. Professor Regina Gauthier, President of the UIA, the academician Professor Paolo Desideri, President of the International Academy of Architecture, and Mr. Platonas Stylianou, the President of the European Council of Civil Engineers. With their experience and international worldview, they are going to tell us about the new design standards and the approaches that may enhance the resilience of the cities. Let's welcome them to the floor. And our moderator will be my colleague who is ready, Mr. Christos Konstas. Εξαιρετικά. 2 καθηγητές και ένας πολιτικός μηχανικός. Συνταγή για καταστροφή. Χειρότερα από 2 αρχιτέκτονες. Να ξεκινήσουμε από την κυρία στην παρέα μας. Να ρωτήσουμε τη Ρεγκίνα Κοτιέ, την καθηγήτρια, τι είναι γιατί είναι τόσο σημαντικό να μιλάμε για την κρίση των πόλεων και όχι μόνο για την κλιματική κρίση. Σας ευχαριστώ που ακούσατε την πρότασή μου να το πούμε έτσι, κρίση της πόλης, γιατί η συζήτηση για την κλιματική κρίση δεν μπορεί να εστιάζει μόνο στο κλίμα, διότι η μετάβαση κλιματική μπορεί να ισχύσει μόνο αν είναι και κοινωνική μετάβαση, αν δεν αφήσουμε κανέναν πίσω. Γι' αυτό αυτός είναι ένας λόγος που δεν μπορούμε να εστιάζουμε μόνο τεχνικά, από τεχνικής άποψης, το πρόβλημα του κλίματος. Και παράλληλα πρέπει να επιλύσουμε αυτό το πρόβλημα σε ένα πολύ σύνθετο πλαίσιο αυτή τη στιγμή. Έχουμε διάφορες κρίσεις. Έχουμε την αστικοποίηση, την περιβαλλοντική χειροτέρευση σε διάφορα φαινόμενα. Έχουμε αυξανόμενες κοινωνικές ανισότητες, πολύ ανησυχητικό και αυτό, και κάτι που όλοι το έχουμε βιώσει και το βλέπουμε ότι η δημοκρατία και η ελευθερία της έκφρασης κινδυνεύουν. Βλέπουμε κρίση στις αξίες, βλέπουμε περιορισμό στην κινητικότητα, βλέπουμε τους θεσμούς να πλήττονται, το διεθνές δίκαιο δεν γίνεται σεβαστό, έχουμε υπερπληροφόρηση και παραπληροφόρηση η οποία μας μπερδεύει και τέλος έχουμε πολέμους, όχι μόνο κυριολεκτικούς, όπου σκοτώνουμε ένας τον άλλον, αλλά και οικονομικούς, εμπορικούς, πολιτισμικούς, πληροφοριακούς και πολέμους στο κυβερνοχώρο. Άρα δεν μπορούμε να μιλάμε μόνο σε τεχνικό επίπεδο για την κλιματική κρίση. Πρέπει να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να επιλύσουμε και μας στρέφει την προσοχή στην κατανόηση της διασύνδεσης μεταξύ των συστημάτων. «20 χρόνια αργότερα, με την κλιματική κρίση να γίνεται όλο και πιο έντονη, πιστεύετε ότι μπορούμε ακόμα να αντιμετωπίσουμε τις προσκλήσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής μέσα από τον αρχιτεκτονικό σχεδιασμό?» Ναι, φυσικά. «20 χρόνια αργότερα είναι σαφές σε όλους ότι δεν είναι μόνο ένα πρόβλημα απόδοσης των κατασκευών, είναι ένα πρόβλημα διασύνδεσης και για να μείνουμε στον τομέα της αρχιτεκτονικής και των πολιτικών μηχανικών, να αναφέρω ότι αυτή τη στιγμή η νέα πρόκληση είναι η μεταφορά του περιορισμού και της απόδοσης από το κτίριο στην πόλη. Ο νέος στόχος που έχουμε είναι η ανάπλαση της πόλης στην πόλη και της πόλης μέσα από το έργο του πολιτικού μηχανικού και την αρχιτεκτονική. Αυτό είναι το κτίριο που το 2005 κέρδισε το βραβείο του ηλιακού κτίριου της χρονιάς. Αλλά, από μία άποψη, πρέπει να πω ότι για να επιτύχουμε τις μεγάλες αυτές αποδόσεις μέσα από την παθητική θέρμανση και ψήξη, τον έλεγχο, την μόνωση. Είναι κάτι απλό σήμερα σε σχέση με πριν από 20 χρόνια, αλλά ο νέος τομέας είναι το γενικότερο πρόβλημα της πόλης. Για παράδειγμα, οι πολύ κακές συνθήκες που έχουμε στην πόλη, οι οποίες σε ένα βαθμό οφείλονται σε κακό σχεδιασμό, σε ένα πρόβλημα στον σχεδιασμό που είχαμε κατά το 19ο αιώνα. Είναι σαφώς προβληματικό αυτό όσον αφορά την ανάπλαση μιας πόλης. Οι θερμικές νησίδες που δημιουργούν πρόβλημα όχι μόνο για τους κατοίκους, αλλά και για την υγεία, για την οικονομία του έθνους. Γιατί ας σκεφτούμε τι συμβαίνει στα νοσοκομεία το καλοκαίρι στην Ευρώπη. Έχουμε μεγάλο πρόβλημα λόγω του αυξημένου θερμικού φορτίου. Και αυτό από μόνο του αποτελεί μια αναγκαιότητα. Ο μετασχηματισμός της πόλης είναι μια αναγκαιότητα. Στη Βαρκελόνη, για παράδειγμα, υπάρχει ένα σημαντικό πρόγραμμα με όλες αυτές τις υπερνησίδες που θα μετασχηματίσουν ένα μεγάλο κομμάτι της πόλης που προέρχεται από τον προηγούμενο αιώνα, με δημιουργικότητα και με τη βοήθεια της τεχνολογίας, νέες φυτεύσεις, νέους τρόπους ροής και κυκλοφορίας των πεζών και των αυτοκινήτων. Αυτό είναι προφανώς κάτι το οποίο δεν συνδέεται απλά με ένα αντικείμενο, ας το πούμε έτσι. Είναι ένα συστημικό πρόβλημα. Μίλησαν λοιπόν οι καθηγητές. Ας πάμε τώρα στους επαγγελματίες. Κύριε Στυλιανού. Μπορείτε να μας απαντήσετε έτσι πιο συγκεκριμένα. Ποια συγκεκριμένα βήματα μπορούν να πάρουν οι ευρωπαϊκές κυβερνήσεις τα οποία να μετασχηματιστούν σε συγκεκριμένες πολιτικές και να αφορούν όλο μας το κτηριακό στόκ. Πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα ερώτηση. Καταρχάς θέλω να σας ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση σε αυτή την πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση. Είναι τιμή μου που βρίσκομαι εδώ ως πρόεδρος του Ευρωπαϊκού Συμβουλίου Πολιτικών Μηχανικών, με αυτούς τους εξαίρετους συναδέλφους. Επίσης να ευχαριστήσω και τον κύριο Μακέδο για την πρόσκληση. Η Ευρώπη, κατά τη γνώμη μου και τη γνώμη των επαγγελματιών πολιτικών μηχανικών, δεν μπορεί να επιτύχει τους κλιματικούς στόχους χωρίς να προστατέψει τις πόλεις. Ως Ευρωπαϊκό Συμβούλιο Πολιτικών Μηχανικών έχουμε παραγάγει 3 πολύ καλά έγγραφα και αν μπορούμε να τα μοιραστούμε στην οθόνη. Είναι 3 έγγραφα, αλλά δεν είμαι σίγουρος αν μπορούμε, αν είναι διαθέσιμα. Λοιπόν, το ένα είναι η προσέγγιση 3S, Safe, Sound and Sustainable, ασφαλές, άρτιο και βιώσιμο. Είναι ένα έγγραφο που εξηγεί γιατί πρώτα απ' όλα ένα κτίριο πρέπει να είναι ασφαλές, προτού περάσουμε να εξετάσουμε τη βιωσιμότητα ή το αισθητικό του κομμάτι. Γιατί δεν μπορεί να έχεις ένα οικοδόμημα το οποίο δεν είναι ασφαλές και να ξοδεύεις χρήματα για την βιωσιμότητα και για άλλους λόγους πάνω σε αυτό το έργο. Η ασφάλεια πάντα είναι πρώτη, γιατί η ανθρώπινη ζωή είναι το πιο σημαντικό από όλα. Ίσως αργότερα να μπορέσουμε να σας δείξουμε αυτά τα έγγραφα. Μπορείτε να τα κατεβάσετε από την σελίδα του Συμβουλίου. Το δεύτερο έγγραφο είναι η προσέγγιση αυτή της ενσωματωμένης ασφάλειας, αρτιότητας και βιωσιμότητας. Μια πολύ μεγάλη προσπάθεια από το Ευρωπαϊκό Συμβούλιο Πολιτικών Μηχανικών να δημιουργήσει αυτή την τοποθέτηση. Ήταν δουλειά πολλών ετών με επαγγελματίες από 28 χώρες στην Ευρώπη που δούλεψαν πολύ σκληρά για να ολοκληρώσουν αυτό το έγγραφο. Και είμαστε πολύ χαρούμενοι που το κάναμε αυτό, γιατί ήταν πραγματικά μια ενεργή έτσι, προσέγγιση. Και το τελευταίο έγγραφο, το μανιφέστο για υποδομές που αντέχουν, που είναι θωρακισμένες απέναντι στην κλιματική κρίση. Καταρχάς ξεκινάμε πρώτα απ' όλα από τον αντισυσμικό έλεγχο πριν από οποιαδήποτε άλλη αναβάθμιση και ένα οικονομικό κίνητρο για την επιβράβευση αυτών των κινήτρων, των αναβαθμίσεων. Ωραία. Η συζήτηση μας οδηγεί στην αστικοποίηση. Ποιες είναι οι προκλήσεις της αστικοποίησης, κυρία καθηγήτρια? Καταρχάς, μιλάω εξ ονόματος των αρχιτεκτόνων, της Ένωσης των Αρχιτεκτόνων, και πρέπει πρώτα απ' όλα να πω ότι η αρχιτεκτονική και ο πολεοδομικός σχεδιασμός είναι επιστήμες που μπορούν να συνεισφέρουν στη συζήτηση για το κλίμα. Έχουν επίσης ένα πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο. Απλώς να πω ότι 10 χρόνια μετά την υιοθέτηση της ατζέντας του 2030, αντιληφθήκαμε ότι δεν μπορούμε να επιτύχουμε τους στόχους της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης. Μόνο το 17% των στόχων βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης πηγαίνουν καλά για να επιτευχθούν στο 2030. Και από κάποιες απόψεις δεν προοδεύουμε, γυρίζουμε προς τα πίσω. Έως το 2050, τα 2 τρίτα της ανθρωπότητας θα ζουν σε αστικές περιοχές, παρότι τα αστικά κέντρα αντιπροσωπεύουν μόνο το 2% της παγκόσμιας έκτασης. Οι πόλεις είναι μεγαλύτεροι καταναλωτές υλικών ενέργειας και η μεγαλύτερη επίσης παραγωγή απορριμμάτων. Και επίσης πρέπει να κατανοήσουμε ότι η συζήτηση για την αστικοποίηση είναι κάτι τελείως διαφορετικό, γιατί οι ανάγκες είναι διαφορετικές. Όταν μιλάμε για την Ευρώπη, για μηδενική ανάπτυξη ή για προσπάθεια να κρατήσουμε τις πόλεις στο μέγεθος που έχουν, έχουμε μια τεράστια επέκταση με μεγαλοπόλεις οι οποίες επεκτείνονται σε άλλα μέρη του κόσμου και έχουμε φυσικά και άτυπους οικισμούς και έχουμε και έναν τεράστιο αριθμό νέων πόλεων που δημιουργούνται. Και η συζήτηση λοιπόν είναι ότι έχουμε διαφορετικά προβλήματα στην Ευρώπη, σκεφτόμαστε πάρα πολύ τα δικά μας προβλήματα, τα οποία είναι πολύ διαφορετικά. Αν όμως δούμε το θέμα πιο σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο, πρέπει να τα λάβουμε όλα υπόψη μας. Για μας ως αρχιτέκτονες, καταρχάς πρέπει να αναγνωριστεί τι μπορεί να κάνει η αρχιτεκτονική και ο πολεοδομικός σχεδιασμός, γιατί αυτό δεν συμβαίνει αυτή τη στιγμή. Είναι κάτι σημαντικό λοιπόν να συμβεί και θα πρέπει να αναγνωριστεί ο ρόλος αυτών των δύο. Η αρχιτεκτονική είναι ένας τομέας που έχει δημόσιο ενδιαφέρον. Δεν το βλέπουμε αυτό να συμβαίνει. Άρα λοιπόν η καλή αρχιτεκτονική, ο καλός πολεοδομικός σχεδιασμός πρέπει να δημιουργεί ποιότητα, πρέπει να σέβεται τον πολιτισμό, τους κατοίκους και τους χρήστες, να αποκαλύπτει τα χαρακτηριστικά ενός τόπου, όταν τα βασικά χαρακτηριστικά είναι η τοπογραφία, είναι η μνήμη του τόπου, είναι η ιστορία, είναι ο πολιτισμός. Πρέπει να ενισχύει την ταυτότητα και να δημιουργεί την αίσθηση του ανήκειν. Και φυσικά να σέβεται τη διαφορετικότητα. Πριν ο Υπουργός σας μίλησε για επένδυση και ανάπτυξη, ναι, αλλά η Ελλάδα πρέπει επίσης να αναρωτηθεί σε ποια κατεύθυνση θα πρέπει να γίνουν αυτές οι επενδύσεις. Ποιος είναι ο θησαυρός σας? Είστε μια όμορφη χώρα με ωραία παράδοση. Το θέμα είναι πώς μπορούμε αυτό να το διοχετεύσουμε κάπως. Τα οικονομικά μέσα, ναι, αλλά χρειαζόμαστε και την ποιότητα. Πρέπει να σεβαστούμε, να συμφωνήσουμε ότι σεβόμαστε τον πληθυσμό, ότι θέλουμε μια ανάπτυξη που περιλαμβάνει όλους. Είναι συμπεριληπτική. Και φυσικά πρέπει να σκεφτούμε ότι δεν είναι μόνο πρόβλημα των πόλεων αυτό, είναι η σχέση των πόλεων και των περιοχών, των γύρω περιοχών. Γιατί η αστικοποίηση σήμερα, με όλα αυτά τα δεδομένα που έχουμε, είναι σαφές ότι δεν μπορείς να περιορίσεις την πόλη γύρω από τείχη. Κύριε καθηγητή, εσείς είστε Ιταλός, εγώ είμαι Έλληνας, η ιστορία υπάρχει γύρω από τις πόλεις μας παντού. Υπάρχει τρόπος, υπάρχει κάποια σύγκρουση μεταξύ του μετασχηματισμού των πόλεων και της συντήρησης των ιστορικών μνημείων. Να σας πω ότι κατά τη γνώμη μου, αυτό το δίλημμα είναι μάλλον ψευδές. Πρέπει να το αντιληφθούμε αυτό. Πέρα από το σύγχρονο και από το κλασικό, δεν χρειάζεται να μπερδεύουμε τα στυλ, τη γλώσσα με την αρχιτεκτονική. Η αρχιτεκτονική είναι κάτι διαφορετικό από τη γλώσσα και πάντα υπάρχει και υπήρχε τρόπος στην αρχιτεκτονική να επιλύουμε μέσα από τη φόρμα και την τεχνολογία φυσικά προβλήματα που είχαμε μπροστά μας. Για παράδειγμα, τι είναι μια αψίδα? Κάτι το οποίο προέκυψε από τους μηχανικούς ή από την αρχιτεκτονική? Από την αρχαία ελληνική, από τη ρωμαϊκή αρχιτεκτονική ή των επιστήμη των πολιτικών μηχανικών? Ήταν η αρχαία Ελλάδα ή η αρχαία Ρώμη κάτι διαφορετικό? Οπότε και πάλι πρέπει να ανακαλύψουμε ξανά τη δυνατότητα να χρησιμοποιούμε τη φόρμα για να επιλύουμε το πρόβλημα. Το πρόβλημα σήμερα της αρχιτεκτονικής, κατά τη γνώμη μου, είναι ένας τρόπος εξωτερικής αναφοράς, ο οποίος είναι διαχωρισμένος από τη δυνατότητα επίλυσης με το κύριο εργαλείο μας, τις φόρμες, το πρόβλημα. Αν αποδεχτούμε όμως αυτή την πρόκληση, θεωρώ ότι η σύγκρουση μεταξύ του κλασικού και του μοντέρνου πραγματικά είναι ένα δίλημμα ψευδές. Συμφωνώ μαζί σας. Κύριε Στυλιανού, δεν είστε καθηγητής εσείς. Ωραία. Απλώς πολιτικός μηχανικός. Ας είμαστε λοιπόν πρακτικοί. Αστιεύομαι τώρα. Πώς μπορούν οι μηχανικοί και οι υπεύθυνοι χάραξης πολιτικής να συνεργαστούν καλύτερα για να βεβαιωθούμε ότι οι προκλήσεις αυτές που αντιμετωπίζουν οι πόλεις θα μπορέσουν να αντιμετωπιστούν? Ναι, στο Ευρωπαϊκό Συμβούλιο Πολιτικών Μηχανικών εμείς προάγουμε την προσέγγιση 3S, ασφάλεια, safe, sound, sustainable, ασφάλεια, αρτιότητα και βιωσιμότητα, και θα συνεχίσω και με αυτό που είπε ο καθηγητής. Πριν από πολλά χρόνια, πριν από 2.000 χρόνια, κάποιος μηχανικός ή κάποιος αρχιτέκτονας ή κάποιοι άνθρωποι που ήταν και μηχανικοί και αρχιτέκτονες εφήβρανε την αψίδα, το θόλο. Αυτά ήταν ασφαλή αρχιτεκτονικά έργα, ασφαλή τεχνικά έργα και η καλύτερη φόρμα που υπήρχε για τα οικοδομήματα. Έτσι λοιπόν μαζί συνεργάστηκαν όλα αυτά για να δημιουργηθεί αυτή η επιστήμη και δημιουργήθηκαν αυτές οι φόρμες Και αυτός είναι και ο τρόπος που πρέπει να ενεργήσουμε σήμερα. Οι πολιτικοί, οι μηχανικοί, οι υπεύθυνοι χάραξης πολιτικής, οι αρχιτέκτονες πρέπει να καθίσουν μαζί στο τραπέζι και να συζητήσουν, αλλά να συζητήσουν από πριν οι πολιτικοί πάρουν τις αποφάσεις, πριν χαραχθούν οι πολιτικές. Πρέπει μαζί με τους μηχανικούς εξ αρχής να βρουν αναρμονισμένα και ανθεκτικά πρότυπα για μια πιο ασφαλή Ευρώπη. Μια πιο ασφαλής κατασκευή είναι και πιο ανθεκτική και άρα και βιώσιμη, γιατί δεν χρειάζεται συνεχώς συντήρηση και δεν χρειάζεται κόστος, δεν έχει αυξημένο κόστος, δεν υπάρχουν όλες αυτές οι εκπομπές για την ανακαίνιση, την αναστήλωση, την αναβάθμιση. Άρα είναι ένα καλύτερο έργο. Μέσα λοιπόν αυτή την διεπιστημονική προσέγγιση μπορούμε να δημιουργήσουμε μια πιο ασφαλή και πιο βιώσιμη Ευρώπη και πιο ανθεκτική για τους πολίτες του μέλλοντος. Νομίζω ότι συμφωνούν και οι καθηγητές μαζί σου. Ναι, γιατί συνέχισε από το στοιχείο αυτό της αψίδας. Ζούμε στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης. Αυτά τα όργανα του διαβόλου μπορούν να μας βοηθήσουν να λύσουμε τα προβλήματα της αστικοποίησης. Ωραία ερώτηση. Τώρα ξεκινάμε και αυτή την τεχνολογική μετάβαση. Είμαστε στην αρχή της. Πολλοί άνθρωποι τη φοβούνται και μπορώ να πω ότι χτες στο Συμβούλιο του UIA εγκρίναμε τις πρώτες κατευθυντήριες οδηγίες για την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, τη χρήση της στην αρχιτεκτονική. Αυτές οι οδηγίες θα παρουσιαστούν στο συνέδριο της Βαρκελόνης στα τέλη του Ιουνίου. Πρέπει να την εγκρίνει η Γενική Συνέλευση και θα είναι οι πρώτες κατευθυντήριες αρχές διεθνούς σημασίας. Είμαστε μπροστά και από τον Παγκόσμιο Οργανισμό Πνευματικών Δικαιωμάτων, γιατί είδαμε ότι εκείνοι είχαν πρόσφατα το συνέδριό τους και είδαμε ότι εμείς με τις οδηγίες μας προπορευόμαστε. Αλλά παράλληλα πρέπει να αναφέρω ότι πρέπει κανείς να το βλέπει ως ένα εργαλείο, ως ένα μέσο, δεν είναι τίποτα παραπάνω. Τι σημαίνει αυτό? Ότι η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη μπορεί να αυξήσει την αποδοτικότητα και την ακρίβεια. Μπορεί και να επαυξήσει την δημιουργικότητα ή ακόμα να ενισχύσει την απόδοση των κτηρίων. Σαφώς, γιατί για τα πιο τεχνικά πράγματα είναι πιο εύκολο. Αλλά είναι ένα εργαλείο που μπορεί να είναι επικίνδυνο. Γιατί πρέπει να έχουμε εμείς τον έλεγχο, να τον κρατήσουμε. Δεν μπορούμε να τον παραχωρήσουμε σε αυτό το εργαλείο. Οι άνθρωποι πρέπει να κρατήσουν τον έλεγχο. Το πρόβλημα είναι το μαύρο κουτί. Τι υπάρχει μέσα στο μαύρο κουτί? Και για μας είναι σημαντικό ο σχεδιασμός να μπορεί να εξηγηθεί, να υπάρχει μια διαφάνεια και η χνηλασιμότητα, να ξέρεις τι υπάρχει μέσα στο μαύρο κουτί. Ότι η ροή της εργασίας να είναι αναστρέψιμη, να έχουμε κάποιες δικλείδες ασφαλείας. Και επίσης, το πιο σημαντικό, εμείς να παραμείνουμε ως αρχιτέκτονες. Η απόφαση, αυτοί που λαμβάνουν τις αποφάσεις, πρέπει να καθοδηγούμε αυτό το εργαλείο. Αυτό λοιπόν είναι ένα παγκόσμιο πρόβλημα. Είναι ένα εργαλείο και ένα εργαλείο που είναι καινούριο. Στις προηγούμενες τεχνολογίες δεν ήταν έτσι, αλλά είναι ένα εργαλείο που μπορεί να δημιουργεί. Μπορεί να κάνει πράγματα από μόνο του. Δεν εξαρτάται μόνο από αυτά που λέμε εμείς. Και γι' αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να διατηρήσουμε τον έλεγχο και δεν μπορούμε να το λύσουμε μόνοι μας, δεν μπορούμε να το λύσουμε για τα επαγγελματά μας, αλλά πρέπει επιγόντως να υπάρξει νομοθεσία. Επιγόντως χρειαζόμαστε νομοθεσία. Αυτή η τεχνολογία έχει τη δυνατότητα να πάρει εκείνη το πάνω χέρι. Οπότε χρειαζόμαστε την τεχνολογία. Χρειαζόμαστε την νομοθεσία. Η τεχνολογία είναι ένα μέσο. Δεν πρέπει να έχει εκείνη να αποφασίζει εκείνη. Οι άνθρωποι πρέπει να διατηρήσουν τον έλεγχο. Θα υπάρχουν όμως διαφορετικές επιδράσεις. Θα αυξήσει την ταχύτητα και θέλω να τους ρωτήσω όλους. Πραγματικά θέλουμε να δουλεύουμε τόσο γρήγορα? Ήδη δουλεύουμε γρήγορα και έχουμε πολύ λίγο χρόνο να αναλογιζόμαστε για τα σημαντικά πράγματα. Χρειαζόμαστε χρόνο. Αυτό το χρόνο να στοχαστούμε. Είναι καλό να γίνονται πιο γρήγορα αυτά που δεν μας αρέσουν. Είναι καλό να μας δίνονται πολλές δυνατότητες, ας πούμε, σε κάτι, πολλές επιλογές, αλλά το πρόβλημά μας ως κοινωνία είναι επίσης και το τι κάνουμε με το χρόνο μας. Και το άλλο που μπορεί να είναι τρομακτικό είναι ότι κατά πάσα πιθανότητα θα αυξήσει τις ανισότητες και τις διαφορές. Γιατί το ανοιχτό σύστημα που θα είναι επικίνδυνο για όλους, σε κάποιο βαθμό είναι επικίνδυνο, και αυτό που θα έχουν οι ιδιωτικές εταιρείες, όπως το ήδη έχουν τα μεγάλα γραφεία, προφανώς θα είναι πιο γρήγορο και πιο καλό και αξιόπιστος και θα ελέγχει και όλα τα δεδομένα που υπάρχουν στη διάθεσή του. Οπότε η αίσθηση είναι ότι αυτό μπορεί να αυξήσει τις ανισότητες μεταξύ των μεγάλων και των μικρών γραφείων στο αρχιτεκτονικό χώρο, αλλά και ανάμεσα σε χώρες, γιατί δεν είναι το ίδιο όπως το ίντερνετ. Από μια άποψη έχει μια άλλη συνιστόσα. Η προσωπική μου λοιπόν συμβουλή είναι νομοθεσία. Όσο μπορείτε και όσο πιο γρήγορα μπορείτε, γιατί το σύστημα εξελίσσεται πολύ γρήγορα.
Συγγνώμη, θα ήθελα να διορθώσω κάτι. Ο τίτλος μου ως καθηγήτρια είμαι επίτιμη καθηγήτρια, είναι τιμητικός, οπότε δεν χρειάζεται να με αποκαλείτε καθηγήτρια. Είμαι αρχιτέκτον. Τώρα, η ερώτηση του 1.000.000. Θα έπρεπε η αρχιτεκτονική ή η μηχανική να έρχεται πρώτη, να έχει τον πρώτο λόγο? Πώς μπορούμε να συνδυάσουμε την τεχνολογία και την παράδοση, το μοντέρνο και το κλασικό, για να διατηρήσουμε την εικόνα? Επιτρέψτε μου να πω, σαν αστείο ουσιαστικά, κάτι σχετικά με το δικό μου ρόλο ως καθηγητής. Ναι, είμαι καθηγητής, αλλά πρώτα απ' όλα είμαι επαγγελματίας. Και επιτρέψτε μου να πω ότι ο καθηγητής και ο επαγγελματίας έχουν την ίδια ρίζα. Και αυτοί διδάσκουν ουσιαστικά. Έχουν κάτι να πούνε, να παράξουν. Υπάρχει κάτι υποβόσκον. Συγκεκριμένα έναν ηθικό ρόλο που υπάρχει στο κοινό μας επάγγελμα. 20 χρόνια πριν, στην Biennale στη Βενετία, είπαμε λιγότερη αισθητική, περισσότερη ηθική. Οπότε λοιπόν, υπό αυτό το πρίσμα, επιτρέψτε μου να πω ότι ο επαγγελματίας είναι ανεξάρτητος. Είναι ένας μηχανικός, είναι ένας αρχιτέκτονας. Είναι ένας άνθρωπος ο οποίος θα πρέπει να λύσει προβλήματα επαγγελματικά αλλά και ηθικά. Και συμφωνώ πλήρως με αυτό που ανέφερε εδώ ο συνάδελφος. Ναι, είναι σοφός, ξεκάθαρα. Οπότε λοιπόν αυτό το πρόβλημα δεν περιλαμβάνει μόνο τεχνικές προδιαγραφές, αλλά και πολιτικό ρόλο. Αρχαιολογικό επίσης, περιβαλλοντολογικό. Κάθε σημαντικό έργο έχει ένα μεγάλο σενάριο με πολλούς ηθοποιούς. Αυτοί οι ηθοποιοί όλοι έχουν ο καθένας τη δική του ειδικότητα Μπορεί να είναι λίγο πιο ανεξάρτητοι, αν είναι αρχιτέκτονες ή μηχανικοί ή σχεδιαστές. Αλλά χρειάζεται όμως πάντα ένας σκηνοθέτης. Δεν είναι σολίστες. Χρειαζόμαστε λοιπόν σκηνοθέτες για να έχουμε ένα καλό αποτέλεσμα και αυτό είναι η μεγάλη πρόκληση. Ευχαριστώ. Κύριε Στυλιανέ, είστε ο πιο σοφός. Γιατί το μικρό σας όνομα είναι Πλάτων, αλλά και γιατί αυτή είναι η τελευταία ερώτηση, οπότε θα σας ζητήσουμε να μας κάνετε μία μικρή περίληψη σε όλα αυτά που είπαμε. Πώς μπορεί η Ευρώπη να προστατέψει την ιστορική της κληρονομιά των κτηρίων? Αυτά τα κτίρια, οι πολιτιστικές κληρονομιές, είναι πάρα πολύ βασικά για τη διατήρηση του πολιτισμού της Ευρώπης, αλλά όμως είναι και τα πιο ευάλωτα, γιατί είναι παλιά, γιατί είχαν χτιστεί χωρίς ευρωπαϊκές προδιαγραφές, χωρίς νομοθεσία. Ορισμένα από αυτά βέβαια, παρότι χτίστηκαν χωρίς προδιαγραφές, χωρίς νομοθεσία, χωρίς τεχνικά ζητήματα, είναι εξαιρετικά παραδείγματα και αρχιτεκτονικής και μηχανικής και άντεξαν στο πέρασμα του χρόνου χωρίς κανένα πρόβλημα. Αυτό μας ανησυχεί. Και συνεχίζοντας αυτό που άκουσα πριν από τους συναδέλφους μου, γι' αυτό το Ευρωπαϊκό Συμβούλιο Πολιτικών Μηχανικών δημιουργεί τον κώδικα ηθικής για χρήστες AI. Ο κώδικας ηθικής για τους χρήστες του AI, της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης, που είναι πολύ σημαντικό για μας, γιατί όπως είπατε ήδη, ο ηθικός κώδικας είναι πολύ σημαντικός στο επάγγελμά μας. Οι αρχιτέκτονες, οι μηχανικοί πρέπει να έχουν έναν σταθερό κώδικα ηθικής. Πάμε τώρα λοιπόν στην ιστορική πλευρά. Μπορούμε να το πετύχουμε αυτό ως το Ευρωπαϊκό Συμβούλιο Πολιτικών Μηχανικών με 3 τρόπους. Ο πρώτος είναι η αξιολόγηση του κινδύνου. Θα πρέπει να κάνουμε παρεμβάσεις με σοφό τρόπο και σεβασμό στην αρχική κατασκευή, στο αρχικό σχέδιο. Δεν μπορούμε να πάμε σε ένα παλιό κτίριο και να το αλλάξουμε όλο μόνο και μόνο για να γίνει ανακαίνιση. Πρέπει να το σεβαστούμε. Μετά, οι κλιματικές επεμβάσεις που θα πρέπει και αυτές να μπουν μέσα στο σχέδιο, αλλά με σοφό τρόπο όπως είπαμε και με την ελάχιστη παρέμβαση. Δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε πολιτιστικά βιώσιμο το Κολοσσέο. Και τρίτον, χρειαζόμαστε και ένα ευρωπαϊκό πλαίσιο που θα χρηματοδοτήσει αυτές τις τεχνικές. Δεν μπορούμε να τα κάνουμε όλα. Χρειαζόμαστε σοφία, χρειαζόμαστε αρχιτεκτονική σοφία και μηχανική σοφία. Αυτά τα πράγματα θα μας δώσουν την καλύτερη λύση και για την καλύτερη λύση θα πρέπει να επενδύσουμε χρόνο. Και ο χρόνος απαιτείται και για τη δημιουργία του σχεδίου αλλά και για την κατασκευή. Οπότε χρειαζόμαστε και την επιδότηση, την κατάλληλη χρηματοδότηση γι' αυτό, που τώρα δεν υπάρχει. Αυτή είναι η λύση μας λοιπόν, να συνδυάσουμε την ασφάλεια, την αντισυσμικότητα, την προστασία από τη φωτιά με την πολιτιστική κληρονομιά και την πολιτιστική προστασία. Ωραία. Και τώρα θα αξιολογήσετε εσείς τις ερωτήσεις που σας έκανα και να μας δώσετε ένα τελευταίο μήνυμα προς το κοινό. Έχετε 2 λεπτάκια ο καθένας για μια καταληκτική δήλωση. Όταν λοιπόν μιλάμε για την αστικοποίηση, το πιο σημαντικό είναι η ποιότητα και ο σεβασμός των χαρακτηριστικών του κάθε μέρους. Και θεωρώ ότι είναι πολύ σημαντικό να κατανοήσουμε ότι πρέπει να έχουμε διαφορετικότητα. Δεν γίνεται να έχουμε τους ίδιους κανόνες για ολόκληρη τη χώρα, τους ίδιους κατασκευαστικούς κανόνες. Πρέπει να υπάρχει τοπική επίβλεψη και τοπικοί κανονισμοί. Δεν είναι τα ίδια πράγματα παντού. Είναι αρκετά σημαντικό σε αυτόν τον κόσμο της παγκοσμιοποίησης να μην γίνουμε όλοι το ίδιο πράγμα. Η κουλτούρα μας, ο πολιτισμός μας είναι αυτό που αποτελεί το αναγνωριστικό της κάθε χώρας και αυτό χρειάζεται να μπει στον αρχιτεκτονικό θόκο. Δεν θα είναι τα πράγματα ίδια στην πόλη Α και στην πόλη Β. Αυτό βέβαια είναι και ο πλούτος μας. Ο πλούτος των διαφορετικών χωρών, της Ελλάδας για παράδειγμα, που έχει τόσο μεγάλο τουρισμό, τόσο πολύ τουρισμό. Οπότε αυτό πουλάτε την ομορφιά της χώρας και την ποικιλομορφία της αρχιτεκτονικής, των μνημείων. Οπότε είναι πολύ σημαντικό να καταφέρουμε να αναπτύξουμε σεβασμό για το μέρος μας, για τον τόπο μας και να υπάρχει και το νομικό πλαίσιο για να μπορούμε να δώσουμε αξία σε αυτά και όχι να τα καταστρέψουμε και να τα κάνουμε όλα ίδια. Αυτός είναι, πιστεύω, ένας από τους κινδύνους της παγκοσμιοποίησης. Είτε σήμερα πας σε ένα εμπορικό κέντρο στην Αθήνα, είτε ένα εμπορικό κέντρο στο Όσλο ή δεν ξέρω, στο Ντουμπάι, θα είναι το ίδιο. Είναι ένα εμπορικό κέντρο. Αλλά δεν θα έπρεπε όμως να εξελιχθεί έτσι ο κόσμος. Θέλουμε να υπάρχει ποικιλομορφία. Οπότε, σεβασμός στους ανθρώπους, σεβασμός στα χαρακτηριστικά του κάθε μέρους και δημοκρατική συνεργασία, συμμετοχή στις αποφάσεις. Αυτό είναι επίσης πολύ σημαντικό για να καταφέρουμε να κρατήσουμε αυτό τον πλούτο παγκοσμίως, ο οποίος είναι η ποικιλομορφία. Επιτρέψτε μου να πω ότι αν κάποιος από το κοινό θέλει να κάνει κάποια ερώτηση ή να μου πει ότι δεν τα είπα καλά. Κύριε καθηγητά, το καταληκτικό σας σχόλιο. Αν λοιπόν ο τελικός μας στόχος είναι η βιωσιμότητα, θα πρέπει να κατανοήσουμε ότι χρειάζεται μέσα στα επαγγέλματα να υπάρξει μια σύνδεση στην αρχιτεκτονική, στη βιομηχανία. Και επιτρέψτε μου να πω στους αρχιτέκτονες αλλά και στους ανθρώπους, παρακαλώ μην μπερδεύεστε άλλο πια. Μην μπερδεύετε τη δημιουργικότητα με την υπερβολή. Ακούστε με, 70 χρόνια πριν, ο Φέλιξ Καντήλα, για παράδειγμα, που ήταν ένας πολύ διάσημος μηχανικός, έγραψε ένα γράμμα σε ένα φίλο του, ο οποίος ήταν αρχιτέκτονας, και είπε: το μεγαλύτερο πρόβλημα που έχουμε αυτή τη στιγμή είναι η υπερβολή, τα υπερβολικά όνειρα των αρχιτεκτόνων. Εδώ και 100 χρόνια σχεδόν έχουμε αυτό το πρόβλημα. Και ως αρχιτέκτονες δεν είναι ότι εμείς θέλουμε να είμαστε υπερβολικοί, αλλά μπερδεύουμε την υπερβολή με την δημιουργικότητα. Η δημιουργικότητα λύνει προβλήματα, ενώ η υπερβολή προσθέτει προβλήματα. Επίσης η υπερβολή ζητάται από μας, από τους πολιτικούς, από την κουλτούρα, από τον κόσμο. Όλοι θέλουν να δούνε κάτι υπερβολικό. Οπότε ακυρώνουμε την υπερβολή και συγκεντρωθείτε στην δημιουργικότητα, που είναι το βασικό μας εργαλείο. Πολύ χρήσιμο αυτό και για τη δουλειά μου επίσης. Βέβαια. Και πάλι, αν κάποιος από το κοινό έχει κάποια ερώτηση, παρακαλώ. Το τελικό σας συμπέρασμα. Το τελικό μου μήνυμα είναι ξεκάθαρο. Θα πρέπει να χρησιμοποιήσουμε ολιστικές προσεγγίσεις να βάλουμε την ασφάλεια, τη βιωσιμότητα και να χρησιμοποιήσουμε την δημιουργικότητα, όπως υπόθηκε πριν, για να λύσουμε προβλήματα. Η ασφάλεια λοιπόν θα πρέπει να είναι βασική σε οποιοδήποτε τρόπο σκέψης και πριν από οποιαδήποτε απόφαση ληφθεί, για να μπορούμε να έχουμε την δημιουργικότητα για όλα τα κτίρια, για όλες τις υποδομές, για όλο το περιβάλλον. Βέβαια δεν αξιολόγησε κανένα στη συζήτησή μας. Υπάρχει μια ερώτηση εδώ νομίζω. Αν θέλετε σηκωθείτε να κάνετε την ερώτηση. Λυπάμαι, αλλά η ερώτηση είναι εκτός μικροφώνου και δεν μπορώ να την ακούσω. Η θέση λοιπόν του Προέδρου Τραμπ, ο οποίος αφαίρεσε το επάγγελμα του αρχιτέκτονα από τον ακαδημαϊκό χώρο. Δεν δίνονται πλέον πτυχία αρχιτεκτονικής. Πώς θα μπορούσαμε να σχολιάσουμε αυτές τις απόψεις του κυρίου Τραμπ? Παρακαλώ το όνομά σας. Έλενα Λάινα, αρχιτέκτον μηχανικός. Το διαβάσαμε στον τύπο αυτό, στην εφημερίδα, και έχουμε έρθει σε επαφή με το Αμερικανικό Ινστιτούτο Αρχιτεκτόνων, γιατί έχουν λάβει μια ξεκάθαρη στάση απέναντι σε αυτό. Εμείς θα προσφέρουμε φυσικά τη βοήθειά μας ενάντια φυσικά σε αυτή την απόφαση. Προς στιγμήν, καθώς έχω καταλάβει, είναι έμεση πρόταση. Νομίζω είπαν ότι δεν θα υπάρχουν υποτροφίες για αρχιτέκτονες, οπότε είναι ένας έμεσος τρόπος που θα επηρεάσει το επάγγελμα σίγουρα. Δεν ξέρω πόσο μακριά μπορεί να το τραβήξει αυτό, δεν το έχω μελετήσει, αλλά σίγουρα δεν είναι καλό και πρέπει να πω, εάν το κάνουν οι Αμερικάνοι, ας το κάνουν αυτοί. Εμείς δεν αναγνωρίζουμε κάτι τέτοιο στον υπόλοιπο κόσμο. Είναι ένα πολύ σημαντικό επάγγελμα και θα παραμείνει σημαντικό. Και εμείς ως Ένωση Αρχιτεκτόνων θα το υπερασπιζόμαστε. Είναι ένα δυστυχές περιστατικό, αλλά δεν είναι και το πρώτο. Στις πρώτες μέρες της θητείας του Προέδρου Τραμπ, είπε επίσης και για την κλασική αρχιτεκτονική, έκανε ένα διάγγελμα, στο οποίο λάβαμε θέση. Γιατί είναι φανταστικό, είναι απίστευτο να θες κλασική αρχιτεκτονική σε δημόσια κτίρια τον 21ο αιώνα. Και δεν είναι το μόνο πράγμα που μας εκπλήσει από τον πρόεδρο Τραμπ, οπότε ας κάνουν ό,τι θέλουν. Εμείς θα συνεχίσουμε να κάνουμε τις δικές μας αξίες και θα υπερασπιζόμαστε το επάγγελμά μας. Ναι, αλλά μήπως γίνει η τάση? Όχι, δεν θα γίνει η τάση. Όχι, δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση. Ναι, αλλά έμεσα θα επηρεαστούν η Ευρώπη και οι άλλες χώρες. Ναι, φυσικά, γιατί οι υποτροφίες βοηθάνε τους φοιτητές. Αλλά και πάλι αυτή είναι ακόμα μία απόφαση τελείως απρόσμενη αυτής της κυβέρνησης. Κάποιος άλλος? Θα ήθελες να αξιολογήσουμε τη συζήτηση. Να πω πραγματικά ότι δεν είναι κάτι που δεν θα περιμέναμε, δεν γνωριζόμαστε φυσικά και μιλάμε για το ίδιο πράγμα. Και νομίζω ότι όλοι συμφωνούμε πως το ηθικό κομμάτι είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Εκεί πιστεύω ότι πρέπει να επικεντρωθούμε όλοι. Γιατί ο πολιτισμός μας χάνει τις ηθικές του αξίες. Και με περιστατικά σαν αυτό που αναφέρατε, ας πούμε. Οπότε αυτό πρέπει να έχουμε στο μυαλό μας. Είναι το πρώτο πράγμα που δεν μπορούμε να το πετύχουμε μόνοι μας. Αν δεν έχουμε ηθικές αξίες, Μιλάμε για την ποιότητα ζωής, μιλάμε για ισότητα. Αν δεν έχουμε ηθικές αξίες, τίποτα, δεν θα έχουμε τίποτα. Και βλέπουμε ότι αυτή είναι η αρχή μιας συμφωνίας, κατά πού πρέπει να κινηθούμε ως επαγγελματίες. Και χαίρομαι πολύ που βλέπω εδώ τους συναδέλφους, αρχιτέκτονες, πολιτικούς μηχανικούς να σκέφτονται το ίδιο πράγμα. Ναι, αυτό δεν θα είναι καλό για την τηλεόραση βέβαια. Πριν από 10 λεπτά είπα ότι το πρόβλημα λέγαμε ότι υπάρχει πρόβλημα συνεργασίας σε όλους τους κλάδους, συμπεριλαμβανομένου και του πολιτικού κλάδου. Και αυτό δεν είναι πρόβλημα γλώσσας. Καταλαβαίνουμε ακριβώς τι θέλουμε να πούμε και την προβληματική διάσταση αυτών που είπαμε πριν. Την ακύρωση της αρχιτεκτονικής ως ακαδημαϊκή πορεία. Η αρχιτεκτονική τι είναι, μόνο ζωγραφιά, μόνο σχέδιο, μόνο υπερβολή. Και μισό λεπτό από εσάς. Ήτανε λοιπόν, όπως είπαμε, μια συζήτηση πάνελ με 2 αρχιτέκτονες και 1 πολιτικό μηχανικό. Δεν τσακωθήκαμε, συγγνώμη γι' αυτό. Συμφωνούμε όλοι, γιατί τα προβλήματα είναι τα ίδια. Θα πρέπει να αντιμετωπίσουμε τα προβλήματα με τον καλύτερο τρόπο, να βρούμε τις βέλτιστες πρακτικές και τις βέλτιστες λύσεις. Και πιστεύω ότι όταν στείλουμε αυτά τα 3 έγγραφα που έχουμε ετοιμάσει στο Ευρωπαϊκό Συμβούλιο Πολιτικών Μηχανικών, μπορείτε να τα χρησιμοποιήσετε. Είναι άρτια για την ασφάλεια, τη βιωσιμότητα των κτηρίων και του περιβάλλοντος. Είναι ένα μανιφέστο ουσιαστικά για αυτή την προσέγγιση ασφάλειας, αρτιότητας και βιωσιμότητας. Ευχαριστώ λοιπόν. Ελπίζω να η συζήτησή μας να σας φάνηκε ενδιαφέρουσα. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Moving on, complex topics such as sustainability requires the approach of different disciplines. Now, our next panel is about climate risks and infrastructure, how modern design and available funding can enhance the resilience of infrastructure in the face of climate pressures. We will have members of the diplomacy sector, the industry. We have Mr. Yorgos Pagoulatis, the ambassador of Greece at the OECD and professor of economics, Ms. Theodora Donakaki, the director of the Center of Climate Change and Sustainability from the Bank of Greece, Mr. Thanos Psathas, CEO of ETVA, and Ms. Despina Kalidromitou, president and board member of EFCA. Their different perspectives are going to highlight the challenges and conditions that tie industrial design with the funding of resilient structures. The moderator is journalist Elias Palialexis. A warm round of applause for our panelists and our presenter. and our president here, Mr. Konstantinos Makedas, for this excellent conference, truly deserving of an applause. It's a very high level conference. And I think we can invite them to the stand here, to the stage. Mr. Pagoulatos, Ms. Zadonakaki, Mr. Psathas, Ms. Kalindromitou. Let's not stall. Do we have our ambassador to OECD, Mr. Pagoulatos, with us? Excellent. Hello, Mr. Pagoulatos. Good morning. We're not wasting any time. I will give you the floor to talk to us about climate risks and infrastructure from design to funding and resilience. If you can tell us, based on your international experience, where does the international community stand right now? And then when we have our round of questions, maybe we can talk about Greece.
Ευχαρίστως και σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Από την οπτική του ΩΣΑ, οι κλιματικοί κίνδυνοι εξελίσσονται και ευρύτερα, όχι μόνο από την οπτική του ΩΣΑ, σε ένα από τους πιο κρίσιμους παράγοντες που επηρεάζουν την ασφάλεια, την οικονομία, την κοινωνική συνοχή. Υποδομές, ενεργειακές, μεταφορικές, υδάτινες, ψηφιακές. Είναι στην πρώτη γραμμή αυτής της πρόκλησης. Και η αύξηση της συχνότητας και της έντασης ακραίων καιρικών φαινομένων, πλημμύρες, πυρκαγιές, καύσωνες, ξηρασίες, δεν είναι πια μεμονωμένα περιστατικά, είναι νέα κανονικότητα. Λοιπόν, σε διεθνές επίπεδο, και όχι μόνο σε εθνικό, οι οικονομικές συνέπειες μπορούν να είναι τεράστιες. Το κόστος αυτό δεν αφορά μόνο την αποκατάσταση ζημιών, αλλά και την απώλεια παραγωγικότητας, την ανατροπή εφοδιαστικών αλυσίδων, την αύξηση του ασφαλιστικού κόστους. Για παράδειγμα, ο Διεθνής Οργανισμός Ενέργειας, ο οποίος είναι συνδεδεμένος με τον ΩΣΑ, έχει εξετάσει την κλιματική ανθεκτικότητα του ηλεκτρικού συστήματος, καταγράφοντας, για παράδειγμα, τις επιπτώσεις κλιματικών φαινομένων στα φωτοβολταϊκά και τις υδροηλεκτρικές μονάδες, του φόρτου δικτύου, λόγω αύξησης κατανάλωσης. Είναι σαφές ότι αν δεν λάβουμε υπόψη το σύνολο των συνεπειών των κλιματικών κινδύνων, μπορούμε να οδηγηθούμε σε σειρά μη βιώσιμων επενδύσεων, που φεύγουν τελικά τεράστιο κόστος για τις μελλοντικές γενιές. Οπότε η ανθεκτικότητα των υποδομών δεν είναι απλώς τεχνικό ζήτημα. Κατά τον ΩΣΑ είναι επίσης οικονομικό και θεσμικό ζήτημα, που απαιτεί ενσωμάτωση κλιματικών κινδύνων σε όλο τον κύκλο ζωής των έργων, από το σχεδιασμό και την αδειοδότηση έως τη χρηματοδότηση και τη λειτουργία. Με διακυβέρνηση που ευθυγραμμίζει τεχνικές προδιαγραφές, χωροταξία και χρηματοδότηση με δεδομένα κλιματικών σενάριων. Ο ΩΣΑ καταγράφει 7 εφαρμόσιμες αρχές για ανθεκτικές υποδομές. Και αντλώ από την έκθεση Infrastructure for a Climate Resilient Future του 2024. Πρώτον, η ενσωμάτωση κλιματικών κινδύνων στον κύκλο ζωής των υποδομών, από το σχεδιασμό και την αδειοδότηση, ως τη λειτουργία και τη συντήρηση. Οι κλιματικοί κίνδυνοι πρέπει να λαμβάνονται υπόψη με βάση μακροπρόθεσμα σενάρια. Δεύτερον, η χρήση αξιόπιστων και επιστημονικών προβλέψεων. Είναι απαραίτητη η χρήση επιστημονικών δεδομένων και σενάριων για μακροπρόθεσμη ανθεκτικότητα. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι οι υποδομές πρέπει να σχεδιάζονται με βάση προβλέψεις για το κλίμα του 2050 ή ακόμα και του 2100 και όχι με βάση ιστορικές μέσες τιμές. Χρειαζόμαστε δηλαδή πρόσβαση σε κλιματικά δεδομένα, σε ικανότητες ανάλυσης, αλλά και σε διατομεακό συντονισμό, ιδίως σε κρίσιμες υποδομές όπου οι διαταραχές είναι συστημικές. Τρίτον, η ενίσχυση θεσμικής ικανότητας και διακυβέρνησης. Δεν αρκεί μόνο να έχουμε κλιματικά δεδομένα και φυσικά ικανότητες ανάλυσης τους, αν δεν υπάρχει διατομεακός συντονισμός. Είναι λοιπόν απαραίτητος ο συντονισμός μεταξύ Υπουργείων, ρυθμιστικών αρχών και φορέων έργων, με σαφείς ρόλους και μηχανισμούς λογοδοσίας. Τέταρτον, η ενσωμάτωση της ανθεκτικότητας στη χρηματοδότηση και συμβάσεις, αλλά και η ευθυγράμμιση της χρηματοδότησης με τους κλιματικούς στόχους, με χρήση πράσινων και ανθεκτικών χρηματοδοτικών εργαλείων, KPIs ανθεκτικότητας, σε ΣΔΙΤ και σε δημόσιες συμβάσεις, με χρηματοδότηση έργων υποδομών που να συνδέεται με πράσινα κριτήρια και ESG. Ο ΩΣΑ έχει αναπτύξει κατευθυντήριες γραμμές για πολυεθνικές επιχειρήσεις στην υπεύθυνη επιχειρηματική συμπεριφορά, αυτό που ονομάζουμε συνοπτικά Responsible Business Conduct. Από το 2023, κατευθυντήριες αυτές γραμμές ενσωματώνουν ρητά ευθυγράμμιση με κλιματικούς στόχους στις επενδυτικές αποφάσεις, προωθώντας την ευθυγράμμιση των χρηματορροών με τη Συμφωνία των Παρισίων. Αυτό περιλαμβάνει πράσινα ομόλογα, δάνεια συνδεδεμένα με δείκτες ανθεκτικότητας και φορολογικά κίνητρα. Πέμπτον, η προώθηση καινοτομίας και τεχνολογίας για ανθεκτικότητα. Η ανθεκτικότητα δεν είναι μόνο θέμα παραδοσιακών έργων, απαιτεί τεχνολογική αναβάθμιση και καινοτομία. Παράδειγμα, ανάπτυξη και χρήση νέων υλικών και κατασκευαστικών τεχνικών, αλλά και ψηφιακών λύσεων και αισθητήρων, όπως για παράδειγμα με εγκατάσταση συστημάτων παρακολούθησης σε πραγματικό χρόνο για κρίσιμες υποδομές ή χρήση nature-based solutions για μείωση πλημμυρικού κινδύνου και θερμικών εισίδων, το που ονομάζουμε heat islands, και φυσικά χρήση καινοτομίας και τεχνητής νοημοσύνης για καλύτερη πρόβλεψη ακραίων φαινομένων και βελτιστοποίηση ανάπτυξης και συντήρησης υποδομών, όπως στην περίπτωση ηλεκτρικών δικτύων grids. Έκτον, διακυβέρνηση, διαφάνεια και αποφυγή greenwashing. Η αξιοπιστία είναι κρίσιμη. Ο ΩΣΑ επισημαίνει ότι χωρίς εναρμονισμένα πρότυπα γνωστοποίησης, οι επενδυτές δεν μπορούν να αξιολογήσουν τον πραγματικό κλιματικό κίνδυνο. Αν και ο ίδιος ο ΩΣΑ δεν εκδίδει ιδεολογικά πρότυπα, υπογραμμίζει τη χρησιμότητα εναρμόνισης με πλαίσια όπως το λεγόμενο TCFD, δηλαδή Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, και τα πρότυπα του ISSB, International Sustainability Standards Board, που εξασφαλίζουν συγκρισιμότητα και διαφάνεια. Παράλληλα, προειδοποιεί ο ΩΣΑ για τον κίνδυνο greenwashing και ζητά αυστηρότερη εποπτεία και ανεξάρτητη επαλήθευση. Τέλος, διεθνή συνεργασία και ανταλλαγή καλών πρακτικών. Η κλιματική ανθεκτικότητα, αν και βιώνεται σε εθνικό ή τοπικό επίπεδο, αποτελεί παγκόσμιο ζήτημα. Και ως τέτοιο εξαρτάται από την εναρμόνιση προτύπων, όπως είπαμε ήδη, για γνωστοποίησεις, το συντονισμό χρηματοδότησης και τεχνικής βοήθειας από διεθνείς οργανισμούς και χρηματοπιστωτικά ιδρύματα, αλλά φυσικά και από peer learning, δηλαδή ανταλλαγή εμπειριών και πρακτικών που έχουν ήδη εφαρμοστεί αλλού, που είναι και το μεγάλο πλεονέκτημα αμοιβαίας μάθησης στο εσωτερικό του ΩΣΑ για τις 38 χώρες που αποτελούν μέλη. Για την Ελλάδα, χώρα που βρίσκεται στο νοτιοανατολικό σύνορο της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, που ζούμε ήδη κάθε χρόνο τις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής κρίσης, η ανθεκτικότητα των υποδομών πρέπει να είναι στρατηγική επιλογή και επιταγή βιωσιμότητας. Είμαι στη διάθεσή σας για να απαντήσω σε οποιαδήποτε.
And I'm here to answer any questions. Of course, we will come back to you with our first round of questions. Now, Mr. Donakaki, you have recently the head of the Eurosystem Climate Change Forum. So aside from the Bank of Greece, you also have a second important European role. Now, we heard the ambassador. This adaptation to climate crisis is a complex exercise. But my question is, how can we ultimately enhance resilience in practice? Just a simple question to start. Thank you, Mr. Paglialexis. First of all, also thank you for mentioning our work at the Eurosystem. We are very happy to have the presidency for 25 and 26 for the Eurosystem Climate Change Forum. It is important that all central banks in the Eurosystem are coordinating to design common action for climate and sustainability. And in fact, we have started integrating in this approach issues related to nature and biodiversity. And as you understand, because the central banks are a very special organization, it is precisely for that reason that they need to develop from the inside the know-how that they're going to integrate in all different business areas to have climate and sustainability. And this is what we're trying to do, to design common projects and be able to face what is coming, to address the challenges, of course, within the limits of the mandate that we have, the limits that we have as a central bank, and by facing all those risks that the director of the Bank of Greece, Mr. Stournaras, mentioned as well, that gradually we might become systemic. So, resilience. First of all, I agree with what Mr. Margolatos said. I think you mentioned practically everything, Mr. Margolatos. It's difficult to find anything new after that to say. But let me highlight three things: how we can enhance resilience, strategy, policies, projects, and funding. In Greece, we have the National Strategy for Adaptation to Climate Change. As you are aware, there is an 8-year project, Live Adaptive Greece, where the Bank of Greece participates under the coordination of the Ministry of the Environment and Energy, and I think another 20 partners from all over Greece. This program also establishes a mechanism for monitoring the adaptation ability of the country. It develops indexes so that we know how well the different sectors of the national economy adapt. And of course, it prepares the second round of the national strategy that started in 2026. The first cycle was from 2015 to 2025, and as of 2026, the second 10-year cycle begins. So this program also establishes the mechanism, the monitoring mechanism, and the preparation for the national strategy, and of course, policies. All those policies have to be horizontal for the sectors. We listened to the example and see how even building regulations are being adapted for a new environment. So all these things, the strategy, the policies, have to pass into what was the second thing I mentioned, projects. So projects must all be green, as we say, which means not only contribute towards climate mitigation, but also they must be projects that are designed to be resilient for a new climate and in the end, sustainable, at least mid-term. This is why at the LIFE project, the information hub that we have, there are some KPIs with sustainability criteria that were prepared in collaboration with many different organizations, the European Commission and ministries in the country, so we can evaluate the resilience of those infrastructure projects, and we need to raise the standards for those projects. And thirdly, funding. Of course, we need, as the Minister of the Economy mentioned, we need to give birth to those resources through those processes that can finance sustainability. We have examples such as Tokyo. For example, they have issued a resilience bond that finances projects that will contribute towards resilience, meaning climate adaptation and mitigation. And all those transition plans, even from businesses. On the one hand, we finance resilience and also the transition of the companies, the resilience planning, if I may, because this transition plan for a business might not so much include sustainability. It needs to be there. So that's a different level. We're talking about sustainability levels. Okay, we will come back to that. Mr. Psathas, the CEO of SWB, you have a very good understanding of the real economy and the market. I wanted to ask, how important was the RRF for investments in sustainability, resilience infrastructure? Well, thank you. The role of the RRF was catalytic because the payback period for a business park that is being built to attract businesses is more than 25 years. So you understand that investment-wise, the investment park is not something that would easily attract investors. The RRF, by providing a grant approximately subsidizing about 50% of that, was what opened essentially the door so that we, as EDVAC, could submit proposals for about 50 million. And right now we are implementing 70 projects in 14 business parks, standing at 50 million. The program runs smoothly. We believe that until the end of the year, we will have completed more than 90% of the program. And within the first quarter, all projects will be completed in all business parks that we're working with. And let me continue what was said before about the green development in the environment. 80% of that amount, of those 50 million, approximately 40, is going to projects that could be characterized as digital transformation and green growth. 1,450 digital hydrometers, changing the water piping, and we are installing digital flow meters, which means that we are reducing losses. Recently, we were working with a park that had losses standing at 57%. That cannot continue, obviously. So our index says right now that we will have losses that will be 1.5% tops. All that plays a part in more rational use of natural resources, of water. There's a part that covers wastewater, where we want to limit the energy cost at least by 10%, not for lower loads. We just need to be more efficient. And this is how we put into action what all international and local organizations have included in their agendas about green growth and digital transformation. Thank you. Ms. Kalindromitou, you're a member of the Board of Directors of of EFCA, also European experience. So I want to ask you, on field, on site, how can engineers integrate systematic prevention and maintenance for existing projects so in the end we can reduce the climate crisis impact? The studies are a very important factor here in terms of priorities.
Thank you all today, and especially Mr. Makedos for this excellent organization. Let me say that prevention and maintenance are the cornerstones of the building's durability. We see in all buildings in Europe, in Greece, the great repercussions of flash floods that we have, which are quite instant but very strong. The forest fires, when all those projects, all those buildings are not properly maintained. A project is not completed the moment it is constructed, but its true value can be seen in its entire lifespan and its usefulness for the social total. We all talk about funding and green projects, etc., but the social aspect of a project should be the first. It should not be constructed if it's not socially acceptable. So this plays a great role as well, the discussion about the projects. How can you discuss those projects with the people, and how can the people understand that this project will be useful for everyone? So in this framework, engineers are being called to play a double role, to design, on one hand, the projects, including all the environmental dangers, of course, that have appeared. And we don't have a lot of time. We're running out of time. We cannot move very fast, but we have to move very fast. And on the other hand, secure that those existing projects will remain operational and safe. Now, this needs systematic maintenance and monitoring. Maintenance is not just a patch-up, a repair. It's constant monitoring, constant controls, and engineers can use those measures of control and locate the damages before the damages become catastrophic. For example, anti-flood projects need to be cleaned, need to be monitored, controlled for damages, as the ambassador said before. Now we have digital technologies. It's easier to inspect a dam, for example, by using smart sensors. We can do a mathematic projection, which in the past used to be made by hand with pen and paper, but now we have calculators and AI to do those simulations. We can make sure that a dam or a bridge appear to be problematic. We can locate damages in railway roads, in rail lines, and then intervene specifically at this point without having a technician, as we used to do in the past, walking around the entire line to find the damages. Again, we have to adapt the design parameters in the new situation. Climate changes are a reality. A project that was designed 30 years ago is not operational right now. It should be changed. It should be updated. And another parameter is the social aspect. Maintenance is the smartest, the most economical, and the most effective investment that we can do. Every euro that we spend for maintenance will bring us different values, different gains against protection of various distractions. Yes, this is correct. So this is where we're being led. We're being led to maintenance by the science itself. So let's welcome the Deputy Minister, Mr. Papathanasis, and let's proceed with our ambassador to bring back the national experience Could you give us some directions, maybe, based on your experience in Europe, on what we should do?
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Παλιαλέξη. Καταρχάς, όπως ακούσαμε και από τους άλλους ομιλητές στο πάνελ, η Ελλάδα ήδη διαθέτει καλές πρακτικές που μπορεί να μοιραστεί με άλλες χώρες. Θεσμοί όπως Τράπεζα Ελλάδος, ακούσαμε την κυρία Τονακάκη, έχουν λάβει αξιέπαινα μέτρα για την ενσωμάτωση του κλιματικού κινδύνου στις αξιολογήσεις χρηματοπιστωτικής σταθερότητας. Η Επιτροπή Κεφαλαίου Αγοράς έχει προωθήσει πλαίσια γνωστοποίησης ESG. Ο ΣΕΒ έχει ενισχύσει την πρόθεση βιωσιμότητας στις επιχειρήσεις. Όλες αυτές οι προσπάθειες αντανακλούν την αυξανόμενη ευθυγράμμιση με τις αρχές μεταξύ άλλων και του ΟΣΑ. Τώρα να σας δώσω κάποιες καλές πρακτικές διεθνώς μεταξύ χωρών μελών του ΟΣΑ. Η Ιαπωνία έχει υιοθετήσει υποχρεωτικά stress tests και ένταξη κλιματικών risk assessments, πιστοποίησης βιώσιμων έργων υποδομών και μηχανισμούς visualization της αξίας ανθεκτικότητας. Επίσης, για τον ΟΣΑ, η Ιαπωνία αποτελεί καλό παράδειγμα whole of government συντονισμού. Και είναι βέβαια μια χώρα που είναι εξαιρετικά εκτεθειμένη και στο σεισμικό κίνδυνο, επομένως η ασφάλεια των υποδομών εντάσσει και αυτό το κίνδυνο στα κριτήρια. Ο Καναδάς διαθέτει το Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, το οποίο προσφέρει χρηματοδότηση για πράσινες υποδομές. Τα project αξιολογούνται βάσει κλιματικών αποτελεσμάτων μέσα από ένα climate lens assessment, δηλαδή μια αποτίμηση που κοιτάει ενσωματώνει την κλιματική διάσταση και εκτιμά τον αντίκτυπο ενός έργου ως προς εκπομπές αερίων του θερμοκηπίου και ως προς την ανθεκτικότητά του απέναντι σε επιπτώσεις κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στη Γαλλία, για να έρθουμε και σε μια χώρα πιο κοντά σε εμάς, η χρηματοδότηση έργων υποδομών συνδέεται άμεσα με υποχρεωτικές γνωστοποίησης κλιματικών κινδύνων και αυστηρή συμμόρφωση με διεθνή πρότυπα. Το θεσμικό πλαίσιο, ο νόμος πράσινης ανάπτυξης, στο άρθρο 173 και ΔΕΚΡΕ 2021-663, απαιτεί από φορείς έργων και χρηματοδότες να ενσωματώνουν σενάρια κλιματικού κινδύνου και stress tests στις επενδυτικές αποφάσεις. Ενώ η εφαρμογή της Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive από το 2024 επιβάλλει audited sustainability reporting για μεγάλες επιχειρήσεις και έργα. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι οι δημόσιες συμβάσεις και οι ιδιωτικές επενδύσεις σε υποδομές πρέπει να τεκμηριώνουν ανθεκτικότητα, να παρουσιάζουν KPIs και να ευθυγραμμίζονται με πρότυπα του Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures και του International Sustainability Standards Board για να εξασφαλίσουν πρόσβαση σε κεφάλαια. Παράλληλα, η γαλλική αγορά αξιοποιεί πράσινα και transition bonds με δεύτερη γνώμη και post-issuance verification, μειώνοντας τον κίνδυνο για greenwashing και ενισχύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη των επενδυτών. Η Ιρλανδία έχει ενσωματώσει την αξιολόγηση κλιματικών κινδύνων στο Public Spending Code, καθιστώντας την υποχρεωτική για όλα τα έργα υποδομών που χρηματοδοτούνται από δημόσιους πόρους. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι κάθε έργο, από οδικά δίκτυα έως υδραυλικά έργα, πρέπει να εξετάζει σενάρια πλημμυρών, θερμικής καταπώνησης και μεταβολών υδρολογίας πριν λάβει έγκριση. Η διαδικασία περιλαμβάνει χρήση επικαιροποιημένων κλιματικών δεδομένων και προβλέψεων, καθώς και ενσωμάτωση των αποτελεσμάτων σε αναλύσεις κόστους-οφέλους. Με αυτόν τον τρόπο η Ιρλανδία μειώνει τον κίνδυνο των λεγόμενων stranded assets, δηλαδή δεσμευμένων, αχρηστευμένων στοιχείων ενεργητικού και εξασφαλίζει ότι οι επενδύσεις σε υποδομές είναι ανθεκτικές και ελκυστικές για χρηματοδότηση σύμφωνα με τις αρχές του ΟΣΑ για τη διακυβέρνηση και τη βιωσιμότητα. Τέλος, η Νέα Ζηλανδία, επίσης μέλος του ΟΣΑ, έχει αναπτύξει το εργαλείο το λεγόμενο CBACS, δηλαδή Cost Benefit Analysis plus X Factors, το οποίο χρησιμοποιείται στο μακροπρόθεσμο σχεδιασμό υποδομών, Long-Term Infrastructure Plan. Το εργαλείο αυτό, το CBACS, επιτρέπει την ενσωμάτωση παραμέτρων κλιματικού κινδύνου και ανθεκτικότητας σε οικονομικές αξιολογήσεις έργων πέρα από τα παραδοσιακά κόστη και ωφέλη. Έργα όπως δίκτυα μεταφορών, ενεργειακές υποδομές, υδροδοτικά συστήματα αξιολογούνται με βάση την ικανότητά τους να αντέξουν ακραία φαινόμενα, πλημμύρες, ξηρασίες, καύσωνες, και αυτή η προσέγγιση ενισχύει τη διαφάνεια και την προτεραιοποίηση έργων που είναι climate proof, διευκολύνοντας την πρόσβαση σε δημόσια και ιδιωτικά κεφάλαια και ευθυγραμμίζεται βέβαια με τις συστάσεις του ΟΣΑ για χρηματοδότηση ανθεκτικών υποδομών. Αυτά είναι κάποια μόνο από τα παραδείγματα και τις βέλτιστες πρακτικές που αναπτύσσονται στο εσωτερικό του ΟΣΑ και δείχνουν πώς η βιωσιμότητα των υποδομών μπορεί να συνδυάζεται με την ανταγωνιστικότητα των οικονομιών.
So international experience is there. We should follow all the good examples. So what about the resilience funding? Is there a benefit? Thank you for this question. I think it's very important to have in mind that, of course, there is benefit from the adaptation. Many studies have been conducted on that. And as Mr. Stournaras from the Bank of Greece talked about this adaptation projects, for every adaptation project, there is benefit which has to do with reducing future damages and reducing future losses. Imagine if we could somehow prevent all the damages caused by Daniel. So this improves the financial activity. Because through those projects, which should be based on nature-based solutions, and then grey infrastructure, all those projects, they do support development and financial activity around their materialization, their implementation. And the third thing is all the other remaining benefits in the society, more cohesive societies, more resilient societies, societies that are benefited, and of course, nature and the environment, which remains protected. And all those studies that have been around for many years, for every dollar spent, within 10 years, the benefit is from $10 to $12. So it's 10 times the benefit from each dollar spent, for each euro that we spend for those adaptation and resilience projects. Of course, funding is always a bet, is always a risk. The private sector should be part of that, because what must be understood is that private businesses operate in an environment that should be resilient. A few years ago, BAS lost about 30% of its turnover because the Rhine River did not have enough water, and they had to do so many investments to be able to replace the water lost, the vessels that they had, so that they could sustain their supply chain. And this is where the insurance funds play their role. They turn their eye on projects that have to do with adaptation or that sustain resilience, or to businesses that want to do this resilience planning, this transition. So this is another role for Tmede, for example, or microfinancing, and this entire part of the funding sector, so that the funds can support those projects. Yes, that was very interesting also and very clarifying. So, Mr. Psathas, how important a role does resilience and sustainability play in the role of business parks? This is the worldwide trend. We're going towards this road. So when it comes to us, in the 27 business parks that we are managing, this is what we should do. So 80% of the RRF, which funds about 50% of those projects, are funneled towards environmentally sustainable actions and actions that support digital transformation. So you were quite succinct and to the point, as we say. Mrs. Kalidromitou, you talked about the new technologies and the possibilities that they give us. Could you talk about how the engineers can incorporate prevention and monitoring in the already existing projects so that they can mediate the effects of the climate crisis? Could you please tell us more about the world of engineers? Well, of course, previous speakers have analyzed all that, especially the ambassador. Resilience, in essence, has to do with the longevity of the project and in building infrastructure that will, of course, we cannot predict the future, but that they will last for a long time. So we use those parameters. We design projects, for example, for, let's say, anti-flood projects for 100 years or 1,000 years. On the other hand, this design has an impact on the budget. Because if we want to build something, I don't know, a pharaonic project, you need to find the appropriate budget to fund that project. So we have this cost and benefit balance. And the goal of each project is to protect human lives and then the private property. So we need a safe project, but it will not be something humongous in order just to say that it is something that we build. But we don't know the future. We cannot predict the climate change. We cannot predict what's going to happen in the future, and we cannot predict earthquakes. So the engineer is using the parameters that he has at the time. As the anti-seismic regulations change, for example, we need to change our plumbing regulations. So we try to use models for risk analysis to predict the risk, well, at least manage to cover a great percentage that will safeguard the resilience of the infrastructure. So let me underline here the very fundamental parameter that was repeated many times in conferences, that all projects need to have a strategic design, meaning a holistic approach. It's impossible to believe that the project will be operational if we hadn't done the proper design in the past. We cannot just say, I will do this project because of political value or something. We need all the projects to collaborate. Otherwise, nothing will work. We need a proper timeline and a strategic design. The state should understand that. There has to be strategic design. And these are all the bankable projects, the projects that will be funded and will have the resilience that we need. So that was our time left. This was our panel. So we need design, we need funding for resilience. A hand for the panel members and also for our ambassador. And now let's wait for our minister.
Moving on, the RRF, from its establishment in 2021, has been the main tool of the state for the modernization of our country after experiencing the impact in the Greek economy. But now we also need to find a way to replace that with other financing tools. It's a great pleasure to have with us the Deputy Minister of National Economy and Finance, Mr. Papathanasis, to discuss about the decisive role of the RRF in the Greek economy and the priorities of the day after. Let's not waste any time. Our moderator will be Mr. Nikos Rongakos. Good morning. It will definitely be an interesting discussion because we will be talking about the current events that are troubling us, but also about the important issues. Current events now or in the end? In the end. Okay, one question. The ministry has been managing the RRF, this huge tool for everyone, for businesses, for your colleagues, the engineers here. It's a lot of money. But current events have taken the lead a little bit. You are now discussing about the new national planning for the money that will be coming into the country, and it's a significant amount, I think 20 billion or something like that. So I think that just a few of us have understood where this money is going. We are listening about billions from the ministry, and people are just saying, I don't care about that. What's the benefit for me for the next day? And then we will see about other questions. Well, thank you very much. I want to thank the president or the colleagues here. I'm also an engineer. It's a great opportunity to discuss a very important issue among such a dynamic community. I said, Mr. Rogakos, that maybe 7 or 8 or 9 years ago, if you were to ask, are there enough engineers in Greece? The answer would be a lot of engineers. If you ask today if there are engineers, the answer is no, there are no engineers. That needs to be put in perspective because why were there many engineers in the past and now there are not enough? Something has changed. And of course, I'm glad that you are including the RRF in the discussion. And in fact, it's something that we heard from the opposition. What's going to happen the day after the RRF? Because so far we would just hear a comment that the RRF has failed. So now we're talking about the day after the RRF because obviously the RRF came, it was managed, and we're now looking at the future. Now, the RRF. Greece is among the first the countries with a higher absorption rate. Also, with the absorption of the NSRF funds, the 25-27, with the programming period from 14 and 20, the absorption rate stood at 15% when it should have been at 50, and we didn't even lose 1 cent. We are among the first positions in terms of absorption rate, both for the RRF and for the NSRF, which means that this country, the mechanism, the engineers, the authorities, the government works in a way, in this way, because we believe that we don't have the right to lose even 1 cent, because each euro, each cent is funneled back to society. As you know, today we're going to have the first committee for the National Growth Plan, some development plan for 2026 and 2030. And we also have a discussion about OPECP. Obviously, it's going to be a very big part of the discussion, but let me just also go back to the fact that this money, those billions, are not just European funds. It's the dividend that will be returned to society to support the social structures, entrepreneurship, SMEs, growth from infrastructure projects that come from non-eligible projects. We started with a 10 billion euro plan, and now we have a 5-year plan standing at 22 billion. So you see that this policy, this fiscal progress has brought results, and all that compose this 2.2 growth rate when Europe stands at 1%. Growth for next year standing at 2.4% when again Europe will be at 1%, and a reduction in the investment gap, more contracts for contracting companies, more jobs, a reduction in unemployment, and generally the picture of a country. We also have the new president of the Eurogroup, Mr. Kyriakos Pierakakis, hopefully will be the new president. Just imagine a country where essentially the Eurogroup was created for us through the memoranda, and now our country is eligible for taking the presidency. So, to answer your first question, all this money is going back to society, to the real economy, 14.6 billion euros today, this year, from the public investment plan, 16 billion in 2026, all going back to society, to businesses, to entrepreneurship. But where do people see that? Because, okay, it's a good discussion that we're having. We're talking about projects, about the fact that engineers have work. But people are asking, where do we see that? One is the reduction in unemployment. Yes, I agree on that. And it's not a small thing. And it's a very important thing. The other thing is, am I going to see that in the future? Am I going to understand it? Or are they going to be building a road and then I'm going to be paying tolls that are toll fees? Or are they going to control or manage water and then increase the water bills? These are questions coming from the people. Well, people have a right to ask these questions. They are concerned, and journalists also have to ask the questions, and the politicians need to answer. And of course, people need always to keep their eyes open and be aware and worry about tomorrow. That's the important thing. It's important for people and necessary for them to be concerned about the future of the children. So now, let's see, you talked about the reduction of unemployment. We have many businesses here, business representatives. Let's ask them if they have problems finding people, personnel. We have this difficulty. You see, we say that we need to increase the average salary at 1,500,000, but that cannot happen by decree. If the government says increase the salary, it's not going to be successful as that. The salary is going to be increased because the respective business is doing better. So this improvement in the economy means that Greek people will stay to work in Greece. We have Redefining, for example. Let's not forget that. The salaries are going to increase. We have the demographic problem, the aging population, which means that younger people did not have children. That is going to change or improve. If I were to ask the people in the room who is affected by the RRF, raise your hands. They are not. But if I ask the question, well, Mr. Psathas, if I ask the question, have you received a text message for screen tests? Everyone is going to raise their hands for the screen tests. Yes, everyone has received the SMS. The ladies for breast cancer, What about the renovation of the outpatient clinics? Those are renovated by the RRF. Hospitals are renovated by RRF. Screening tests, infrastructure projects, all the projects that we have that have to do with the digitization of the state, improvement of productivity, all that is for the future. The acceleration of the justice system, the reforms, because the RRF is not just supporting projects, also supports reforms. So reforms are here for the next day as well. Obviously, Greece has a lot to gain from these reforms. And of course, the investors that we have, Mr. Psathas here with industrial parks, the business parks. We have a problem in Greece. We don't have industrial parks, industrial areas. I happen to have the case of a large industrial company from abroad. Because they couldn't find an industrial park, they couldn't find the right area, they did not set up their factory here. So if you ask that question today, because now we support those industrial areas, and you will find that many of those parks don't have any more room to lease to other businesses. We've seen a lot going on with investments. We have loans, and the continuation of the loans and investments is not going to conclude in 2026. Mr. Minister, I see that the ministry, you are working hard with your colleagues, but I don't see other colleagues of yours being as active. There was an article in a newspaper. We see that very important ministries that should be absorbing that money, just to put it simply, are just not doing too much. They don't seem interested. So the question is, if money is lost and someone has to pay for that, I don't know. But I know cases where the ministries are not doing what they should. Well, we're not going to let even €1 go to waste. That I can assure you. We will be ready until next week to submit a new request, so we will be among the first when it comes to requests as well. We have already received 75%, and since we are one of the top countries when it comes to absorption, that means that our team is working properly. But there is also a problem in the Greek administration system. We have a lot of red tape. We are doing reforms, we are simplifying things, but on the other hand, we have to prioritize. We started with a justice system. We are improving the number of days needed to get a court ruling. We are trying to accelerate justice. Secondly, Greece, of course, is very sensitive to environmental issues. So there is a conflict, objections that might stall some projects. We are working hard. We are simplifying. We are reforming. We are trying to reduce red tape. But of course, there are delays caused by that. But in the end, because that's what we need to focus on, the bottom line, we want to proceed. We've did the revision. We enhanced the digitization and other projects. Some things were left behind because they weren't progressing well. And we rolled over projects from RRF into the NSRF. And some other projects from the Tritis program, funded by national funds, can also be included in the RRF, because the result, the bottom line, is what is important. And the bottom line is that all my colleagues are working hard, and Greece is going to remain as an example, a model of a country that is changing, that understands the responsibility it has before its citizens in managing and distributing our national and European funds. Is there a question of revision when it comes to the RRF funds in Greece and in Europe as well? It would be a pity if a certain market cannot or country cannot absorb a couple of billions. Maybe it can be revised. Why are those terms so strict? Well, listen, each country has its own fund. We have 18.2 billion in financing, money that we're taking and we will not be giving back, and 17.8 as loans. This is money that we get. We give it to businesses with a low interest rate. SMEs have 0.35 interest rate for the loan, and large businesses have 1% interest loan rate, but this money has to be returned. So what is very important is for the money that comes in and we don't have to pay it back. This is why we need to be very careful and complete all those projects, because any project that has started but was not completed will then be paid by the National Growth Plan, which means that will limit the available margin of the national plan. We want to use all our resources and send them to the market, because these are projects that will be undertaken by the businesses that we have here. OPEKP then. We have the farmers occupying the streets, other people closing down ports, and the politicians and everyone is allowing them to do so. They are demonstrating against the fact that they have not received the money that they should have received through Europe because of the OPEKP. But is it possible for an organization, even the ministry organization, to use Excel sheets until this day to take money based on declarations, meaning whatever they declared, they would get? There was no audit. They would get their money 2 times over and use them to buy Ferraris. You know, I had my name day recently, and I said, ask my mom to buy me a Ferrari, but yeah. So what is happening with OPEKP? Are those people going to get their money? First of all, we need to say that everyone's going to get the money that they deserve, exactly because this money comes from my portfolio, and I will tell you that the resources are there, and the farmers are getting the money that they are entitled to. Those who will not take money are those who were not eligible in the first place. The national plan that I talked to you about, this national growth plan, is also including OPEKP now, which means that all the responsibilities, the operation of the OPEKP will be under the Independent Authority of Public Revenue. This is a transitional stage. Any open cases that we have will be transferred to the Independent Authority of Public Revenue. After this transition period, there won't be any problem whatsoever. So we have a guarantee here. No one's going to lose their money. Everyone's going to get it unless they were not entitled to it in the first place. Other than that, yes, of course, there were delays. You were right to mention the digitization, but we're the first government that actually went to court with many thousands of cases, and we are this government that has undertaken this reform. It's a painful reform, and we expect farmers to have an open dialogue with us. Our door is open. We wait for their representatives to come and discuss in good faith. We have resolved many problems in the past, and we are sure that we will do so now. But other than that, the compensations and the money will go to the people who are entitled to. Are you examining measures for farmers such as tax incentives, reduced energy costs, etc.? There's a discussion right now at Maximo for OPECP. Are tax measures also discussed? Well, listen, since I'm not there present at that meeting right now, I cannot talk to you about that. But, well, you had previous discussions. It's something that you discussed. Well, there was the special tax for consumption, reduced energy cost, a reduction in animal feed cost. And now with the abilities that we have, the fiscal room that we have, because we need to be careful, of course. And let me tell you one thing. There's always a discussion about why we are paying in advance. Why not use this money and send it to the economy? Because we cannot do so. It's simple. What we're doing saves us approximately 800 million in serving in the long costs, which is going back to the real economy. Now, with the new European regulation, there's a cap for spending for all countries. Already 8 countries, one of them is France, the other is Romania, that I visited recently. They cannot meet this cap. In Romania, for example, the KPI is 3%, the rating is 3%. For us, it was 3.6, meaning we cannot exceed the spendings. If we do, we need to introduce tax measures, and this government does not want to do that. And at the same time, that would mean that our credit rating is going to suffer, because our interest rates with our spreads and our bonds are going to skyrocket. So we need to be a model country, continue with this course to pay our debt, have more money left, and through development and reform, meaning all the different measures. For example, this interconnection of the POS terminals with cash registers, that has given us a fiscal margin. So through development, through reforms, digitization, all that policy that we are implementing about dealing with tax evasion, all that is added to the country's, the state's ability to spend. So if our limit is 3 and we have introduced a measure that increases our revenue, but not through taxes, we have introduced various tax reduction measures. That's how this government deals with this issue over the last years. These are the reforms that really have an effect on the daily life of the people and add revenues to the state and improve the life of people. Well, and if the government cannot do it, there are different other political forces. Mr. Tsipras said that they are going to found a new party. For us, it's 2027, where society and our citizens are going to decide. So 2027 is when people are going to judge whether or not we've actually did what we said we would do, and they are going to vote for us again to continue like that for the next 4 years. So that is the time frame for us. Nothing to do with how Mr. Tsipras did in his time. This is our policy, in contrast to what Mr. Tsipras did. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you.
So, in today's environment, sustainability is the prerequisite for the resilience and the competitiveness of businesses. Access to green funding is a very important factor for development for small and medium enterprises. The following panel, Funding Small and Very Small Businesses with a Green Impact, will talk about the mechanisms, the trends, and the available tools that can support this transition. Mr. Christos Kolonas will be the moderator, and on the panel will be Mr. Iliadis, Chief Retail Manager for Kredia Bank, and Alexis Komninos, CEO for Green Horizon Ventures Funds. So please take your seats so that we can begin the conversation. So welcome to the second international conference of Tmede. We're going to talk about SMEs and the problems that they had, which is funding. And of course, for those investments that need to be done in order for them to have a green imprint. I have Stelios Iliadis with me, Chief Retail Manager for Kredia Bank. Welcome again. Mr. Alexis Komninos, CEO of Green Horizon Ventures. Aedakis. Welcome again. Thank you for the invitation. Mr. Iliadis, I'm going to start with you. Kredia Bank is very dynamic when it comes to funding for small and medium enterprises. And I'd like for you to tell us what have you done so far in order to achieve this goal? And what are the greatest obstacles that are mentioned by the SMEs? Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Tmede and personally the President, Mr. Makedos, for my presence here. Let me begin by saying that the economy is in an excellent condition right now, and the banks also. So one problem that the banks had in the past was their inability to offer funding to businesses. Now this is not the case. So in answer to your question, when we talk about SMEs in Greece, we talk about 95% of the business world of the country. We're talking about family businesses that are continued by the children of the family. How can a bank, such as Kredia Bank, help these SMEs to understand what does green transition means? There are very complex terms here: sustainability, resilience, green transition, creation of a future. So in Kredia, we believe, and this is what I think that the banking system should do with the maturity that it has right now, is to, first of all, explain what green transition means. How does it affect your sales? Those certificates, for example, how can they help you sell your products in a great supermarket or an international chain? So I think that apart from this issue, the thing is to showcase what does an enterprise must do. We use a lot of tools regarding that. And also to incorporate this investments in a subsidized capital program. There are many programs from the banks and the states that have to do with green investments, with a subsidy of about 50% of the capital. And lastly, you need to choose a funding scheme from all the tools by the state or the national TPIH programs or EIB-IEF that will give you a guarantee, so will increase the credit capability of a small and medium enterprise. So it's an entire circle, it's a chain. First of all, we need to explain the green investment. It needs to be integrated in a plan, and then it should be funded with low cost and creditability that will allow for SMEs to move forward. It's an entire world, it's an entire universe that we believe in Credia Bank, and this is how we are going to add value to the modern SME business. Now, how about funds and their relation to those investments? Funds traditionally care about scalability. What is scalability when it comes to green investments? First of all, thank you for the question. I'd like to thank Tmede and Mr. Makedos for the excellent organization and for inviting me here. We are a fund that is quite specialized. We invest 100% in green investment and circular economy. We only look for businesses that cover those characteristics. Scalability for us is very important, but this word doesn't only mean putting things in a great scale, an idea or an investment or growing a company all of a sudden. Neither does it mean to fund an idea which is a firecracker, let's say, an idea that looks very good on paper. By saying scalability, we mean to find technologies and companies that propose solutions that are based on the already existing infrastructure. We don't want to change the entire infrastructure in order for a business to move forward. We're looking for businesses that will continue from the base that they already have. In that way, we will add value to them, and we're going to have a better exit, better solutions on how we will withdraw our investment when the time comes. The problem of the Greek market is its fragmentation. It is a small market and very fragmented. We have too many technologies, green technologies, new technologies that are suggested all the time. There are too many players that are involved in these types of initial ideas or initial implementations. And of course, the size of those companies does not allow a standardization, but scalability is not so easy to achieve. For us, it is essential to find these types of investments that can grow strategically and play an important role in the change, but will be based on the already existing infrastructure. Before we move to Mr. Iliadis, please tell us, what kind of capitals have you invested in these funds? We have not yet started investing. We are collecting funds right now in order to start our operations. We have an excellent pipeline, and the total funds to be invested will be about 60 to 65 million euros in the next 3 years. That's an important amount. Mr. Iliadis, please tell us, recently you signed an agreement in Western Macedonia. Please tell us, what was this about? Are you planning to do similar agreements in other regions in Greece? Thank you for this question. We are very proud as a bank to have signed this agreement with all institutions in Western Macedonia. It is a strategic example, which is a best practice, actually, to be implemented in other areas. Regarding the decarbonization of the area, it has to do with strategy and programs and funding. And let me tell you something that most of the times banks don't think about it. Each financial decision for us impacts people. This place was financially dependent on coal. So it is our duty as a bank, and this is how we see it in Credia Bank, to help these people that lost their jobs, to bring this model in a modern world and create new work positions, and also fund all those sustainable investments that have to do with raw materials, energy communities, processing. And also, let me add something. In that way, we connect the business world and the academia, the university community. We signed an MIU with the universities of the area, and also we submitted a folder with the University of Western Macedonia that wants to explain green transition from private individuals to big businessmen. And in that way, they will be able to understand the impact of the green change, introduce new programs. And also another thing, which concludes the previous discussion, actually. One of the most important things that we need to do in the Mediterranean world, and the farming community also, is how to turn a farming community to a modern farming community. Of course, the cost is expensive. The photovoltaics and their connection to energy production is a big cost, but it's also an improvement. Hot houses, greenhouses. Most countries that are in colder climates use greenhouses a lot. So through those difficulties, it is a good opportunity to redefine the model of agricultural development and agricultural processing. Well, first, the most important thing is to keep the people that live and work in the fields, to keep them there, because in the last few years we see a lot of areas being abandoned, and so the production is affected similarly. Yes, this is correct. Our presence there through Mrs. Vretou offered, apart from the business world, that there will be no expenses for the loans, the interest rates will be very low. We offered the lowest percentage of interest rates for housing loans for young people. So apart from the business world, we offer the possibility to young people to be able to come back to their birthplaces, to buy homes over there and work there, and not let them become deserted. How about the green premium in a small business? How does this add value to the business? This is a very good question, important one. It can be expressed by investors who want to invest in their own fund and talk about green investments. And they say, of course, that green transitions cost money. We are looking for investments, and there are many of those, are investments This doesn't mean that we're going to spend more money in the green investment and lose ours. We invest in such a way that will give us added value for the future. Let me give you an example, which is a real example. There is a technology right now, a nanotechnology, which through a panel of a photovoltaic panel can be used in agricultural production. And what makes it different than any other photovoltaic panel is that with this new technology that has a patent between the two crystals, it can transform UV radiation to red light. So instead of this radiation being harmful for the plants, it can help them grow 30% more. Of course, it's more expensive to use this type of technology in photovoltaics. Yes, it is. Of course, you need to make this construction. Yes, but it zeroes out the energy that you need because you make energy with a photovoltaic. It gathers water in areas where there's lack of water, there's drought. It reduces the cost of agricultural security of the products. It gives water with the appropriate amount needed and increases the production. So in the long term, this type of investment will be very successful. This is the type of investments that we're looking for in order for us to respond to green premium. So this added value is what we're looking for in every investment. And this was a good example. This is your role, the role of banks, the role of funds, the criteria that they use in order to fund this type of investments. So I'd like to ask both of you now, when it comes to the market, what do you think is the biggest structural gap in funding businesses? Especially in small, medium enterprises that want to invest in the green sector. Is it the capital cost? It is the lack of information, the maturity of the SMEs, even. You know, a big issue of SMEs is the capability to showcase within the banking system their capability to pay. SMEs have second category accounting books and only register their income and their spending. I think it's time, and as Credia Bank we really believe that we will do it in the next year, for you to understand how SMEs work accounting-wise. We can use AI to have transaction credit, for example, see the remaining money that we have for the past 5 years and create a reverse financing plan in order to see the real capability of the investor to pay off his debt. And also diminish problems of the past. So the great role that should be played by the banks in the future is to use AI to better understand the economic, the financial world of SMEs and their capability to pay off a funding or an investment plan, that when we talk about green development, it is very important to do a green investment. So I think that this is the gap that we as Credia Bank, we try to innovate and close this gap. Mr. Komninos, yes, like I said at the beginning of our talk, the gap is that SMEs are small, fragmented, and the market is small. There is no standardization, there is no common goal, there's no common ground in order for them to produce their financial records. There's a plethora of different ideas, different technologies, and there's no one to prioritize them. So for me, the solution is the following. Things should go in a specific way. First of all, we evaluate the investment, and then we need the design of the subsidy, the funding, whether it's European, whether it's state, whether it's private. And then this investment by itself, the capital, this is where we come in, and banking funding. So we do the evaluation and we do the payment, the capital payments, not the other two remaining steps. In my opinion, we also need a strategy that should be combined with the state. It should be in collaboration with the state. What are the technologies and the solutions promoted by the state, which are prioritized? So maybe we could create an intermediate institution that would do that. It would be an independent authority, an independent institution, intermediary, that would evaluate, prioritize the ideas, and then make sure they are standardized so that there is a precedent for the banking funding than the capital. Is there something similar abroad? I don't know. I'm not sure about that. But with your experience, you think that we need that. In some countries, the state plays a more active role. So I'm guessing there is some type of standardization. And now we talk about the collaboration between the private and the public sector. So maybe this intermediary solution would be something to help standardize the market.
I wanted to ask you, if you look at it on a 3-year basis, what do you think is necessary? Which reform, banking rhythm or ministerial and the investment aspect? What would make a change in, make a difference in green funding? I think that the framework is there. The incentives are given, tax incentives, investment incentives. We have the organizations for financing. What we don't have is the right representation and presentation of the businesses themselves, the beneficiaries, the recipients of the investor. We recently signed a similarly important MOU with the Aristotle University. It has to do with water. I think everyone understands that water management, adequacy is a valuable social good and will be a major concern in the future. As banks, this was not among the things that we examined as a criterion for the green transition. It was not in our agenda, but considering the necessary infrastructure, considering the spirit of preservation and the partnership between the public and private sector, or whether we're talking about small projects in tourism where the use of water is important, and in tourist places we use a lot of water in a short period of time. So all these things, or water management when it comes to agriculture. I believe that water is something that's going to be a big concern of us as banks and as a society. So on the occasion of that agreement that we signed, we feel that this is very important. And even though we are a small bank, both in decarbonization and with water management, I believe that we have grown, strategically speaking, with addressing these very critical issues. We are taking an initiative to have a positive impact for Greece. So yes, water is going to be very important. One last question. In Europe, there's a lot of discussion about whether or not it was good that we adopted all that emission reduction goals and the transition. We seem to be taking decisions right now that are rather stalling the progress. Do you feel that SMEs should also freeze any type of projects they had undertaken for their green footprint? Well, the answer, as in many cases, is it depends. You cannot prioritize green transition if you don't provide a similar financial incentive. This utopia that we're going to save the planet and spend all this money to complete all those huge projects, this is not going to happen. There are many green initiatives that could have a positive financial result as well, either short term or maybe longer term. These initiatives, yes, will progress. The other ones that were from the start obvious that they were impossible to be achieved, and the only thing that they accomplished was to bring Europe in a non-competitive position against other non-European countries, those initiatives should be left behind, especially since the main competitor of Europe, which is the US, are not following through with those previous commitments. And let's not even consider China and the rest of Asia. So yes, the answer is it depends. This is why an intermediary, non-governmental authority, an independent authority could play this part to prioritize solutions so that not we don't invest at whatever, we have a national interest in mind. Mr. Liadis. Well, if you look at the green transition before the war between Russia and Ukraine, you would see that there was a comprehensive plan that, aside from a vision and the idealism of the green transition, had specific funds, huge figures, that would actually convert the vision, the ideals, and the willing of everyone for a better planet into very specific financing and grants in all production activity and consumption, taking the cost away, the burden from the SMEs and the citizens. That was a very ambitious but also a very good plan, and no one was objecting because Europe was funding the transition. Obviously, with the war, the priorities have shifted. If things change, if the war ends, and this plan rises again, then the realism of the green transition can be possible. Otherwise, if the funds are not available, it will continue to be a utopia. So I think that the criterion here is whether or not Europe can finance the green transition without affecting the prosperity and the daily life of its citizens. Thank you very much, both of you, for this interesting discussion, and we continue with our next panel. Okay, so after this very informative video that we watched twice, because once is never enough, our next panel, ladies and gentlemen, focuses on how climate change crisis changes the conditions in managing investments and the insurance industry, affecting strategies and decisions on an international and national level. We have people from the financial and credit sector, Mr. Manos Drosotakis, Mr. Panos Antonopoulos, Mr. Ernesto Di Giorgio, Head of Insurance Financial Services, Grant Thornton, Mr. Kostas Nicolaou, General Director, Prudential, and Mr. B. Margius and Partners. Our panelists are going to discuss how investment risks affects investment portfolios, the structure of investment products, and the market in conditions of climate uncertainty. Let's welcome them to the stage. Our moderator is the director of CNN.gr, Mr. Dimitris Pafanis. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be the moderator in such an interesting and timely panel. I think it's the best time to have this type of discussion, not only because we are experiencing the impact of climate change, but because we are also talking about change in paradigm on a global level. The conditions that we had in mind in relation to how we deal with climate crisis, the priorities for investments and in insurance have changed, both internationally and in Greece. And I think over the next 45 minutes, we will have the ability to analyze exactly what is happening, how investment decisions and insurance decisions have changed, how the situation has changed, and what is required at the level of collaboration and organization, because this discussion is, let's say, a group exercise. Now, let me also introduce our speakers, and without any further ado, because I want to give most time to you, I will start with Mr. Drosotakis, the CEO of Iolcus. Just give us an analysis of where we stand today. How are these investments that we are discussing related to climate change? How can they, or if they can, serve as a driving force against the risk that we're facing, and how the relevant investment decisions can have a negative or positive effect? Let's start with the share market. What we're doing recently is that we're trying with different KPIs to measure the effect of the impact of the businesses according to the three ESG criteria: environment, social, and governance. Companies that have a high score can be included in mutual funds that invest based on those criteria. This is a large market. So the ESG concept is part of our lives for 20 years, but over the last 10 years, there's a trend in markets with ESG-based investments. So we have mutual funds being created that mainly buy shares that score highly in those categories. And until 2022, we also see a hyper-performance return on those shares that did better than others, and also a lot of inflows in that category of mutual funds. That until 2022. In 2022, we had the war, Russia and Ukraine, so an increase in the price of oil. So following that time, we didn't have so much inflow. We didn't have outflows as well. but we didn't see the inflows that we saw in previous years. So now, today, that category of mutual funds have approximately 6% of their capital. It's invested in this type of funds. In Europe, we stand at 20%, so 1 out of 5 mutual funds invest based on ESG criteria, very important. And recently, there is reorganization, a reform of the legislation on the side of the EU, relaxes the criteria to characterize, to be able to include those funds as ESG funds, and that we see if that's going to create a new inflow for funds in that direction. So it was something that started in a dynamic manner. There was a change, of course, after 2022, things changed. But based on the last comment, this relaxation of criteria, we might be optimistic that there's going to be more capital inflow in this fund category. Yes, it is very likely that this is going to happen. Besides, 6% is an important number, as I mentioned before, given the situation. This is an important, this is a low figure. So where can this go, the 6%, if we say that we align with the needs in the market? In Europe, we stand at 20%, and I think that's the goal. The rate of global funds being invested in mutual funds of this type.
So we're talking about a possible tripling the digits. And of course, this reflects the desire for investments. Now let's talk about bonds. Well, yes, sure. When it comes to bonds, the most important thing are the green bonds, a big category. It's not quite different to a typical bond when regards to the risk. But in order for a bond to be characterized as green, it needs to have some prerequisites, meaning that the money should be spent to environmentally friendly investments. There is a list of those types of investments. And the businessman has to prove, the issuer has to prove that the money will be spent in such a category. It should be, the money should be invested in a specific account that will be used for that. And then we need constant updates on the spending. So the purchase of green bonds has grown substantially. It was €500 million 3 years ago, and now it's over 1 trillion euros. Sweden, for example, 1 out of 3 bonds issued are green. In France, in Denmark, it's 15%. In Greece, we also have green bonds. Almost all systemic banks have ones. And the PPC also recently. When it comes to the yields, let me compare a green bond and a typical bond. The typical bond, let's say, has a return of 3.2%. The green bond will have 3.15%. So it will have a smaller premium. It is important because we do not punish the people that want to invest based on the ESG criteria, and also gives the opportunity to a classic investor to use these types of bonds. And this, for me, is important. Now, there is great... Now, the markets are changing. Meta issued 30 million bonds right now. It was covered 3 or 4 times over. It was not a green bond. It was for AI investments in data centers. But anyway, it is indicative of the cash flow that exists in the market. So with green bonds, we're about 7% right now in Greece of the total of bonds sold are green bonds. So I think that we can invest a lot of we can proceed with these types of investments. Now, Mr. Adonopoulos, let's take a look at the other side of the coin. We mostly see in the US a change in the strategy of energy investments, and maybe a slowing down or even a conversion of investments that have to do with ESG and the environment. Do you think that this change is permanent, it's here to stay, and it's going to affect our country? Yes, really, we see a change in momentum right now when it comes to energy investments internationally. It's the same momentum change as Mr. Drossatakis said. And the reasons behind this change are quite similar. All the milestones in 2022 with the war in Ukraine and the Trump administration election, they both have to do with this loss of momentum. This is how I would characterize it towards ESG mutual bonds, and to this momentum change that we see in energy. Specifically, when it comes to the energy sector, the markets pay more attention in differentiating their sources, and specifically in energy stability and security. And this quick decarbonization is still a goal, but it's not the only goal, the only guide behind every investment decision. But this movement towards ESG does not cancel out the transition. I want to be clear on that. On the contrary, it shows that investors ask for realistic timelines, measurable results, and less overpromising. In other words, the market is correcting the hyperboles of the previous years. So we're not talking about a course reversal, but we're going through a new course, the maturity, let's say, of the course. The path will still be green, but it's more disciplined now. The result for Greece is kind of two-faced. On one hand, we have great need for energy infrastructure. We have mature projects which can attract a lot of institutional capitals. This is quite apparent already. It's happening. On the other hand, the environment has become more demanding, which means that we need to secure a stable regulatory framework and predictability in order for the investors to feel more comfortable to move safely and in a long-term plan. So, all in all, I believe that this transition is continuing. It is just happening on a different basis, on a more realistic basis. It's more market-driven, and there is greater importance when it comes to investment risk in order for a more sustainable maturity. So we're talking about real market terms and not with hype and overpromising. Yes, sure, we have seen that in previous flows, as mentioned by Mr. Drossatakis, until 2022. But now we are not talking about a negative result, a pendulum that is swinging from side to side, but we're talking about a more realistic speed, a more mature speed, by taking into consideration, of course, the needs of the market. Now, let's still talk about the international experience that you have. When it comes to the international scale, we talk about investments and assurances. What are the trends recently, and how are these trends applied in Greece? Is there a time delay? Do we have our own rules here in Greece or not? According to our experience, I would say that the greatest investment trends are based on four pillars. One is the green transition and all energy infrastructure. Second is ESG and everything that has to do with responsible and sustainable investments. Pillar number 3 is technology. And when we talk about technology, we mostly talk about AI, digital infrastructure, and data centers. And number 4 is real estate and tourism. Now, let's talk about these four pillars. Pillar number 1 is green transition and energy infrastructure. Here, at a worldwide level, we see an explosion in investments, especially in projects that have to do with renewable energy sources, electric cars. About $180 trillion were invested in the last years, with an ascending trend. In Europe specifically, there is a very great need for investments when it comes to the energy sector, networks and interconnectivity. And there is this fading gap that the European Investment Fund and the European Central Bank are trying to cover. But it's not easy. In Greece, in this entire world of investments, Greece has a special role in this investment energy map with projects that have to do with renewable energy sources, energy storage, energy interconnectivity at an international level between Europe and Middle East, as an example, and decarbonization projects also. So there are many things that are going on in Greece in this part, and I think that we are following suit all our remaining European counterparts. And then ESG and investments that have to do with sustainable development. We continue to have this sustainable ESG investing trend, which matures as time goes by, and it has less marketing but more value. Institutional investors in Europe mostly demand clear-cut ESG criteria, meaning decarbonization plan, using ESG data, complete alignment with European taxonomy. And they set this quite clear framework of transparency and sustainable development as a necessary prerequisite for them to invest in any type of project. In Greece, steps are being taken, of course, mostly from big companies, listed companies and banks. Various ESG initiatives, such as green bonds, sustainability-linked investments, the creation of ESG reporting, and these types of initiatives, generally speaking, by making the environment very interesting for foreign investors. But when it comes to SMEs, non-listed companies, I think that we still have a lot of steps to take until we reach the European level.
The third pillar is technology. Again, we have a big boom in investments that have to do with data centers and AI clusters. And as an example, we have India, where more than $100 billion has been invested in data centers alone. That's a big part of the investment. But of course, central banks are already warning about the risks of creating a possible bubble that comes from the debt that supports all those investments. Now, in Greece, we have important investments being made, but especially in infrastructure, data centers, cloud regions, underwater cables, and not so much in the production of AI technology, where any actions taken mainly focus on telecoms, banks, and very specific initiatives. So yes, we've seen some action, but mainly in infrastructure. There are steps to be taken yet in the generating technology. Now, the last pillar is real estate and tourism. The traditional real estate sector is under pressure, especially due to the increase in interest rate and the change in the work conditions. But the tourism real estate, anything that has to do with student houses, senior homes, where there we see an investment increase. Greece is doing well. It's a case study. It is attracting funds, especially in hospitality and tourism. but also with short-term leasing, second housing, and investment actions for premium tourist projects, such as large hotels. This is another way for drawing funds. So we also see in Greece those trends being reflected, of course, not in the degree that we see abroad, because especially when it comes to AI, you say that we're creating the infrastructure, but not so much the technology AI. Real estate is very specific, but for green investments, we have this potential, this dynamic, but we are rather behind the European average. And to conclude this first round of questions, the second part of our panel that has to do with the insurance market, and I'm going to ask Mr. Nicolaou. Mr. Nicolaou, we see that in order to address this climate change, climate crisis, and upgrade the infrastructure in Greece that are related directly or indirectly, we need a number of very large projects. My question is, what are the main insurance coverages and the main insurance needs for such an important project, important undertaking? Thank you, and thank you for inviting me, Mr. President. The insurance coverages that are required, so as not to scare anyone here and just or bore them, essentially have to do with what this panel discusses. In practice, we are called to manage certain projects that are there to manage climate crisis. So we want coverages against what we are afraid of. And to be more specific, I will give you an example that we have right now ongoing, the restoration of the irrigation network in Karditsa. Essentially, such project requires the coverages that will keep it alive no matter what happens. So we have coverages against any type of risk, the core of climate change, flood, fire, and earthquake. So preventing damages if something like that happens. There is a general civil responsibility, civil liability. We have many people working in that work site, so if something happens, an accident or something, people can be compensated. And another two coverages. The first is the loss of revenue in case there are delays with the project. So the contractor, if they are to receive, if there's something goes wrong, the contractor can get paid and not lose the money that they were expecting. And also, we have the environmental responsibility, environmental liability, as we say, that has to do with the pollution from the worksite. Well, these coverages are there because they were part of the public and of the PPA. In the past, such projects did not have any type of insurance. So now we are actually doing a much better job with what was happening in the past. And the fact that we have the private sector as part of the ecosystem, that was what gave us the insurance aspect of it. So those projects and those coverages are a living product, I would say. You continuously need to be aware, and in collaboration, the insurance company, the contractors, the state, the advisors, because new needs are continuously arising, and we need to examine how we can meet them. The insurance market is a conservative one by nature, and as a result, but also it is, of course, a business. It is not a non-profit. So it is a living project that requires continuous communication between parties involved. And as the projects become bigger, for example, this is a project standing at approximately 150 million, and that shows us what are the what's the strength of the Greek market. Perhaps we need to go abroad in order to cover those requirements. Maybe the Greek market cannot sustain it, support it. So it is a very interesting project, something that we like working with, but just an asterisk here. These are the basic needs that are there from the start for the technical part of the project. There are other needs that the contractors that undertake such projects must examine in order to be able to manage them. For example, cyber attack insurance may not be mandatory, but maybe for a project of that size, it would be required, even if it is not a requirement by the tender or by the state, so that you can be sure that everything goes well. Very interesting, that last part and your question, how obviously the requirements and needs are changing. What is interesting is because we have this PPP project, this collaboration between the public and private sector. It's the reason that insurance was introduced, whereas in the past, public sector projects were not insured. So that is a good thing. Let me say that contractors are well ahead of the state in this regard from our experience in discussion with them, because in the past we would representing the state. Even if the requirements were not there by the state, the contractors would undertake them because they know from their daily life, their practice, that it is a requirement for them to ensure business continuity. Let's stick to that subject with infrastructure, insurance of infrastructure. Let's talk about investment now. Going back to Mr. Dorsotakis, we see recently a series of investments in mutual funds that are directly or indirectly related to infrastructure projects in Greece and abroad. How is this category for the investment environment, and what are the characteristics of those mutual funds? We are talking about a category of mutual funds of business participation. This is a large category that invests in companies that are not listed. The return of those mutual funds in the last 15 years were very high. If the other mutual funds had 9%, these had a return of 13 or 14%, very high. So as a result, we had a lot of inflow in that market every year, more than $1 trillion every year. So today it's a market close to $15 trillion. Now, we also have mutual funds investing in infrastructure, in projects, or in companies that are active in infrastructure. Approximately 50% is in renewables, but the other investments as well are related to climate change. Now, in Greece, we also see an effort of this type. We've heard the previous panel, Mr. Komrinos, about such an effort. We see that we have the first mutual fund investing in infrastructure, about 300 million euro, a large fund. And this category is going to grow over the next years, and it will grow through the private sector. So far, only institutional investors invested in that market because you needed a big capital. But now the European Union, seeing the potential or the need to find funds for climate change, and also wanted to give access to retail, to individual investors, they are introducing this category where you can enter, participate with just 1,000 euro. Given that the money invested in Europe by private investors, this is 33 million. Even if a small percentage of that is going into that category, it's going to be a big number, maybe an important figure. Do you see that happening in Greece? I told you what is happening in Greece with the two efforts from EOS, and maybe in the coming months or years we will see something similar, with whatever that entails for incoming inflows in that. This might be an attractive investment for the Greek market because it has a predictable profitability. You have long-term contracts and not a lot of fluctuation. And also they are protected against inflation. So for these two characteristics, I think it's good for the private investor because private investors want to have more or less secure return for their money. They look at things long-term and they can also use invest a small capital. Yes. And of course, these are not bonds. They are investments in shares that have some characteristics that appear similar to those of bonds. Now, Mr. Adonopoulos, this is a very interesting discussion about the international environment. We've seen the so-called Trump effect in the last year. The second presidency has brought changes, starting from tariffs, geopolitics, the turn to back to fossil fuel. How much has this change affected the investment criteria and the green investment criteria in specifically? And what does that mean for the green transition internationally and for our country? We've touched upon that in the first round of questions. Yes, I now want us to focus on it because I think it's the most important aspect. Yes, it is the most recent important factor that has to do with the change in momentum that I mentioned before. Even more important, it is the fact that it increases uncertainty. The Trump effect creates uncertainty. And if you allow me to connect it to what Mano said before, the reason why we have this discussion to private equity infrastructure investment is because of this uncertainty. So a benefit of adding this type of investment in your portfolio is that you increase differentiation, so you somewhat lessen the uncertainty problem. Now, the Trump effect in the US has created uncertainty in relation to grants, tax incentives, and the regulatory framework for clean energy. And because the US is the largest pool for investment funds, any shift in politics has an effect for global flows. Therefore, short term, we've seen a shift of interest to more traditional energy forms, mainly because of cost and energy security. But in midterm, we feel that businesses will not be able to ignore neither the climate risk nor the regulatory requirements. And what we have seen is by investing in companies both in Greece and worldwide is that a lot of businesses, the majority of them, are already adopting and have integrated the green transition in their business models, something that we feel is difficult to change back. Even in Greece, where we have fallen behind in the transition on the side of the businesses because of the years of the recession, we now see that we are progressing more quickly, assisted by the international conditions and by the fact that markets allow for easier drawing of funds. So to answer for the Trump effect, as we heard before, I believe that it is more symbolic in nature. It's not a structural thing. And I'm saying that even though we see both the US and many businesses and even big fund managers to abandon these initiatives for the climate change. So the fact that I believe it is more a symbolic effect is because because I see that businesses, in fact, even large American businesses, by reading their financial reports, we see that they have fully adapted to ESG criteria, to the green transition. Of course, because we have the Trump effect, not only they are not advertising, they are not talking about it. Everyone avoids discussing anything about the climate transition or climate risk or ESG. Most talk about sustainable and responsible investments. Now, the other thing is that big funds manage money on a global scale. So they take into account factors that are not only related to the conditions in the US. They are big funds. The companies that they invest in are also global. And at the same time, we have Europe and Asia that continuously support investment in infrastructure for green energy. For me, the most important thing is this threefold. First, energy stability, adequacy, and availability. Second, cost. And thirdly, the environment. This is a point of balance that is not a given and it's not static. It is changing depending on the global conditions, and it is what defines the green transition and determines the sustainability of an investment. And aside from the hype that you mentioned before and this trend that we see for the flows, you have this threefold, that those variables, those factors are not independent from each other. There's a very complex interplay, and this balance point is very important, and prioritization as well has changed, and I feel that, I see that as a maturation stage.
Indeed, we understand this, and this has a short-term impact. But as regards the internal proceedings, there are different data, different dynamics that are implemented. Indeed, and we have seen this turn towards security and cost. So yet we haven't reached the point where we speak only about green transition. We consider all the dimensions. Question: in this whole ecosystem, as we describe it, and regarding all the dimensions combined, which is your role as a consulting company? How do you function? And which is the value added that you give to this teamwork? I do understand that many stakeholders are involved. Yes, of course, we do need to involve a lot of stakeholders, and the role is not to substitute any of them, but to be part of a bigger team. So summarizing the role of the insurance consultant, and especially in any investment project, I would say that we have four pillars. First, strategic planning and analysis. Second, the pillar of project design and scheduling. Number three is technical and operational support on the project. And number four, follow-up, monitoring, and the final outcome. So to analyze each of these four pillars, I would say that the strategic design and analysis includes understanding of the customer's needs, what they need to do, in which market they operate, which are the factors that influence this market. Then a market analysis follows, because we want to understand all the parameters which are important for this move, in order to understand the framework, and finally to see which are the risks that might be found, and how we can face them. From the general outcome, outcome of this general process is the design. The second phase is the project management, design and management. Then here we set the strategies, the milestones, the KPIs to help us monitor the project development and what types of outcomes we expect in every delivery. A very important thing here is the governance. All the stakeholders, how they are coordinated together, internally or externally, depending on their nature. And finally, technical and operational support is important. Here, the consultant brings into the game the whole know-how and expertise in risk management, in compliance, institutional framework, subordination. In our insurance sector, also audit and accounting issues, and all the document management and follow-up, studies, and a business plan, of course, and actuarial work. Also, you know that systems are affected according to the magnitude of a project. So if we want to see whether we need to implement some systems or acquire some systems. Finally, the follow-up and monitoring, auditing the work, the project is important so that we stay within our limits, within our budget, and within our timeline. And give the appropriate tools and reporting mechanisms so as to create deliverables that will be implementable right away. So I understand that in all stages of the process, you are there from the inception until delivery. Indeed, we are together with all stakeholders, providing our know-how and knowledge. Mr. Nicolaou, considering the example that you gave us regarding major technical works in a PPP framework, I understand that we have a lot of stakeholders, investments, the public sector, consultants, legal firms, etc. So how is this coordination possible so as to keep budget, timelines, and quality levels? And what is the most critical parameter for the best outcome? In these particular projects, there are many stakeholders: state, the ministry, the secretariats, the EBRD, the insurance consultant, the legal advisor for the state, the legal advisor for the contractor, the legal advisor of the consultant. As Mr. Di Giorgio said, the consultant is the connecting point of all the stakeholders. Whenever there is an insurance consultant, he or she is at the center and creates a more flexible environment. If we want to finalize any project, then we have to consider how to smoothen all the internal challenges that might arise. Of course, we have seen many difficulties in the past regarding the structure of such architectures. If we had similar tenders some 10 years ago, for example, with a consultant advisor, sometimes we see the state or some of the parties wishing to bring back the same consultant and to imitate, to reiterate the same specifications. So it is our role to change the mentality of the stakeholders so that as to modernize the specifications and terms of the project. In some tenders, we have seen that in case of any conflict, we have to refer to arbitration to Athens or to London. These were clauses that were copy-pasted from older contracts that are obsolete nowadays. So we need to modernize our systems, to modernize our contracts. We still have some challenges as legacies from the past that we need to update. You mentioned risk taking and responsibility, which covers the whole chain of command. I understand that it is important to modernize the specifications based on current needs. I do repeat that the contractors know very well what has to be done. But the public services sometimes are afraid of the responsibility that they take, and sometimes they are very rigid in the way they cooperate. I would like to thank you because we have given many interesting details about how these projects are being built, designed, and operated and delivered. And we also spoke about modernization of these processes. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we have a lunch break for 15 minutes, and we come back. Please keep the time.
So we are back, or we will be back shortly, because most people are out still having lunch, because it was so, the food was too good, and now people are still eating. Our first panel for the second half of the second day of the conference is about the green transition and resilience, the contribution of the blue and green investments in sustainable management of natural resources. The panel will focus on the targeted role of investments in water management and energy management in order to ensure the growth model that is sustainable. We have members of the scientific community and the market in the panel, Mr. Vetas, the General Director of IOVE, the Professor of Financial University of Athens, Mr. Konstantinos Kartalis, Professor of in Environment and Climate in the National University of Athens, and Mr. Haralabos Sahinis, the CEO of EIDAP. Our speakers are going to talk about blue and green investments and how they can transform the way we protect and shield our natural resources, offering practical solutions and strategic prospects. Dimitris Christoulias is going to be our moderator. Please take your seats. Take your seats as you can be seated, maybe in an alphabetical. Oh, okay, according to your photographs then. Mr. Vetas is sitting next to me. Okay, let's take our photographs first. Okay, first of all, let me welcome you. My name is Dimitris Christoulias. I'm a financial analyst, and I will do my best to have a nice and lively discussion. I think that the break and the good food really was revitalizing. Ms. Gadona, congratulations for the nice food. First of all, let me say that I am very happy to have a dream team of speakers with me. Where do I start from? Mr. Sahinis, Mr. Kartalis, Mr. Vetas. It's going to be really a very, very special discussion. No, we won't be sticking to any formalities here. If you want to add something or comment or anything, you can intervene. And our goal is 45 minutes later to have arrived to some conclusions. And I'm also not sticking to the order. I'm going to start with Mr. Sahinis, if you agree. So let's start to talk about blue and green investments. For people who are not familiar with the term, you're going to talk to us about blue investments, about both blue and green economies investments. How can they secure the water sufficiency, especially in times of water scarcity? First of all, let's talk about water scarcity and what is happening in the country. And then I'm going to talk about the EIDAP, which, as you know, is an emergency state right now, Athens. And of course, we need to be coordinated. We need to have a plan, because the projects that are related to water cannot happen overnight. They need planning. They need the construction in order to provide solutions. This is why Attica was declared in a state of emergency for the projects to be executed faster because we need to be ready in case we have a problem with water reserves. So it's a matter of priority. Of course, yes, water is a priority. But first, let's talk about the facts. The water reserves, even though there should be a balance in 400 cubic meters, 400 million cubic meters coming in and the same amount going out, we had a deficit over the years, and we need to address that. And you cannot just use stochastic and statistic models because it doesn't pay to talk with chances, 0.5% or 1% or 0%. You cannot be playing around with a huge city like Athens. You have to be prepared and ready for any possible outcome. So we've already started taking some action, 2 years already, and we assigned to many different firms and engineering firms the task of carrying out certain studies. And it's interesting to note it because in 1993, we had already had the studies from the ministry for different alternatives before we had the dam at Evinos. So we also considered those. And we are discussing with many people in Greece and abroad because best practices are also important here. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We want to take advantage of best practices. And this is what brings us to this combination of green and blue investments, which is also a combination of cost, because water is a social good, but there is a cost in turning the water that comes from rainfall or from snow melting to clean it and to make it drinking water. So you need to implement the right projects so that you can ensure there is sufficient water, but also you have to do it at the best possible cost. So aside from the interventions we have already carried out, we have prioritized a project of Evritos, which is very important. It's about connecting two rivers that are now flow at Kremasta. And it is important for you to understand the size. At Kremasta, every year we have 3.5 billion cubic meters of water in an inflow. If the situation continues, we need at most 250 million, even less possibly, but maybe a little bit more of what is coming into our system right now. But there we have 3.5 billion cubic meters. We need to use a small part of that, therefore, and this is also a simple project and a project that doesn't have a huge big environmental impact. And say that it is a simple project because 100 years ago we started the project of Marathonas that had 20 kilometers of tunnels included. Then we had the connection of Mornos with 65 kilometers of tunnels. 30 years ago we had Evinos with 30,000 kilometers of tunnels. Now we have two rather small tunnels, 14 kilometers and 6 kilometers each. And there's another important advantage here when it comes to the environment and the solution, the fact that water from that source comes through gravity, which is important because it lowers the cost of the whole project. You have the cost of the tunnels, but then no operating cost, and that is very important. In fact, from the Mornos channel, as we call it, Mornos and Evinos channel, we have hydro plants on that, small hydro plants, which produce electricity, generate electricity. So it's also green and blue. Of course, we are examining other solutions as well, desalination or anything else. But desalination is more expensive. Yes, desalination and also a lot of drilling for the mid-term. All these are expensive because of the energy cost. Desalination, according to our calculations, might be up to 8 times more expensive than the other project. But it is necessary maybe in some parts of the country. Of course, that is the case. This is why we're talking about planning, about analysis. And another project that I want to mention, because we are talking about green and blue investments together, another important project that our board of directors is going to decide for a tender for the study of that project. We call it Psyttalia 3 internally, and this is related to water scarcity, but on the long term, because the Psyttalia 3 project has 2 parts. One is to have a fourth degree processing of water, and remember that number, we are using 400 cubic meters of water from Psyttalia. Right now we are sending into the sea 300 million cubic meters of water. So we're going to clean this water up, and we are going to absorb this cost because it's an obligation of Greece from the European Union. The point is, what's going to be the cost for taking this clean water from the sea level and bringing it back to the city? Because that is also going to be a big cost. What's going to be the cost of all the piping required to bring it back to the city? We are also creating a master plan that's going to be finished over the next months about the needs for industrial water, irrigation water, to see how we can use that. But we now need to see what is less expensive and how and what would drive the decision of using something that is more expensive. And to go back to that green part of this investment, which is a difficult investment because you know that Psyttalia is an island and it's already full with the installations. And now we have to have installations for fourth degree processing, and at the same time installations that are using biogas from the sludge and burn that in order to optimize our income from biogas. And we want Psyttalia to be a net zero facility and net zero in carbon emissions. So these two things together on a small island create a very interesting project for anyone that wishes to study it. Thank you, Mr. Sahinis. I will come back to you with very important questions that I believe we should answer. But now I have the pleasure and the honor to have with us Mr. Konstantinos Kartalis, Professor of the Environment and Physics of the Environment and Climate at Athens University, with huge experience. Mr. Kartalis, recent floods suggest in Attica and other parts of the country the need for a differentiated planning to ensure the resilience of the infrastructure. Does climate change play a part in that? Well, thank you for the question and thank you for the invitation. Since we are talking about sustainable practices for the future, it is obvious that we need to take into account something that is evolving now, and it's made evident in the urban environment. That's climate change. I will start with the fact that we have organized and set up our country for a climate that is no longer there. And we need to find a way to adapt our growth model our urban areas, our production areas, our infrastructure in a climate that is changing. As a parenthesis to what Mr. Sahinis said before, the scientific community since the mid of 2010 has identified in the area of southeastern Europe the fact that rainfall is going to be reduced. That was not really heard or discussed, but now we are at the point where the climate model is proven correct, and we do have less rainfall. And we are facing the need of taking action to restore the water supply of Athens, meaning that we want projects that transport water from another river system in Athens, something that was not a practice for the past. It's something that is not in line with the practices, with sustainable practices. And we need to consider how this water is used, because not only for drinking water, it's for irrigation as well. So the climate risks that we are recording and studying are four. We have wildfires, which are excluded from the discussion today, high temperatures and heat waves, the second, floods that you asked me about, and drought. But all these things might be happening at the same time. Sometimes we're facing all four risks at the same time in a very aggressive manner. So you need to plan for the future. Especially for floods, it is obvious that when you plan for a reorganization of the urban planning, you need to consider the areas where flood risk is more prominent. And you can do that by extrapolating to see what is happening for the future, and not on a 4-year horizon, based on the horizons of the climate science, meaning that you need to plan until approximately 2040. That requires a change in governance. You cannot plan and take action with a 4-year horizon as far as the elections go. And you also need to trust the scientific knowledge when you take political decisions. So it's not by accident that today the European Union, in the design that it does for climate change, the next RRF, which is not going to be an RRF, or the next Common Agricultural Policy, has integrated climate risks to ensure that all these social and financial and technical groups that are working together will have ahead of them sufficient time to adapt and predict. So we need to think differently. And I will conclude the same way that I started. We have set up the country for a climate that is no longer there. And if we want sustainable practices for the future, we need to change the way that we design. You said something that is very important, and I'm going to ask one more question. You said that the scientific community was not heard approximately 15 years ago. So the proper political decisions should have been taken that would have predicted some of the negative things we're experiencing today. Do we still have time today to correct the mistakes of the past? There's always time, but we will need more effort and more cost. That is the price of this delayed action.
Mr. Vetas, welcome. General Director of EOP and Professor at the University of Economics. First of all, I would like you to comment what you heard until now from your co-panelists. And also, could you please share your knowledge about how these blue and green KPIs are related to the remaining of the economy? Because for most of the people, maybe the green and blue KPIs are not so clear. How much, how can a citizen know? Thank you for the invitation to this panel. and I'm happy to be here with Mr. Kartalis and Mr. Sahinis. Currently in Greece, as things are, we have a deep deficit in horizontally in infrastructures. We have improved some digital infrastructures at some level, but we still have gaps in infrastructure. For example, the pavements are not citizen-friendly, are not citizen-ready, actually. Or parents with strollers or people on wheelchairs, they cannot circulate. This is a deep problem related to the fact that the country was deeply frozen for 10 years. While investments were at more than 20% before 2009, before 2007 actually, when we invested 65 billions, mainly focusing on constructions and houses. Now we are trying to reach half of this percentage after having recovered from the crisis. We believe that at that level of investments, we want at some moments to reach the European average. This means that we have to invest more, but we don't have the resources. To increase investments, you either decrease consumption or you get loans. So this is not an easy decision. So I would say that this is not a stroll in the park. And we have more things to consider. After 2010, we have lived in an economic world, in an environment where we would seek recourse to the banks to cover any deficits, any holes, if you'd like. Nowadays, this is not so possible at the same manner. In some European countries, we see the banking sector being more supportive. But I believe that nevertheless, in Greece and in Europe, we're going to have more expensive money for the next 10, 15 years. This means that we should be very careful in our selection, in our options. Some 5 years ago, along with the Bank of Greece, we had estimated as regards defense and infrastructures to be ready for climate change, and we had estimated the figures that we would need. So we have to learn from the mistakes of the past. This is what you're saying. Of course, this is true. No government can be against this statement. For example, we see the USA, which is the most serious investor globally. We see them changing direction 180, and this creates a vertigo in the economic world, whether you have to go towards some types of fuels or not, whether this climate change is a myth maybe or not, whether we should cooperate all countries together or whether we should opt for independent solutions. But nevertheless, in order to reply to your questions, I would like to say the following. Apart from the major works or medium-sized works, the deficit of investment has led to a lower quality of the deliverables as delivered to the end user, to the consumers. This can be seen in the city of Athens, in cities all over the country, and we can see the same in the energy market. If we had installed the smart meters early on, we would consume in a different manner, in a different motive on our daily routine. What about the different types of tariffs from the Ministry of Development? This is towards a good direction. The faster these are implemented, the more rational will be the system. When you are ready for investments, you have to provide a sound ground for investments. If you have holes in the ground, then the investors are discouraged and confused. We still have time, and we will have time, but for the moment, and I consume with what Mr. Kasalis mentioned, for the moment we are yet behind in having a state that is functioning no matter which is the government, and having a continuation in the governing work. This is a reform that has a long horizon, but it is very significant for the survival of the country. You mentioned climate change and the targets. Shouldn't we have a central European line, a policy for this so serious a matter? Is it only the responsibility of Greece to aim at greener solutions? Or is everybody doing whatever they like in Europe? I do not know whether this is a rhetoric question, maybe. The point is the following. Indeed, the green transition is one of the top 3 priorities in Europe. Half of the projects designed already touch upon climate change. So from that point onwards, I can say that the RRF has earmarked some almost 1 billion for green projects, and a serious amount of this money will not be absorbed, and the priorities have to be reshuffled. What you're saying about central policy, let me tell you that last night Europe decided that the target for 2040 will be 90% less in relation to 2030. For 2030, we have 55% as a target. If we translate this into technology, we'll see a huge reform that needs to take place until we reach the green energy. This is a recommendation, and in order to comply with this framework, utilizing the investments that already exist, we need to implement these projects. Otherwise, we'll reach the target in 20 years later. Mr. Sachinis, which are the mechanisms of governance and financing that would ensure that investing in water, the blue investments, are a robust proposal? Let me start from where Mr. Vetas finished. He spoke about the water which is lost, leakages, etc. Indeed, 80% of water usage in Greece is rural water. It is evaporated, it's lost on the ground. At some point, we need to see this problem. And I believe that at least near the Attica region, we are going to undertake the monitoring of the irrigation system, and we're going to rationalize it so as to have a lower cost and a more efficient water usage. Nevertheless, in many areas in Greece, we have bad networks, bad grids, and bad pipelines, and these have to change today. In Athens, the actual leakages are 15%, 1.5, which is an average level for Europe. The target is 8 to 10%. The point is, how are you going to reach 10% from 15? How to win this 5% and how much does it cost? Already, we have gathered data from 3 sources. One, GIS, when we see the pipelines that are broken. Number 2, Technical University of Athens surveys to forecast, to predict the problems of the pipelines, and an internal survey for the longevity of the pipelines. So the plan, considering this triple survey, is 250 million. But this 5% we're going to gain will be up to 2 million per year. So I'm going to pay 250 in order to save 2. Is this a good analysis? How much should we invest in order to reach what kind of a target? This is the critical question. This is an environmentally critical discussion. In order to change the pipe networks nowadays, we would need more than 2.5 billion. So who is going to pay for all these changes? We are a listed company, the water company ADAP, and our strategy is based on 3 pillars: safety and security for the network, ESG, and KPIs for specific activities that we want to undertake. We also have a strategy committee and a risk committee under the board. Strategies are connected to the risks, and then we decide what we need to do. Of course, after the cost-benefit analysis is shown also to external auditors, the regulator, which is very important because we have rules. The regulator is always in favor of the consumer, and they prioritize the projects accordingly. And also, we have a supervising ministry. Also, we have procurements. We want to have a lower cost with open and transparent invitations. Also, we have the money that we take from the tariffs. We have 1 billion grants from the European Union. In the 2.5 billion of investments, we will not pay for the 1 million. This is very important. So in order to take all these, the aforementioned funds, we need to prioritize based on a sound analysis. One more last question for you, because we don't have much time. We have 8-9 minutes. We could speak for hours on that matter, but unfortunately we have restrictions, time restrictions. Mr. Sachinidi, which is the role of digital technologies and new projects of EIDAP in improving resilience and sustainability of investments? Already I mentioned about GIS, electronic models, etc. Also the smart meters, I mentioned them. We have a project for water consumption. We're speaking about 2 million meters, gauges that will have smart technology on within a 10-year period. So every day we should change 1,000 meters and provide for new batteries as soon as they finish, as soon as they are consumed. So we have to find the best practice. And also, we have to consider the pumping stations, their performance, the channels that transport potable water from Evinos, the communication channels based on fiber optics. This is so we have a cooperation with engineers, also Tmede here, and the Chamber of Engineers, in order to produce the digital twins. Thank you, Mr. Sahinis. Mr. Kartalis now. How will the EU support the resilience of infrastructure in the next program? It will be introduced as a prerequisite. Every infrastructure should ensure that is not vulnerable and it is environmentally friendly. There are specialized tools per geographies. For the Mediterranean, which is a high-risk area, the tools are going to be different than the northern parts of Europe because we have different mechanisms of tools and infrastructure building. We also have a time target because we want to achieve the change within a specific timeline. This will be a transformative change. At the same time, we want to change governance, to change the way we design investments, finance projects, finance sustainability, and gradual development. Foresight is a key word in such investments. We shouldn't wait for the disaster to come and then react. We should be proactive for any geographical area, metropolitan areas or rural areas. We need to envision the Athens, for example, in 2040, in 2050, and act towards this optimal model for the metropolitan city. Only this way we will design a plan that will make the Attica region an independent area. We have seen that commuting has changed, has been burdened a lot due to the new infrastructures of the Attica Road, the new airport, etc. But the utilities have not been transpositioned. So the consumption has a more heavy consumption profile. Paris and London have metropolitan governance on such matters. All participate, but they don't have this problem that we have in Greece, each municipality having its own plan for water consumption. No, they don't do that. How can they act if each one does something different? So we have to consider which are the needs horizontally and envision the solutions for the next decades. So we need to become like London, like Paris, have metro everywhere, for example, in order to decrease traffic and emissions, etc. Can we do that? We've seen that contracting is a very difficult exercise in Greece, and we wait for many, many years until a contract is awarded, and then it can give deliverables. In the Attica region, we have more than half the population of Greece, so heavily residential. So in order to make it more green, we have to find spaces, green roofs, pocket parks, mobility in the city so that the risks can be mitigated with more green areas being generated. The problems are going to be aggravated in the future, and the water is becoming sparser and sparser. Are you optimistic, nevertheless? Of course, if you are a teacher, you have to be optimistic. What about London? When I visit London, I go around by metro. It's very easy to go around. But in Athens, you cannot do that. There is traffic congestion all the time. There is waste of energy, overspending of all resources. So this is not a sustainable model. And also, we are always angry when we drive. So this is not blue and green infrastructure. It's a mindset that we have, indeed. But in every problem, technology and science have solutions. We are not trying to find the way to live on Mars. We are trying to find solutions which are simple. So this is why we are optimistic. But we have to convince the politicians. Also, there are heavy fines to pay in London if you want to enter the city center with your car. And a last example regarding London, from Heathrow to the center, a friend of mine wanted to drive. And I told them, no, you shouldn't do that. You should pay £200. And that's how much they paid, actually. And they couldn't understand how the train goes, how the metro goes everywhere, and they cannot use their car. Nevertheless, Mr. Vretas, the last question for you. Where should we invest with a blue and green face? Blue and green investments, will they become leading in the overall investment area? And you can share your last words. You are going to finish with the discussion, so you have this freedom to say whatever you like. We don't have much time, actually, so I'm concluding with one final observation, saying the following. It is now high time to prioritize our needs and solutions. I'm going to agree with my co-panelists that at the level of collective or individual action, you need to plan and keep your plans. It is not also a matter of green or blue investments. We have to see green and blue characteristics of everything we do, because there is no use to have green investments and then close your eyes when you have violations in other areas of the daily routine in a city. Since you mentioned London, I'll say that you are lucky because London have one of the oldest metros in Europe. You are lucky because you didn't visit a city in the Eastern Europe, where you would see the large leaps they have taken towards progress. We are still optimistic. We are always optimistic. We shouldn't complain. We should stop complaining. We should just decide that we're going to focus our energies to specific visions. After the crisis, we didn't have money, of course, so some problems were aggravated. We didn't leave our houses. We didn't. 500,000 people left the country to other destinations to find work. So we did have some pressures on the infrastructures. Some of the problems were hidden during the COVID period, but now they are emerging again. Traffic, for example, is one important problem. Also, getting from Athens to Thessaloniki or to another city. These kind of issues have to be solved because without such investments, we won't have an economy. We won't have any people. So it's necessary to have these investments, as I understand what you're saying, so as to have a better life and to have a better economy. Indeed, but one would say that maybe education and schools are a higher priority than greening the economy. And of course, we don't have endless resources. So we have to consider that we will enter an analysis giving us a solution to both public and private systems that will channel the resources in a more smart way than in the previous years. I would like to thank all three of you. Do you have a last word, any of you? No. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are now moving on to our next panel. After we take our pictures, we have the Deputy Minister of Transport. We will have him with us. A very critical topic at the heart of the issue of a sustainable society. So, transport is our next discussion is about our new direction towards sustainable traffic, the development of safe transportation methods, and the sustainability of the transport system. The transition to a more efficient and resilient and sustainable transportation model will be critical for the development of the country. So right away, we will have the Deputy Minister of Transport, Mr. Konstantinos Kyrianakis, with us, who is going to provide the institutional and strategic approach for the priorities that will form the future of transportation in Greece. We will have him on stage quite shortly to present his vision for safe and innovative transport solutions with the help of my colleague, Mr. Nikos Karagiannis. So welcome to this panel. We will be talking about transportation and the battle to improve the citizens' daily life, both at the level of urban mobility and at the level of the country nationwide. So I want to start with our railways and talk about the plans that you have for reorganization, how the projects are progressing, and when do you feel we will have the new line Athens-Thessaloniki in operation? In the summer of 2026, as I said. The projects are progressing as expected, just to answer your question from the start. But first of all, let me thank Tmede for the invitation. I'm very happy to see familiar faces from my previous capacity at the National Cadastre here in the audience. Hopefully things are progressing. Maybe we can discuss about that later. And of course, it's a pleasure to be with the engineers of the country with whom I have developed a relationship of trust, I would say, because whatever they asked from us, we delivered, we worked on them together, and I believe they are also effective. Now, the railway. And a sector that needs engineers, needs the way of thinking, needs their efficiency, because without these things, you cannot have a modern European railway system. Railways, for those who have been interested in the subject and have experience in it, because really, if you want to express your opinion in public, you need to be familiar with the topic. In Greece, a lot of people have an opinion without having the necessary knowledge to back it up. We've heard things that do not apply, are not realistic, but to be fair, you cannot really be aware of them, of the situation, how it stands, if you don't really dive into things. Now, to give you a brief history, Greece, in the past, had a very strong railway system because people didn't really have an alternative for transportation. We had a big network built at a time when roads were not there and people did not have private cars. Cargo transport also was through the railway, not with trucks. So that was the situation in the past, but that brought Greece up to a point that for many decades its economic growth was identified to that of the railway. And the war, Second World War, the Greek soldiers were transported by train in order to go and fight in the mountains. And that was the past. But at some point, Europe decided these old railways that were designed on a national level in each member state, they decided to standardize the width of the railway, the different systems for electromobility. All that, Europe realized approximately during the 80s that they have to be harmonized, and that was an area. The railways is a sector where we need the single market. The Maastricht Convention in the matter of the railways is very, very much applicable. So that for the countries in Northern Europe or Central Europe is very evident because train transportation is in their daily lives. In Greece, this is not the case because Greece was always isolated from the European Union. Just recently, we have a neighboring country that is now in the EU, Bulgaria. This is why last week, well, I mean, in the last 15 years, I'm talking about recently, last week, a very important agreement was signed in Brussels so that Greece can move away from this railroad isolation. For the first time, we're going to have a fast and modern access that will upgrade transportation and make Europe more independent in relation to the Bosporus Straits from the Turkish Bosporus Straits, which was the tolls for anything that was transported towards the Black Sea and Ukraine, just as a parenthesis. So Europe chose harmonization, rightfully so, which meant that a lot of the railway trains had to be disassembled and changed, replaced, and the systems had to be introduced. The main one being the ETCS system, European Train Control System. The system for automatic braking when any rule is violated. Europe did that for security, safety reasons, but also for reasons of capacity of the network. The rationale was that in the same infrastructure, even if you have a double line, you need to be able to send out trains frequently to increase speed and serve passengers, and also combine that with cargo transport. There was no other way than having these systems, which were expensive because they have equipment on the rails and by the side of the rails, which needs to connect to you other standardized systems with the trains, which means that all trains, that of the past and that of the future, need to have the same system. This started in around 2010 in Greece, but with the wrong way. I talked about three systems, remote, about signal lights, about control. So Greece just tried to patch things up. They selected part of a line and installed part of the systems, but part of the system cannot secure the entire effect. For example, there is a contract to add to the ETCS on the rails for 100 kilometers of line. This system interacts with the train, and when the train passes over, it gives a signal about the position and the speed, and it can send that to remote control, and perhaps, if needed, brake automatically. So that was installed in a line by itself without having the remote control system along that ETS system. So it was essentially blind. It's as if you have a car with a wheel, but it doesn't have an engine. And that was very, very problematic based on the trust that OSE at some point is going to proceed with the other projects and everything will tie together. But because of the many problems in the construction sector, in the relationship between the state and the contractors, because the lack of trust, something that was not really made known. A contract that was signed, there was a lot of vandalism at the time, and as a result, the purpose of the contract would not be accomplished because of all the missing and stolen materials. That led to delays, extensions, and so on and so forth. Also, you need to be, so in order to have an opinion about railroads, you need to know the history. So now we made the decision to stop working with patches. This is why I'm here to announce that in 2026 is going to be the last year when we will have contracts, individual partial contracts, and then at the end of the year we will move to a long-term service level agreement, an SLA, which for large parts of the line will have one contract for all systems. So we're talking about maintenance of large parts of the line. For example, Athena Thessaloniki is going to belong to be one line, and we will know that we will have one contract for the infrastructure, for the safety systems, for electromobility, for anything else that is required. This is very important so that railways in the future will be able to operate properly. So for the contracts that you asked me, of course, everything needs to be in operation by the summer of 2026. And I'm happy to see, perhaps for the first time, a contract of such magnitude being implemented. And despite of the rains of the last week and the tight schedule, just 15 months, we will try to find a way to be on time. So over the summer, Athens Thessaloniki, this line is going to have all the requirements, all systems required. Our drivers, the train drivers, are being trained on a simulator for the first time in Greece, and our safety guards are more strict now. So this threefold, new infrastructure, new trains, new stations, is what is our vision for the end of the year. This is important, and the fact that trains will be back. Hopefully, over the summer, we will be able to go in the train and take this trip to Thessaloniki, and people will be able to use this transport means. This is why we have included a clause in our renegotiation with the Italian company that says that if they don't make the investment that they have signed that they will do, they have committed to paying 300 million euro for 23 new trains until 2027. If in 2027 Greece does not have those new trains, the public will have the right to terminate the contract way before 2035. So we have this bargaining chip and we need to use it. But hopefully the Italian company is going to honor their signature and their commitment because they have taken it at the government level as well. So this is the Italian company investment, their order, they have to manage it. What we want is that they honor what the two ministers signed, and it was also signed by the Italian Prime Minister with the Greek Prime Minister in Rome last May. Now, let's move on to Athens and Thessaloniki. There is a big battle there for the reorganization of the bus fleet, for the upgrade. Well, before we move there to Athens, Thessaloniki, because we have so many engineers here with us, The stations of Athens and Thessaloniki, we want them to be of European level. So we're talking about big and difficult technical structures that will require synergies and collaborations. We will have some announcements about that shortly. There will be 2 stages. There's going to be first a renovation so that we have, well, not this awful situation that we have right now, but on a second level, we're going to expand the stations so that they can be landmarks for their respective areas in Athens and Thessaloniki, with their parks, with malls, with life. So first modern stations and then terminals that can have multiple uses. Okay, I have to ask, this project is going to be by YEOSE or by the new OSE together? YEOSE, because of the decision taken in the past, it has to report to the Superfund, but we, as the Ministry of Transport, want to proceed with the projects that we can alone. So these things have to run together. We don't want to use any excuses and say that it's the other one's fault and whatever. So we're talking about a complete upgrade, total upgrade of the customer experience. Now, urban transport in Athens, in Thessaloniki, there's the reorganization of the bus fleet. You've purchased the buses. You are starting to remove the trolleys. What are the goals of the ministry to improve the traffic conditions, something that we've been discussing a lot in this conference? In Thessaloniki, things are much better, and I feel good about that, because 2027, really, Thessaloniki is going to be a new city, completely different. We will have the expansion of the metro, we will have the flyover. In 2019, they had 240 buses. Now we have more than 500, and the fleet is being renewed until the summer of 2026. The people there are going to see the renewal, and at the same time, we have green bus terminals. So along with the urban buses, we will have the connection to the train, and that will be a traffic revolution for Thessaloniki. In Athens, things are more difficult, I have to be honest. First of all, because we have such population density, too many people in this city. I have to say that Athens is congested. It cannot take any more people. It has not been built with infrastructure that can support all these many people. Yes, Ms. Gadona, we need this decentralization, and we need to say maybe we are the only European country with so many people in one city. And we need to work in that direction. Everyone needs to help. And maybe railways can play that part, can help, because if you have big train stations in outside of Athens, these can be hubs for any company that moves there. And therefore, employees can move there and have a more relaxed life than all of us living in Athens. So that's one thing. That's the horizontal way of treating this. Now I'm going to talk on 3 different axes: buses, metro, and when it comes to buses, things are progressing well. We have the buses. We have purchased those that we were waiting for. And until March 2026, we're going to have even more. There will be 1,076 new buses. Drivers. We don't have drivers. The number of drivers has been reducing as of 2021. The number continuously drops. This trend has been reversed as of May 2025. I'm not saying that because I was made minister, things changed. It's obviously the continuation of a situation that was prepared by Mr. Staikouras as well. So in May, the fruits of that labor, we started reaping the fruits of those labor, increasing the numbers of drivers. Right now we have a call for 300 drivers. We want to encourage people to participate. There's going to be a bonus, a special bonus for active drivers in urban transport. So even if you are public servants in different sectors, if you want to get that bonus, you need to come to OC. The new drivers will get it, the old drivers will get it, so that will improve their salary. So we will have those new drivers and the new buses, and we will be able to reduce the time by 30%. And now also we are monitoring the bus lane with cameras, and fines will start to be given. You already see that in Attica Road. You see the fines being sent. That will be sent through Gov.gr. So we will see a big improvement with buses. The metro, the old metro line, things are difficult there because we have old trains since the 1980s. They are old, they are constantly needed repairs, so they create delays. So we need to proceed faster with a contract at the factory in Volos, a Greek factory, where they are upgrading all the old cars. They are adding air conditioning units, everything that the modern transport needs. This contract is delayed. This is why we have imposed a fine, a big one, not something that's common practice. And we did the same thing with bus contractors that were delayed. So this contract will give us the first train in March 2026. Once the field tests are completed, we will have one train each month that will improve frequency from 8 minutes to 5 minutes, so an important improvement. Also, we are trying to clean up the line because there's graffiti there that give that make you feel that it is abandoned. There's dirt everywhere, there's graffiti. It's not the image that is right for a modern European city. Then, the metro. At the metro, things are more or less stable over many years. What has changed is that it was expanded to Piraeus with 3 new stations. So more time and more distance to cover, but we didn't add new cars to the network. So the same number of trains make more trips. This has resulted in a frequency at line 3, 4 minutes, which because of the passenger volume is not enough. You have a train every 4 minutes, but it's not enough. I understand that people are complaining, and at the start of the year, in February, at the end of January, we are going to have a tender for 15 more trains, and at the same time we are reorganizing previous and rehauling them, past trains, past that were removed, 12, and we are going to order another 15 new ones. And the contracts for new cars will be very strict in time. So, but the upgrade of the trains that were removed in the past is going to start now. and it's going to improve the frequency. So we are taking action in all fronts. That's important. We only have 2 minutes. We've passed our time, but it was a very interesting discussion. If you can tell us about road safety issues. We have a new traffic code. We want to reduce traffic accidents. So what are we doing there? Next week, you're going to see a campaign, promotion campaign. The message is that the mistakes you make on the road, you're not the only one who pays for them. This is mainly addressed to male drivers. When it comes to deadly traffic accidents, 82% of the people involved are men. And overall, only 6% are women that cause deadly accidents. So 94% are not responsible for fatalities on the road. And we need to mention that. We have a problem with minor accidents, fender benders, but you're doing good when it comes to fatal accidents. So our goal is for this year to end the year with less deaths than the COVID year when no one was on the streets. We've done a lot for that. We've made policing very, very strict, especially with sobriety tests. I wanted to ask whether this extension of the operation of the metro stage trains has given any results. Yes, we are checking the numbers, and of course, it has results. And people are using the trains over the weekend during the night times. We have new roads being delivered. VOG is progressing, E65 is progressing, so roads are being delivered, and that plays a part because now the deadly accidents are less than 5% in big highways. Again, the urban centers are where people are dying. So the problem was transferred? No, it just remained there. In the past, we had the big problem in big highways and in urban centers, but we reduced the problem of big accidents in highways because we have these new modern roads. So all these things together, along with educational programs, with the campaigns, with raising awareness, have played a part. And from the numbers that we're seeing now, I believe that 2025 will be will conclude with a great reduction in fatal traffic accidents. It's something that we are working with, along with people who have lost family members in traffic accidents. We made the law more strict for punishing these cases. Thank you to the Deputy Minister, Mr. Kyrianakis. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel regards new financial instruments and saving natural resources, which is at the core of modern transition. The banks now provide for new financial schemes combining different types of parameters. We need to discuss how employable and implementable they might be. We have with us Mr. Thanos Vlachopoulos, Head of Large Corporate and Wholesale Products from the Piraeus Bank, Mr. Ioannis Serafimidis, Chief Retail Growth Officer from Eurobank, and Mr. Ioannis Neokosmidis, Director of Portfolio Management and Investment Advice, Eurox. Moderator is my colleague, journalist Athanasia Akrivou. Stella Cadona gave us the framework for this discussion. We speak about green transition. The problem is, the question is, how do we finance them? Which are the challenges, the demands, and everything? This is going to be the concept of this discussion. Let me welcome once again the people who are the experts to answer this question. Mr. Vlachopoulos to my left from Piraeus Bank. After him, Mr. Ioannis Serafimidis from Eurobank. And then we have Mr. Neokosmidis from the company Eurox. Usually we converge to outcome. I want to start from the outcome. Is it realistic or is that utopic that the new financial instruments will be adequate? So, Mr. Vlachopoulos, you're first. Thank you for the invitation. For me, it is clear. If we have to choose, we choose to be realistic. Mr. Stournaras, yesterday, the governor of the Bank of Greece, said that the climate change today is a systematic risk, a systemic risk. The banking system and the state and the government wishes to be realistic and face reality. Everything has to be fast and efficient. We always like figures, of course. So I would say that representing Bank of Greece, we have financed 5.6 gigawatts, approximately 4 billions, exclusively in renewable energy sources. So how can we have a remedy for climate change via such types of projects? RES projects, management, etc. So you are here and you are present essentially and with your actions. Mr. Serafimidis, which is your opinion? Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for the invitation. Of course, I agree with my colleague here. I vote for realism. There are many tools for the companies, businesses, European and national bodies. Even if we didn't have the tools, we would make them because the needs are here and they are big and they need to be supported. Apart from the needs that stem from the European Union framework, there is also a social issue. There is a competitiveness issue in the business sector. The energy transition will help the Greek businesses to become more competitive. As regards the households half were made before the 1980s. So they are energy consuming. And of course, the banks cooperate with the supervisors. And we also have investors who wish to see which is our own footprint. So we have some motives. We do have the motives and the obligations. I am going to agree with the other speakers. Of course, in my turn, I would like to thank Tmede for the invitation. And let me say that we are accelerating. Let me say a few things about the environment. We've been having some infrastructures from the Second World War, and we've been having the similar goals for decades in the country. Also, we had several challenges, climate change, energy challenges via the various burdens that are accumulating. Nowadays, the growth model cannot be based only on consumption. It should protect consumers. We need 3.5% of the GDP for this framework to become a reality, according to the ECB, including new jobs and everything. This new perspective. This regards the businesses at the first place, and then the investor and consumers. The high capitalization companies play an important role here. The small and medium enterprises face a rather qualitative problem. So 90% of the market share, which are the SMEs, have not yet used the financial instruments or implemented solutions. So we have the solutions, but they do not know them or they do not use them. I believe that we are going to see the trend going downwards toward the small sizes of enterprises. So that we can see how the real economy runs. This is very important, what my colleague says here, because we see a different level of maturity in between the large and the small enterprises. We see the small enterprises and medium enterprises how consultancy is valuable, because the consultant can give insights into the financial instruments that exist. Of course, the know-how of the bigger enterprises is more extended. Another question, which is the main challenge nowadays for green investments? Is it a matter of liquidity? Is it a matter of know-how? Is it a matter of bureaucracy? I do not believe that there is just one factor alone. In the past, we would say that the basic obstacle would be liquidity. Today we have the banks and the systemic banks also, which have a main advantage, or a credit advantage. This means also the two non-systemic banks have the same advantage. Some time ago, we had a knowledge deficit, but for these years, we see that there is no more knowledge deficit, but we have progressed in that. I believe that bureaucracy is a main obstacle now, and the plans that the companies submit for approval need to be improved, and maybe we need to see how we can utilize the various parameters that we have to consider. In conclusion, I would say that at the moment we have in the pipeline more than 2.5 billion projects for the RRF, which will be soon mature, but they are in delay due to bureaucratic reasons. Do you believe that red tape is going to let you finish with them? The banks are coordinating a bit, are trying to accelerate, and I hope that we will manage to finish on time. Mr. Serafimidis, let me focus on individuals more. I see the problems that you mentioned. Of course, liquidity was a problem. If you don't have enough to buy a home or renovate your home, it's not easy for you to think that you will do any further investment. And of course, when we speak about energy upgrade, we speak about technology. Technology is changing every year. And one can never know which would be the best technology to adopt at a certain point. Bureaucracy is necessary at some point because we have to document management and governance of the projects. But of course, we might have similar projects with a lesser cost. So this would be important. And of course, we have competitive products that show that the interest for energy transition is high, but we haven't focused on these green programs yet. What is your opinion, Mr. Archimedes? In order to propose a solution to a problem, we first have to describe the problem after we recognize it. So this is why we see how the small and medium enterprises emerge with so many challenges. These SMEs do not have direct access to financial instruments like large companies do, borrowing, for example, with better conditions, etc. In the past, the banks did not care for the smaller clients. But the point is that there is no advice today as for how you can draft a proposal in order to draw some funds. Thank you. Another question. Which is the product in your bank that would be a game changer for the businesses in the next years. So let me say what green transition means for our bank, from Piraeus Bank. Some 20 years ago, Piraeus Bank locked the management policy for the environment. 20 years ago, it was very much advanced as a step. In 2007, we had the first green products, which regarded individuals more. In 2017, we changed the internal procedures of the bank, and we adopted the ESMS, which is a risk management program that measures environmental risk. In other words, we try to quantify the change in climate and integrate it in the risk management models. So nowadays, we also consider the risk for the environment. In 2020, as a bank, we launched the sustainability-linked loans. They were connected with some indicators and gave a lower rate, giving a bonus to those who would complete their KPIs. This could be a game changer, in my opinion, because I believe that it is an initiative of the bank. It doesn't come out from a compliance mechanism, but it comes from the knowledge we have of the market. In order to comply with the framework, the European framework, we can provide different types of tools. Now we enhance these with these types of initiatives. So, as you say, you have integrated energy saving, resource saving in your analysis. Is that so? Will accessibility be a factor here? Indeed, we are looking into this. And also, we are looking into another thing which is important. Yet, we do not follow the logic of financing which will be negative for the environment. We want a positive footprint for the environment and the society and the real economy. Until recently, the whole market would go after profitability. Now, we go to the 3 Ps: people, planet, and profitability, 3 Ps. So this is the new game for the banks. And in order to answer your question, sustainability includes an extended scope, flexibility in terms of payment conditions, and also it is financed by the bank itself, decreasing its own profitability in order to drive the dynamics around green sustainability. What about the retail customers and the small businesses? Are they really interested for energy upgrade? the retails and the small enterprises. Let's consider the example of green residential loans. Is it a mature market?
First of all, thank you for the question. And let's discuss the interest, whether it's real or not. There are many reasons that feed the demand, which demand can be covered by banking products and by private products as well. We talked about the old age of the buildings. Most buildings do not fulfill the modern standards. And as my daughter says, there is the FOMO, the fear of missing out. And everybody rushes to inscribe themselves in a new program. But there is also a huge cost of energy. We heard about all the weird invoices. And there's also uncertainty in the energy market. We all remember what happened a few years ago with the war on the Ukraine. Touch wood, I don't know, something like that might happen again. There are also upgraded living standards. We live in a different way than the one we used to live 50 years ago. We want to be comfortable. We want our air conditioning. We want smart homes. There's also need for protection and security. We want better doors, security doors, or even better window frames to protect ourselves from the weather phenomena. There's the need to be autonomous. You know that in multi-story buildings, a lot of people cannot reach an understanding to buy oil to heat the building. And there are also investment needs, meaning that I want to purchase a new home, but I don't have enough money, so I will buy an older one. Or I want to buy a small apartment, and I can upgrade it energetically so that its value rises. This is what happens in the centers of our big cities. So there are many reasons that come and go along with the iconic effort of the government, the Execonomo program for upgrading homes. Every time they announce a new Execonomo program, people rush to take part in it. This program is running again, and for about 1 billion euros that will be dispersed. Yes, I know that these programs are quite important for the market as well. Yes, because everybody has the fear of missing out. Now, when it comes to green loans, all over the world, this market is an emerging market. And in 2024, this market was about 30 billion. But Greece, we don't have the same quota. We do have the history, though. We talked about the photovoltaics in 2009, but in the last few years, the interest has switched. I think it was discussed in a previous panel also about the many needs and the need to transfer the funds to other pillars. And there's also the social pillar, like we said. And with this iconic program, Spiti 1 and Spiti 2, a lot of people got loans to buy a new home. So there are not many funds left to be distributed towards green loans. According to the world trends, we can either stop those government programs, subsidies. Well, I think that at some point they will be over, or to improve the incentives, meaning tax incentives or something. And don't forget that when someone purchases a home, a new house, and this program, the Spiti 1 and Spiti 2 programs, mostly focus on older houses, so they will need to renovate them as well. Mr. Kosmeidis, when it comes to the investor, do the investors look for green investments or not? This is something that we talk about a lot. is there a danger of a green bubble, let's say? Well, when it comes to green investments, we can see that the indexes of S&P Global that have to do with ESG and also the AFEX ESG index have doubled their quota from 2021. So yes, I think that investors are interested in that, but not only in that. Because all those criteria have to do with big-sized companies with high capitalization. Apart from that, we have 60 members at the AFEX CFG right now, so everybody wants to join the game, and there's going to be a great disbursement. So this is not a risk factor now. The investors care about the classic risk and return. But I think that in the next 5 years, we're going to see a lot of differences. Because SMEs will start joining the game as well. And let me give you a different answer in 5 years' time. Let's discuss the same issue again in 5 years' time. There is a market of mutual bonds with an ESG aspect that is over $3.4 million. So this is a rich market. And no, I don't think that it's a bubble. In order for something to be a bubble, as all the good professors know that are here, there should be fundamental mistakes. And the green transition and the ESG story is nothing but fundamental. So allow me to say that the regulatory framework is positive. The funding is also positive. If I had more time, I would be able to give you more details regarding the funding and on what else we can do regarding the loans. So 100%, this is a fundamental criteria, but it is not differentiated than any other risk factor. Well, we have 10 extra minutes, so let me go back to another round of questions. Mr. Vlachopoulos, right now at your bank, what is the banking product for businesses that has the greatest upgrade? Let me say that the product that goes to big and medium-sized businesses, because as Yannis said, this network of banking is different, quite different, and more standardized. So they are the sustainability-linked loans, because they have a quite wide purpose. Whether a company is small or medium or large, they can use this loan in for a variety of reasons. It is quite flexible, and it shows the commitment of the bank regarding ESG. And this is where the regulators should take part also. The central bank, the ECB, European Central Bank, should give incentives to businesses so that they can further be involved not only in green transition, but also in sustainability in general. And I'm saying that because we're talking about a competition that sometimes can be unequal. A company wants, a medium business, let's say that they want to invest their capitals so that they can be sustainable and have a sustainability plan, and another company next to it will not. In the long term, the company that does not invest in sustainability has greater profit. So this is exactly the gap that the regulator should regulate by giving the tools to the bank and not penalizing the companies, but giving them incentives. Mrs. Serafimidi, I thought that you said this before. Well, I try to represent the private individual here, so I will talk about the program Execonomo. Just give me a few moments to talk about this program that really also creates demand for all technical professions. It has created a whole new ecosystem, and I totally agree that we need advisors right now because those types of ecosystems are kind of self-serviced. And there's also a social dimension of this program, the program that subsidizes young people and vulnerable parts of the population. And also we talked about the lack of knowledge and the beams that are shaking and how worried we are about the future. But this repeatability of the program really helps the creation of a stability, of a safety. Mr. Advisors at the time need to act as advisors. The Piraeus Bank, and I'm sure that most of the banks do that, they promote this roadmap for SMEs. And also there is the role of the consultant, where you can lead a small or a medium enterprise to the goal. I talked about the Greek exchange, and they did try to do something like that, but it was during the COVID pandemic. It didn't pan out. It didn't have the results that it could have. But I'm sure that they will do that again. And we, Piraeus Bank, have built a portal which provides all the available European tools. You don't need to be a client of the Piraeus Bank. You just visit the website and see all the tools that are available, all the funding that is available, and the characteristics, of course, of each, so that he can invest not only in green transition, but generally speaking, in sustainability. Mr. Serafimidis, when it comes to retail customers, all those programs that you said, Execonomo, SPT1, SPT2, is not just a simple loan. It has a complexity, it has bureaucracy, red tape. How can you help this retail customer or a very small business that does not have the know-how? Just quickly, let me say that we do have an advisory role as a bank. There are many programs, and of course people can be confused. It's not just the banks that are advisors. We can help you in funding products, and there are also engineers, technical professionals. But this innovation that will move even forward in the future are the ecosystems, the one-stop shops, the collaboration of private companies with the banks, or an energy-producing company, or electricity company, or constructors, so that anyone can buy the house with the key in hand, let's say, ready to move in. I think this is going to be the future, the next trend. And let's close with that. Let's finish with that, with this trend. I think that everybody would be happy with such a solution. Thank you so much for this interesting conversation that we had. And I think Stella will take the podium right now to tell us what's going to happen next. So the transition in smarter and more resilient cities is a need that defines the way with which we design our infrastructure and our sources, and also create policies about climate adaptation. Here we have the opportunity to talk about digital transformation and AI, the new framework about cities, infrastructure and climate policy, where technology meets the great strategic challenges of tomorrow. Here in this panel, we are going to have with us Mr. Dimitris Papastergiou, the Minister of Digital Transformation. His experience in the application of smart solutions when it comes to public services and urban planning gives great depth to the discussion on how AI and digital infrastructure can be a tool for sustainable development. So let's welcome him, Minister, with my colleague, Mr. Giorgos Kakousis, who will moderate this very interesting conversation. Thank you. Well, it's very nice to be here with you today. Welcome. Thank you.
It is always very interesting to speak with someone who knows the matters very, very deeply. Many times I've had conversations with the minister. I was always very much interested, more interested after my conversation with the minister. So welcome, Minister, today. The first question is, how do you see cities in 10 years from today? Nowadays, we are astonished when we see these tools, but then they will be our everyday life. Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you for the invitation of our fund, because I belong to Tmede since I am an engineer. And we do very well, actually. I always have news to break. And the news are the following. 1 hour ago in the parliament, we completed a discussion about Pharos, the first supercomputer that we're going to host as a country. And actually, we create the core of AI system in the country. Now, Pharos is the following. Essentially, 2 things in terms of infrastructure. The supercomputer Daedalus, who is now being constructed, manufactured in the Lavrion area at the industrial park, which is there. So this was the industrial area of 100 years ago. Now it's going to be for the next 100 years. And the second pillar is a business shell, the Pharos, which connects with the has funds from the super fund 70% and the national resources 30% in order to attract new startups, new businesses, which can utilize the new tools for storage, for boxes, for testing, and maybe for launching products into the market. So we have knowledge plus data plus infrastructure and plus cooperations in an open way and in a flexible way with the Superfund. Before I became a minister, I was a mayor of a city, so I know very well how to manage a city. Indeed, the cities in Greece have several challenges to face nowadays in terms of sustainability, one including Athens is the biggest city in the country. It has, I would say, overcome its limits in terms of population and cars. The infrastructures of the city were created in the previous century. Now they're not enough. So we have to draw a line and say, that's it. no more development. We have to concentrate. Even the data centers in Attica, it's a problematic thing. It's an energy problem. The DE as the operator, IPTO, will not be able to cover such high energy demands in a certain geographical area alone. Pharos is at Lavrion, but also a second AI machine at Kozani, in Kozani, which is at the northern eastern part of Greece. So let's decide what we want to do. Do we want to drive for 1 or 2 hours from our home to come here to Tmede? Do we want to be so densely populated as a city? What do we want to do? Where do we want to live? I live in Trikala. My family still is in Trikala, a smaller town than Athens. My kids go to school there, etc. And I can visit home in 3 hours. So I commute to Athens every week. The ultra-fast broadband also is another challenge for the whole of the country. Decentralization needs high speeds. So we need to have infrastructures, and we have to expand our productivity everywhere. What about AI? Will it play a role in designing such infrastructures, and how? Considering climate change, which is the current challenge, and abruptly comes into the daily profile of our lives. How do you envision the new future? The good thing is that AI models can now predict extreme weather conditions, give instructions. For example, in Chios wildfire last year, with the satellite data and the drones that we used, we could have information so as to deploy our forces fastly and protect villages and forests. Also, we can utilize land and satellite data and images to work more efficiently. It is not just the data that we take from our satellites. Already today, we have 5 Greek satellites up there today, owned by the Greek state, 3 of them manufactured completely in Greece. ISI is the company that has created the Pulsar satellite, which can see everything, so it provides safety, etc. Services. The other 3 are research satellites. One regards maritime issues and shipping. And also we have thermal satellites and optical satellites of high and super high resolution. They can watch urban planning usages, quality of waters, forests, sea contexts, the cultivations also. Now the farmers are blocking the streets, and partly they are right, because we have been following a system which is wrong, and they cannot work under these conditions anymore. We are completing our cadastre nowadays, and we know very well which are the land plots that everyone is using for what usages. So we can cross-check everything which is declared and stated. Indeed, we shouldn't start this cross-checking now after the disasters that just took place, because we wanted to provide support to all the cultivations and the sheep and cattle that have been distracted due to the problems that have existed. Also, energy management is another challenge. Where are we going to find the energy we need to govern these computers? AI consumes a lot of energy, and this raises prices. We have 40 megawatts nowadays in Greece in AI computers, but if we are going to implement all the announcements, we'll reach 600, 700 megawatts. This is a huge change. So which would be the solution to that? A parallel solution to another problem that we'll face in some months. Producing more energy in some periods inside the day than the one that we can consume. So storage could be a solution. Behind the meter energy could be a solution. Local consumption in order to ensure energy sufficiency for the whole of Greece. Behind the meters solutions then. And data centers as batteries. We can't exploit the energy today, but we can translate it into AI. So we do have needs for these new AI factories. Can we quantify these challenges? What are the needs today? Today, we don't need any more energy. The energy is enough, but we have to plan the future. We need to see whether these gigafactories with 1 gigawatt established demand will be supported by Greek energy or international energy. Maybe we can couple with Italy and see whether we can have a joint solution. Today, we have 12 gigawatts of RES. We'll reach 20 according to our plan, and we need to see how we can store this extra energy. Can we translate it into data? Can we translate it into something else that we could store more easily than intangible energy? But nevertheless, we need to new infrastructures all over the country. Question: the changes will not be handled by technical university students, but by people at the ministries and at the market, and they're going to use these new things. What type of education should they have so that the people are trained to exploit such capabilities? Could you give us some examples? How will we change the way we work as engineers? The engineers know very well that things may change very much and influencing our lives. For example, AI could provide the designs for a building. Of course, we need some knowledge, we need talent, we need insight. Robotics will not substitute human labor. What is challenging is how fast the society is going to be educated on AI, because an engineer using AI will be more efficient and productive and useful from another who doesn't use AI. So I can announce that we are running in a 160 million education program in the ministry for upskilling. Our social partners are now delivering courses for AI. What is critical is that these monies are well exploited. So back to school. Yes, exactly. We go back to school and we have to be retrained. I have changed many times in my engineering career, electronics, programming, licensing, many types of things I have done. So engineers are used to changing scopes. But now the difference is that now this change is very fast. This is the difference. So how will an engineer be facilitated in their work? Here we are responsible as a ministry because we formulate the environment where you work in. We know very well that we had to deal with the largest IT program in Greece related to how data from the cadastre and the archives are being digitized, and how we will reach a point where this information is going to be electronic, all the land usages, all details, everything, so it can be usable for engineers. These programs are ongoing. The cadastre in 3 years will have covered all the land plots in the Greek territory. We will be ready and live in very soon, and we'll know how we can face any types of challenge that will emerge. We still have problems. We don't have the owners of many plots, and we have to wait a bit so that the program is complete. Urban planning is the second pillar. Urban planning offices had specific problems, the most severe of which was the multiplicity of legal provisions that would be interpreted in such a way that would be conflicting in sometimes. So procedures were so much delayed. So we're trying to simplify the legal framework in order to provide a better tool for engineers and for the citizens. The cadastre is everywhere today. In all major cities, in all prefectures, we have the architecture of the cadastre, which can support the urban planning offices today. And also this will facilitate the job of an engineer. Of course, we don't want to digitize the problems of the bureaucracy. We want to simplify the procedures. So you try to simplify our job, no? Yes, but indeed we have many steps to go. There's the interface with the tax offices is another major step towards this direction. And we have to facilitate and simplify the job internally in the ministry. But due to the fact that the RRF supports us, we are doing this fast. So it's a period of changes. So which will be the next milestone in terms of AI usage and digital transformation? Which part of our daily life will change? In our sector, everything that I just mentioned. It might sound difficult to adjust the way we work, but everything is going to be much easier in the future. Plans, licenses, approvals will become easier, but always keeping the human eye oversighting the whole process. Is this good or bad? Because some people say that the reason why the farmers are out in the street nowadays complaining is that the data fed into the system for their subsidies were wrong, a human mistake. The satellite data were right, but we had human errors in the input of this data. What about this? Could you comment on that human intervention that might be problematic? Yes, we are humans and we make mistakes, but indeed we still have to train our people, but we need our people there to control, to aggregate, merge databases, to decide everything. We do the same thing now with the systems of the cameras, traffic cameras. The police person is going to certify any violation which is caught by the cameras, of course. But I believe that the work is going to be simplified due to the technology. The legal professions will be also facilitated in their work because they will have less cross-checkings to make. They will have some checklists that will be automated, and they could carry out a serious task in a very limited time. We are going to have better prognostic models with AI, better audit points. The available technology is very accurate. We were super happy when we had 1 meter accurate photographs. Now we have 30 centimeter accuracy. So information is very helpful for us. When you complete your term in this ministry, what is the legacy that you want to leave to your successors? I know that you work on many innovative areas. What is it that you want us to remember you about? Do you know something about me that I do not know myself? No, but many people change posts, so maybe sometime in the future you won't be minister anymore. Okay, what I want to see is that we change our policies, not just utilize satellites, but if we want, for example, to digitize the country, we have many problems because the archives are chaotic, different structure, different types of data, difficult to merge, difficult to utilize. We want registries of land plots, of buildings, of ownerships. We want to know which is the building that we deal with every time. We know which are going to be the matters, the water matters, the energy matters, all the identities of the building. Also, the vehicle registry has to be simplified and normalized, and the cadastre. If you want to attract investors, you need to have a transparent and clear cadastre. Know where there is a forest, where there is a lake, everything. And of course, this is the simplification we are hoping to have. And simplification also will simplify responsibility. So the major thing to leave behind is governance of data, of the data wealth, in a way that is going to be helpful and supportive for the citizens. If you have any question for the minister, now it's the time that the audience can ask anything. We have a few minutes for Q&A. You were all convinced. Some years ago, when he was a mayor, he would be responsible of the Christmas park at Trikala. But now he's here under his other hat. Thank you so much for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the last panel of the day. And on the last panel of this year's conference, Green Housing Challenges and Social Cohesion, which touches one of the most interesting challenges of our times, and how can effective and green sustainable housing can be combined with social cohesion. Although sustainable housing models doesn't only have to do with architecture, but also with the way we create close-knit communities, inclusive communities. We have amazing speakers today of the international world of architecture and academia. Professor Teresa Taboas Valeiro, the Vice President of the Union of Architects in Europe. Professor Martin Drachowski, the Vice President of the International Academy of Architecture and a professor at the University of Slovakia. Professor Nikos Fintikakis, Vice President of the International Academy of Architecture and past Vice President of the International Union of Architects. And Professor Jerzy Grochalski, Vice President of the International Union of Architects. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Giorgos Alimonos. Good afternoon. I do realize that you're all tired, and please take your seats so that we can continue out of respect to our speakers. And I would also like to congratulate myself for arriving on time because there's so much traffic. And we will switch to English. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ που ήρθατε εδώ μαζί μας. Είναι το τελευταίο πάνελ και γνωρίζω από το τελευταίο πάνελ είναι πάντα το πιο σημαντικό. Οπότε ας είμαστε περήφανοι γιατί είμαστε οι πιο σημαντικοί ομιλητές σε αυτό το συνέδριο. Λοιπόν, θα συζητήσουμε για την βιωσιμότητα, την αρχιτεκτονική με την έννοια όχι απλά του τεχνικού, αλλά και του φιλοσοφικού της αρχιτεκτονικής, της τέχνης αυτής, γιατί περί τέχνης πρόκειται. Ο κύριος Τραμπ δεν συμφωνεί, αλλά δεν μας ενδιαφέρει. Θα μου επιτρέψετε λοιπόν να ξεκινήσουμε με την κυρία. Σας ευχαριστώ. Καθηγήτρια Βαλέιρο, τι πιστεύετε ότι μπορούμε να περιμένουμε από την αρχιτεκτονική, ειδικά σε μια περίοδο που η αρχιτεκτονική χρησιμοποιείται για να καταπνίξει οτιδήποτε καλλιτεχνικό. Πρώτα απ' όλα θέλω να ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ το Tmede για την πρόσκληση, για να έρθω σε αυτό το εξαιρετικό συνέδριο. Είναι μεγάλη μου τιμή γιατί πραγματικά παρατηρούσα όλη την ημέρα, άκουσα όλη την ημέρα, όλα τα πάνελ ήταν πολύ ενδιαφέροντα, οι υπουργοί είπαν πολύ σημαντικά πράγματα. Οπότε σας ευχαριστώ. Ευχαριστώ τον Πρόεδρο Μαρκέδο. Το ερώτημά σας λοιπόν. Μου κάνατε μια ενδιαφέρουσα ερώτηση. Τι μπορεί να κάνουν οι αρχιτέκτονες για τον κόσμο σήμερα? Τα πάντα. Πρέπει να αλλάξουμε την προσέγγιση. Την προσέγγιση ως τώρα, των τελευταίων 30 χρόνων. Γιατί έχουμε ξεχάσει τα αισθητικά αντικείμενα. Θα πρέπει να κοιτάξουμε πιο πολύ έξω από το παράθυρο και όχι στον καθρέφτη. Να κατανοήσουμε τι ακριβώς συμβαίνει, τι μας περιτριγυρίζει αυτή τη στιγμή, γιατί έχουμε πάρα πολλές προκλήσεις που μας περιτριγυρίζουν. Την κλιματική αλλαγή, για παράδειγμα. Το 40-50 περίπου της 100 του κατασκευαστικού τομέα θα επηρεαστεί. Θα πρέπει να αλλάξουμε λοιπόν τις προσεγγίσεις που έχουμε στους διαφορετικούς αυτούς τομείς. Πρώτα απ' όλα όμως, είμαστε επαγγελματίες στις καρδιές των πόλεων και ηγούμαστε αυτής της αλλαγής. Πρέπει να είμαστε οι καλύτεροι. Να έχουμε ένα μακροπρόθεσμο σχέδιο, να καταλάβουμε το όλον και μετά να πάμε κοντά και να δούμε τις λεπτομέρειες. Και φυσικά έχουμε και εμείς πάρα πολλά ερωτήματα, γι' αυτό είμαστε εδώ στην γενέτειρα των μεγαλύτερων φιλοσόφων. Εμείς λοιπόν ως αρχιτέκτονες πρέπει να διερωτόμαστε, να αναρωτιόμαστε για τα πάντα, ακόμα και για το ίδιο μας το επάγγελμα. Και πρέπει να κοιτάξουμε πιο μακριά, όπως είπατε, ώστε να βάλουμε τον άνθρωπο στο επίκεντρο, να σκεφτούμε ξανά το επάγγελμά μας, να σκεφτούμε ξανά την πολεοδομία και τον σχεδιασμό πόλεων. Είμαστε αρχιτέκτονες, αλλά είμαστε και άνθρωποι. Πάμε λοιπόν στον καθηγητή Γκροζάλσκι. Και θέλω να σας ρωτήσω ότι ζούμε σε μια εποχή όπου όλα τα βρίσκουμε σε ένα εξελόφυλλο και όλα επίσης έχουν και μια τιμή. Πώς μπορούμε να εξηγήσουμε στους πολιτικούς, στους νομοθέτες, ότι στις πόλεις έχουμε ανθρώπους. Ανθρώπους που βασίζουν τη ζωή τους στην ελπίδα. Πώς μπορούμε να αλλάξουμε αυτή την υπερρεαλιστική, υπερτεχνοκρατική προσέγγιση? Αν δεν έχουμε όνειρα, δεν έχουμε ζωή. Σας ευχαριστώ για το ερώτημά σας. Θα ήθελα επίσης να σας ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση, γιατί αγγίξατε πραγματικά το πρόβλημα της φιλοσοφίας του σχεδιασμού, όχι μόνο της βάσης δεδομένων, όχι μόνο πράγματα. Οπότε θα ήθελα και εγώ να πω κάτι για τα χρώματα, γιατί η γραβάτα σας είναι πολύχρωμη. Συζητήσαμε λοιπόν για την πράσινη ενέργεια, την μπλε ενέργεια. Και συνήθως χρησιμοποιούμε πολύ μαύρο χρώμα. Για υπηρεσίες χρησιμοποιούμε το κόκκινο. Οπότε οι αρχιτέκτονες εμείς πρέπει να συγκεντρώσουμε όλα αυτά τα πράγματα και να φτιάξουμε το ουράνιο τόξο. Γιατί η γραβάτα σας είναι σαν ουράνιο τόξο. Οπότε μπορείτε κι εσείς να συγκεντρώσετε όλες τις προηγούμενες ομιλίες και όλα τα προηγούμενα χρώματα σε αυτήν. Απαντώντας λοιπόν στην ερώτησή σας, οι αρχιτέκτονες βρίσκονται σε μια θέση αυτή τη στιγμή στην οποία μπορούν να συγκεντρώσουν γνώση που δίνεται από τους ειδικούς φυσικά και ως μια ομάδα να βρούμε τις σωστές απαντήσεις. Αλλά το βασικό το σημαντικό είναι πώς μπορούμε να απαντήσουμε τις κατάλληλες ερωτήσεις, όπως είπαμε. Γιατί θα ήταν πολύ πιο εύκολο απλά να αποταθούμε στις κυβερνήσεις, στις τοπικές κυβερνήσεις, στις κρατικές κυβερνήσεις που έχουν ισχύ και έτσι θα μπορούσαμε να λύσουμε τα προβλήματα. Οπότε λοιπόν θα ήθελα να σας ενημερώσω όλους σας ότι στο συνέδριό μας του χρόνου, όπως είπε η κυρία Ρεγκίνα, η πρόεδρός μας, θα γίνει στην Βαρκελόνη το 2026. Και επιτρέψτε μου λοιπόν να πω το πώς μπορεί η αρχιτεκτονική να επηρεάσει την οικολογία, πώς θα μπορούμε να αλλάξουμε τις καθημερινές μας πρακτικές και πώς θα μπορούμε να σχεδιάσουμε διαπροσωπικές σχέσεις, τι δράσεις μπορούμε να κάνουμε, να πάρουμε οι οποίες θα μας βοηθήσουν να παράξουμε διαφορετικά προϊόντα. Αν λοιπόν απαντήσουμε αυτές τις ερωτήσεις, τότε θα καλέσουμε όλους τους ειδικούς, όχι μόνο τους αρχιτέκτονες, για να προσπαθήσουμε να απαντήσουμε τις ερωτήσεις αυτές. Πριν να προσοχωρήσω στον καθηγητά Ντραγκόφσκι, πραγματικά χρησιμοποιήσατε την ερώτηση για να προωθήσετε κάτι που θα γίνει του χρόνου. Αυτό είναι πολύ σημαντικό, θα έκανα και εγώ το ίδιο. Αυτή τη στιγμή λοιπόν, όπως είπαμε, θέτουμε τα ερωτήματα. Και σε αυτό το συνέδριο ένα βασικό θέμα είναι ότι θέσαμε τα ερωτήματα γιατί θέλουμε να βρούμε τις απαντήσεις. Πιστεύετε ότι η αρχιτεκτονική και γενικώς ό,τι έχει να κάνει με την τέχνη, την επιστήμη και το αποτέλεσμα, ακριβώς όπως κάνει η αρχιτεκτονική, μπορεί να μας δώσει αληθινές απαντήσεις που θα καταλάβει η κοινωνία μας? Σας ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση και για την ερώτηση βέβαια. Ελπίζω πραγματικά ότι η αποστολή μας είναι να προσπαθήσουμε να συνεργαστούμε ως αρχιτέκτονες μαζί με την κοινωνία, να ανοίξουμε αυτό το δρόμο της συνεργασίας. Και μπορεί όντως να υπάρξουν ερωτήματα, βέβαια. Ένα από τα βασικά ερωτήματα είναι να καταλάβουμε την κοινότητα, πού βρισκόμαστε. Χθες το βράδυ περπατούσα λιγάκι εδώ στους δρόμους, στην Αθήνα, σε μια αγορά. Ήταν μια μικρή αγορά και οι ντόπιοι χορεύανε. Δεν φορούσαν παραδοσιακές στολές ή κάτι τέτοιο για τους τουρίστες. Όχι, το κάνανε από μόνοι τους. Γιατί περνούσανε καλά. Αυτή είναι η σημασία. Να πάμε εμείς στον κόσμο, να τους κοιτάξουμε, να τους καταλάβουμε, να έχουμε συναίσθηση και να κατανοήσουμε επίσης τα υλικά, να χρησιμοποιήσουμε τοπικά υλικά, πρώτες ύλες. Εγώ θα σας δώσω εδώ ένα μικρό παράδειγμα. Είμαι από μια μικρή πόλη, 250.000 κατοίκους. Θα σας δείξω εδώ 3 παραδείγματα. Πώς ανακαινήσαμε τα κτίρια. Αυτό είναι ένα παραδοσιακό ξενοδοχείο και ήταν ξενώνας. Έγινε ένας δημόσιος διαγωνισμός λοιπόν. Αυτή είναι η μεταμόρφωση του ξενοδοχείου. Ένα αληθινό ξενοδοχείο που εξυπηρετεί κόσμο. Οι μέθοδοι κατασκευής ήταν οι ίδιοι που χρησιμοποιούνται και σε άλλες χώρες. Όπως βλέπετε προσθέσαμε εδώ το σπα. Ήταν μια προσθήκη, μια πισίνα. Βλέπετε την είσοδο. Και πιστεύω ότι η αποστολή μας είναι να συνεργαστούμε με τους ντόπιους για να μπορέσουμε να βελτιώσουμε αυτό που είναι σημαντικό για εκείνους, αυτό που θέλουν εκείνοι, έτσι ώστε οι πολιτικοί να καταλάβουν, αλλά και ο κόσμος να καταλάβει τι θέλουμε να κάνουμε. Αυτό είναι μια εκκλησία. Σε παλαιότερες περιόδους, κατά την περίοδο του σοσιαλισμού, οι εκκλησίες είχαν κλείσει στις σοσιαλιστικές χώρες. Μετά το 1990 βέβαια υπήρξε πάλι αναβίωση της εκκλησίας. Κάναμε αυτές τις δύο λοιπόν ενοριακές εκκλησίες, σε συνεργασία με τους ντόπιους, με αυτό το σχήμα, όπως βλέπετε, που άλλαξε την τοπική κοινωνία. Ήταν ένα πιο μοντέρνο περιβάλλον, ακόμα και αν είναι μικρή. Βλέπετε εδώ την κατασκευή. Είναι σημαντικό λοιπόν για εμάς τους αρχιτέκτονες να μιλήσουμε με τον κόσμο, αλλά και να είμαστε και κάθε μέρα εκεί στην οικοδομή. Συζητάμε με τους τεχνίτες, συζητάμε με τον εργολάβο, με τον πολιτικό μηχανικό. Αυτή είναι η τελική κατασκευή για την κοινότητά μας. Βλέπετε τη χρήση πολύ λεπτών δοκαριών, πολύ λεπτών κομματιών ξύλου. Αυτή είναι μια άλλη, ένα τρίτο παράδειγμα που χρησιμοποίησαμε πάλι ξύλο για την οροφή. Εδώ επίσης έχουμε και άλλα υλικά, όχι μόνο ξύλο, διάφορα υλικά που συνεργάζονται μαζί. Ξύλο ελιάς και ντόπιες πέτρες. Σε αυτό πιστεύω ότι πρέπει να επικεντρωθούμε. Σας ευχαριστώ. Οπότε καταλαβαίνω ότι η χρήση ντόπιων υλικών, τα υλικά δηλαδή που ταιριάζουν με την κοινωνία, με τον τόπο, βλέπουν δηλαδή υλικά τα οποία είναι δικά τους, ξέρουν ότι είναι δικά τους. Πάμε στον καθηγητά Φινικάκη. Πόσο εύκολο είναι για την Ελλάδα να μετακινηθούμε από το folklore, το παραδοσιακό, στο μοντέρνο? Βεβαίως, εντάξει, έχουμε περάσει το folklore, αλλά πώς μπορούμε να φτιάξουμε μια τέτοια ισορροπία? Είμαστε αρκετά τυχεροί να είμαστε αυτή τη στιγμή σε ένα πολύ ωραίο κτίριο, το οποίο είχε πολύ ωραία ανακαίνιση, που σεβάστηκε το παραδοσιακό στοιχείο, αλλά έχει και μοντέρνα στοιχεία μέσα του. Σε αυτό λοιπόν το παλιό κτίριο που είναι ανακαινισμένο, συζητάμε κι εμείς τα μοντέρνα καινούργια ερωτήματα. Πόσο λοιπόν δύσκολο είναι να βρούμε μια ισορροπία σε αυτή την εποχή μετά την παγκοσμιοποίηση, για να βρούμε αυτή τη νέα αισθητική, η οποία θα είναι συμπεριληπτική αλλά και βιώσιμη. I wonder if I should speak in English. Θα μιλήσω στα αγγλικά, κανένα πρόβλημα. Οπότε λοιπόν το περισσότερο κοινό όμως είναι Έλληνες, οπότε θα πω μερικά πράγματα στα ελληνικά και μερικά στα αγγλικά. Ευχαριστούμε Ντίνο Μακέντο, που σεβάστηκε στο ρόλο του αρχιτέκτονα, και είμαι σίγουρος ότι αυτό θα περάσει και στο γιο σου, τον Γιώργο, ο οποίος θα γίνει αρχιτέκτονας και αυτός. So, Dinos decided for this panel to be at the end because he wanted to showcase the role of architects in this question that was given me, that was posed to me. Δεν υπάρχει παγκοσμιοποίηση. Δεν το δέχομαι αυτό. Δεν δέχομαι αυτό τον όρο. Και ούτε και υπάρχει και τοπικοποίηση. Υπάρχει μόνο ο τόπος. Γιατί? Γιατί κατά τη διάρκεια όλων των ετών, από την προϊστορία μέχρι και τώρα, η αρχιτεκτονική είναι το σύνολο των αποκρίσεων του κόσμου στις προκλήσεις του περιβάλλοντος. I don't know if the translation is good or not, but architecture is the total of the responses of men against the challenges of the environment. So here you have this group of people that consists of two vice presidents of the International Association of Architects, Teresa and Jesse, and two vice presidents of the International Academy of Architecture. Και αυτή είναι η διαφορά των ρόλων για να μπορέσουμε να απαντήσουμε στην ανοησία που είπε ο Τραμπ. Σχετικά με το μέλλον της αρχιτεκτονικής. Και είμαι χαρούμενος γιατί εδώ πέρα έχουμε και τον πρόεδρο της Διεθνούς Ακαδημίας Αρχιτεκτονικής, αλλά και τον πρόεδρο της Διεθνούς Ένωσης Αρχιτεκτόνων, τη φίλη μας την Ρεγκίνα. Είναι εδώ. Και χτες είχαμε εξαιρετικές ομιλίες από τον καθηγητή Αντώνιο Ριβέρσο, όλοι τον ξέρουν αυτόν, και τον Πίτερ Ντρόγκε, ο οποίος είναι εκπρόσωπος της Eurosolar. Ο οποίος έπαιξε πάρα πολύ μεγάλο ρόλο στην αρχιτεκτονική μας κοινότητα. Πρέπει να συζητήσουμε τις πιθανότητες μιας μετάλλαξης και ο ρόλος των αρχιτεκτόνων και των μηχανικών για την ανάπλαση του περιβάλλοντος. Και ο αστικός σχεδιασμός είναι το αποτέλεσμα διαφόρων νόμων, για τους οποίους νόμους όμως δεν ερωτώνται ποτέ οι αρχιτέκτονες. Και πρώτα απ' όλα γίνεται και αυτό από την Ελληνική Ένωση Αρχιτεκτόνων. Έχουμε ένα πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο, κανένας όμως δεν μας έχει ρωτήσει ποτέ για το σχεδιασμό πόλεων, για την νομοθεσία. Οπότε, προηγουμένως είχαμε τον Υπουργό Παπαστεργίου που μίλησε. Και ήταν ο Δήμαρχος Τρικάλων. Είχα συνεργαστεί μαζί του και σεβότανε πραγματικά τον σχεδιασμό, τον πολεοδομικό σχεδιασμό και τη φιλοσοφία σχεδιασμού πόλεων. Οπότε ελπίζω πως εμείς ως τελευταίο πάνελ θα σας δώσουμε πληροφορίες, λίγο τροφή για σκέψη, για να μπορούμε να πούμε ότι ο πρόεδρος Μακέδος είχε δίκιο που το άφησε ως τελευταίο πάνελ. Φυσικά, συμφωνώ πολύ μαζί σας για τις επιλογές του Πρόεδρου. Από την απάντησή σας όμως κρατάω ότι κανένας δεν μας ρωτάει. Και θα περάσω στο δεύτερο γύρο ερωτήσεων Και να σας ρωτήσω, αν κάποιος, οποιοσδήποτε, δεν ρωτήσει τους αρχιτέκτονες, δεν ζητήσει τη γνώμη του αρχιτέκτονα, μήπως ο αρχιτέκτονας είναι πολύ απασχολημένος με τον εμπορικό του ρόλο? Δεν λέω την αλήθεια, κάνω μια ερώτηση. Παίζω εδώ πέρα το δικηγόρο του διαβόλου. Και καθηγητά Βαλέιρα, κυρία καθηγήτρια, εσείς ετοιμάζετε την επόμενη γενιά των αρχιτεκτόνων. Όταν ρωτάτε έναν νεαρό αρχιτέκτονα, γιατί θες να γίνεις αρχιτέκτονας, τι σας λένε, γιατί θέλουν να γίνουν αρχιτέκτονες? Καλό ερώτημα. Γιατί οι περισσότεροι από τους νέους ανθρώπους που θέλουν να γίνουν αρχιτέκτονες, τουλάχιστον στην Ισπανία ή στην Ευρώπη, οι περισσότεροι θα πούνε θέλουμε να χτίσουμε ένα καλύτερο κόσμο. Θέλουμε να φέρουμε την αλλαγή. Οπότε θέλουμε να είμαστε στο κέντρο της αλλαγής. Αν θέλουμε την αλλαγή, πρέπει να μιλήσουμε με την κυβέρνηση, με όλους αυτούς που χαράζουν πολιτικές. Αυτό είναι σημαντικό. Οπότε λοιπόν πρέπει και εμείς να αλλάξουμε τον τρόπο που τους μιλάμε. Πρέπει να αλλάξουμε κάποια αφηγήματα, ειδικά αυτούς τους καιρούς που είναι αβεβαίοι. Αν μιλάμε λοιπόν για τα προβλήματα που έχει ο κόσμος, για τους δημόσιους χώρους για παράδειγμα, κατά τη διάρκεια του καλοκαιριού, γιατί όπως είπαμε η θερμοκρασία ανεβαίνει το καλοκαίρι, οπότε λοιπόν αν δώσουμε λύσεις για αυτό το θέμα, αν δώσουμε απαντήσεις για την στεγαστική κρίση για παράδειγμα, οπότε οι πολίτες θα μας ακούσουν. Σήμερα το πρωί λοιπόν η πρόεδρός μας η Ρεγκίνα που είναι εδώ μας είπε για την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη. Αυτό μας οδηγεί συνέχεια να μιλάμε για έξυπνες πόλεις. Τι είναι οι έξυπνες πόλεις? Εμείς θέλουμε έξυπνους πολίτες θέλουμε, όχι έξυπνες πόλεις. Και αυτό είναι αλήθεια. Πρέπει να αλλάξουμε ακόμα και αυτό το αφήγημα με τις πόλεις. Να αλλάξουμε τις πόλεις και να τις αποκλιμακώσουμε. Γιατί αυτές οι μεγάλες πόλεις, οι μεγάλες κλίμακες μας οδηγούν στη λιγότερη γνώση σχετικά με το πρόβλημα που δημιουργούμε στο περιβάλλον, που δημιουργούμε στο οικοσύστημα. Σε αυτό λοιπόν τον μεγάλο πλανήτη δεν έχουμε συνείδηση για τη ζημιά που κάνουμε στο περιβάλλον. Οπότε πρέπει να αλλάξει αυτό το αφήγημα ότι όλοι πρέπει να πάνε να ζήσουν στις μεγάλες πόλεις. Όχι, αυτό είναι το λάθος, είναι η λάθος απάντηση στο πρόβλημα του πληθυσμού. Πρέπει να το σκεφτούμε τελείως εκ νέου αυτό το πράγμα. Γιατί εμείς ως αρχιτέκτονες, αν καταλάβουμε αυτή τη στιγμή στην ιστορία και δώσουμε λύση, θα καταφέρουμε να δώσουμε τη σωστή απάντηση. Είμαι σίγουρη γι' αυτό. Βρισκόμαστε λοιπόν στο κέντρο, στο επίκεντρο της αλλαγής αυτής της στιγμής. Αλλά μόνο αν κατανοήσουμε ακριβώς τι συμβαίνει και δώσουμε την κατάλληλη απάντηση για το λαό, για τον κόσμο, με τους ανθρώπους στο επίκεντρο, με μια ολιστική προσέγγιση. Έτσι, όπως το είπα και προηγουμένως. Σας ευχαριστώ. Πιστεύω ότι οι φοιτητές σας θα είναι πάρα πολύ χαρούμενοι και τυχεροί που σας έχουν καθηγητές. Θα κρατήσω από αυτά που είπατε λοιπόν, πόσο εφικτό είναι να έχουμε έξυπνους πολίτες μέσα σε πόλεις οι οποίες δεν σέβονται τις ανάγκες τους. Κύριε καθηγητά Γκρογόλσκι. Πιστεύω ότι έχουμε όντως γυρίσει πίσω στα θρανία και έχουμε ξεκινήσει την συζήτησή μας με τους νεαρούς συναδέλφους μας. Η αξία του χώρου είναι πολύ σημαντική, γιατί μοιραζόμαστε αυτή την αξία του χώρου με άλλους ανθρώπους. Αν καταφέρουμε να πείσουμε τους μαθητές στο σχολείο, για παράδειγμα, ότι ο χώρος που έχουν διαθέσιμος θα πρέπει να προστατεύεται από αυτούς τους ίδιους, τότε έχουμε πετύχει σίγουρα μια καλή συνεργασία για να μπορέσουμε να πείσουμε και τους πολιτικούς ότι έχουμε αξία, δίνουμε αξία στη δουλειά μας. Γιατί σε αυτές τις περιπτώσεις που καταλαβαίνουμε την αξία του χώρου και του φυσικού τοπίου, της φύσης δηλαδή, είναι η αξία που θα δώσουμε στην επόμενη γενιά. Πρέπει να την προστατέψουμε για να τη δώσουμε στην επόμενη γενιά. Οπότε πρέπει να αποκτήσουμε τη γνώση των νέων και το πρώτο βήμα είναι να τους δώσουμε φυσικά εμείς τη γνώση για την αξία του χώρου. Και μετά να τους δώσουμε, να τους περάσουμε τη σκητάλη στην επόμενη γενιά. Οπότε λοιπόν πρέπει να σεβόμαστε το χώρο, γιατί αν κατανοούμε ότι ζούμε σε πόλεις, έχουμε κοινό χώρο με άλλους. Πάμε λοιπόν από την ιδέα της συμβίωσης στην ιδέα της εγωιστικής ζωής. Ότι εγώ έχω χώρο και ο άλλος δεν έχει τίποτα. Παρόλα αυτά όμως, κάποιος ο οποίος δεν γνωρίζει από αρχιτεκτονική, δεν ακολουθεί τις τάσεις, θα μας πει ότι πριν από 50 χρόνια, για παράδειγμα, το πιο σημαντικό πράγμα για μια οικογένεια ήταν να έχει ένα σπίτι, να αποκτήσει ένα σπίτι. Τώρα, 20 χρόνια πριν, το πιο σημαντικό για ένα νέο ζευγάρι ήταν να έχει ένα διαμέρισμα. Και οι καινούργιες πόλεις, ξέρετε τι θέλουμε τώρα, ένα πάρκινγκ, μια θέση για πάρκινγκ. Οπότε, όλα αυτά τα μεταδεδομένα της πραγματικότητας έχουν αλλάξει και αισθάνομαι ότι ο μόνος τρόπος για να σταματήσουμε αυτή την εξάλειψη της φιλοσοφίας που έχει γίνει ένα εξελόφυλλο είναι από το πανεπιστήμιο, από τον ακαδημαϊκό χώρο και μετά στον επαγγελματικό χώρο. Εσείς, κύριε καθηγητά Ντραγκόφσκι, τι πιστεύετε? Μπορούμε να αλλάξουμε την συμπεριφορά ώστε να διορθώσουμε τα λάθη και επίσης να προσαρμοστούμε σε αυτά τα καινούρια δεδομένα που χρειάζεται για να έχουμε βιώσιμες πόλεις?
Πολύ ενδιαφέρον ερώτημα, ιδίως σε αυτή την συνεδρίαση. Είναι ακριβώς το σωστό μέρος για να μιλήσουμε για συνεργασία με πολιτικούς, με μηχανικούς, με εσάς, με τον τύπο. Προσπαθούμε να δείξουμε ποια είναι η αποστολή μας και να καταλάβουμε ποια είναι η αποστολή των υπολείπων. Έτσι λοιπόν, σε αυτή την συνδιάσκεψη εδώ, μιλάμε για την συνεργασία. Εγώ ως αρχιτέκτονας έχω πολλά ερωτήματα όσον αφορά τα οικονομικά ζητήματα, τις προτάσεις κτλ. Βεβαίως, τα οικονομικά είναι μια σημαντική παράμετρος που είναι και πάρα πολύ σύνθετη. Αυτά τα συνέδρια είναι πολύ σημαντικά γιατί μας δείχνουν ακριβώς πώς λειτουργεί η κοινότητά μας. 4 λεπτά μας μένουν, κύριε Φιτικάκη. Δώστε μας την τελευταία σας λέξη, κύριε Φιτικάκη. Η Ελλάδα έχει κάνει τεράστια πρόοδο τα τελευταία 10 χρόνια. Όμως φαίνεται ότι έχουμε χάσει τη φιλοσοφική διάσταση όσων κάνουμε. Πώς μπορούμε να βρούμε σε επίπεδο πανεπιστημιακό, ακαδημαϊκό, την απάντηση της συλλογικής ευθύνης, ώστε να έχουμε μια βιώσιμη λύση. Θα πρέπει να είμαστε επιγραμματικοί στις απαντήσεις μας. Να δούμε τι έχουν πει οι φιλόσοφοι του παρελθόντος. Ο αντιληπτός κόσμος παραμένει απαράλλακτος. Ο αντιληπτός κόσμος βέβαια είναι υποσυνεχή κίνηση. Η ρευστότητα είναι χαρακτηριστικό του. Και θέλουμε να δούμε τον αντιληπτό από τον απτό κόσμο, τη διαφορά ανάμεσα σε αυτούς τους δύο και πώς μπορεί σε αυτό το πλαίσιο, σε αυτή την διαφοροποίηση, να τεθεί ένα όραμα βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης. Κανένας άλλος στόχος ζωής δεν αναφέρεται στην αρχιτεκτονική. Μόνον αυτός. Άρα λοιπόν θέλουμε να προαγάγουμε και να καθιερώσουμε στόχους, να προσθέσουμε στους στόχους των Ηνωμένων Εθνών τον 18ο για την αρχιτεκτονική, για το δομημένο περιβάλλον. Οπότε οι μηχανικοί θα πρέπει να πιέσουν να έχουμε έναν 18ο βιώσιμο στόχο για έναν καλύτερο μέλλον. Να ορίσουμε τους ορίζοντες του μέλλοντος, εισάγοντας την αρχιτεκτονική με τον βασικό της ρόλο από το παρελθόν έως σήμερα, η οποία αρχιτεκτονική προσπαθεί να βελτιώσει την καθημερινή ζωή και το μέλλον των ανθρώπων. Σας ευχαριστώ όλους. Θα θέλαμε πολύ περισσότερο χρόνο για μια πολύ εντοβάθη συζήτηση, αλλά ο χρόνος είναι πραγματικά πολύ περιορισμένος. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω όλους σας, καθώς και τον Τμέδε και τον κύριο Μακέδο για τη φιλοξενία. Τις τελευταίες 2 μέρες ήσασταν κοινωνοί όχι απλώς ενός συνεδρίου, αλλά μιας ευκαιρίας να έχουμε βαθιές συζητήσεις και να εκθέσουμε όσα πραγματικά σκεφτόμαστε και νιώθουμε. Τα όσα είπαμε είναι ικανά να μας φέρουν ξανά εδώ του χρόνου, ακόμα πιο όριμους, για να δούμε εάν είμαστε και βιώσιμοι εμείς. Thank you, Tmede, and we should not forget that if we don't start from philosophy, you will never reach reality. Thank you. I believe that Yorgos gave the best quotation for the closure, redefining the future horizons, the strategies of tomorrow. This is the end of the second International Conference of Tmede. I will speak by heart to introduce the president of Tmede to close this international conference. I would like to thank warmly all those who were here. You were a fantastic audience, a very good company. You're all professionals, you're all friends. We had a very fruitful discussions. We spoke about policies. We spoke about the business also. I would like to thank Mr. Makedos for honoring me to be here to present this conference. Mr. Gregoris and Mr. Elisavet, especially. All those people who worked hard so that we can be here today, the production, of course. Please, Mr. Makedos, dear President, come here for the official closure of this event. Indeed, all the speakers dived into the gist of our issues. It is always difficult to absorb these deep conversations. As Mr. Resideri said, we are an orchestra here. We're not solo players. So that's why we are concerted, we are converging, we have common goals, we have sustainable strategies to follow for the next steps to grow together in a substantial manner. In these 2 days, we've heard so many interesting things. We understood how we have managed to make such a progress after the economic crisis and how we have started producing solutions for the challenges of today, considering the technological and scientific data. We understand that climate change is here, it's the new reality. The irrational approach to this reality will be very costly for the next generations, for investments, for the economy, and for the sustainable life of ours, the quality of our life, and the future generations' life. It is important to remember that, as the governor of the Bank of Greece said, that to reach the adaptation phase, we will need 500 to 700 billions of euros so that Europe matures and enters the new chapter of its history. Europe has taken steps towards this direction. Legislation is being drafted. I'm going to remind you about the codes of ethics that we mentioned yesterday and today. I'm going to remind you what Mr. Pierakakis said, the Minister of the Economy, this morning, that we have to have profit so as to have the money to leave a footprint as a legacy, a good footprint as a legacy for the next generation. Many ministers were with us these 2 days, and they shared their efforts and prospects. But of course, we do have challenges. In Athens, we have many challenges because the city is overpopulated. Also, the local governments have challenges. We had mayors here and heads of regions that spoke about the climate changes and their impact on certain geographies. We also have people from the business sector who spoke about financial instruments that have to be integrated in the solutions that we offer. This multi-level approach makes us understand that climate change is an opportunity for new green products that will shield our future and economy. With further reforms, with the introduction of private investments. To summarize, we believe that we can shed more light into these aspects of the challenges because we have heard a lot of proposals, solutions, recommendations. So the crisis can be seized as an opportunity to draft the new roadmap for a sustainable future. I would like to thank you, everyone, each one personally, for being here in our conference, for being resilient, for being transparent in your thoughts, in the discussions that took place in the panels, in the rooms here. All our friends who came from other countries, thank you for traveling and to be here. All those who were here, all the speakers, the moderators, our colleagues, engineers, the market people, and of course the members of the board. The executives of Tmede, of the fund, that have cooperated with the board in a perfect manner. And of course, the technical teams that have supported us in an excellent manner from 5 in the morning until late at night. They are here to make everything happen. And also, I thank all those who created this jewel of a building. We hope that you have enjoyed your stay here. And thank you again, once again, for being here. I hope to see you in the next conference.